Alright, hello everybody, hello GDQ. This is going to be our submission for Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explorers of Sky. This is going to be a resubmission with MozzarellaCheez.
Hi, this is MozzarellaCheez. I'll be racing with SPD Wolf here. This is going to be a nice long run.
It is. This is kind of a crazy run, but I think there's a lot of very cool stuff in particular about this category, and this is a very well-beloved game that I think a lot of people would definitely appreciate seeing at the event. But I guess we'll talk a little bit more about what the exact category we're going to be doing as we go. The first thing we're going to be doing is this game starts with a personality quiz to assign your Pokemon, and we are going to attempt a manipulation. So I'd say if you're ready, Cheese, I'm going to launch my game and we can attempt that.
Yep, I'm good to go.
Okay, so in 3, 2, 1, go. Alright, so this is going to be the title screen sequence. As soon as the Chansop logo appears, I'm going to start holding B. And then there's going to be a copyright screen. Sometime after the copyright screen, I'm going to hold start. That's going to buffer through all of the title screen sequence. And then we have a 20 frame window to press A to start a new game. And then hopefully that gets us the right quiz that we want.
Yeah, it's thankfully a very simple manipulation, though it goes wrong a lot.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, I got the right question. Yep, okay, so we might be good here. And then I need to say female.
Okay. Yeah, just don't do the quiz right and then forget the gender select.
Yeah.
Gender select is actually extremely important in this game because it actually affects the accuracy calculations of moves.
Yeah, so female Pokemon are pretty much straight up better in this game.
Yeah. At least in the speedrun context.
Yeah, I believe male Pokemon are supposed to have some kind of other buff. I think it's an increased crit ratio.
Wait a minute, I did not get the quiz I expected. I guess it was a 50-50 coin flip between Lonely and Naive.
Okay, that's fine. I can pause here at the character profile while you retry the quiz.
Okay.
This is kind of an etiquette we have when racing this game. We'll try to just get our quiz, since this manip isn't 100% consistent, because I think there's like a little bit of variance in how the RNG gets advanced during that title screen sequence. We'll just try to get our Pokemon, and then if one of the racers doesn't get it, we just pause here and then wait for the other person to catch up.
Yeah, that's funny. So I have two different possible variations of my quiz, and apparently one of them... Oh, I let go of B. That's not going to work either.
Okay.
One of the two variants has a 50-50 shot at getting what I want if I just hit yes on the first question. Didn't know that, so...
Yeah, good to know.
Figures.
But yeah, as I was saying, male Pokemon I think are supposed to have an increased crit ratio and reduced evasion, and female Pokemon are supposed to have increased accuracy and no downside. I think that's right.
Pretty much. They have better evasion and accuracy than males at the base levels. Like, if you don't have any accuracy buffs or evasion buffs, then females are just, like, strictly better. Yeah, this should be a good quiz.
Yeah, that looks right. But yeah, also gender, along with nature, is what determines your Pokemon. So in my case, I needed to aim for hardy female, and I believe hardy male gets you something else. So.
Yeah, I don't know what you'd get, but you'd get a completely different Pokemon for that same nature.
Me neither.
Likewise for me, I'm going for naive female, and if I didn't pick female, I wouldn't get Skitty, but I'm going for Skitty main. Okay, do you just want to go once we get to the portrait?
Yep.
Okay.
Tell me one.
Let's see. Man, this naive has a really... There we go. Okay, I'm good.
Okay.
You can go.
3. Okay, cool. And then the partner I'll be choosing is Meowth, which is over here. Funnily enough, the partner order in that character selection screen is not randomized, but what is randomized is the spot in which the list starts, which is kind of funny.
Yeah, before the game even starts, we already have reaction-based gameplay.
And yeah, as I'm sure you've noticed, we are going for different Pokemon. We will be showcasing completely different routes here. I will be picking, well, I have already picked Trico and Meowth. And the reason being is Trico is not that bad for the main game portion. There are better options, but Trico is like solid. Trico really pops off once she gets to level 31, which is where you learn Agility. And Agility is a speed boosting move, which this game is really good. And
yeah, this game doesn't even have a speed stat. It just has, like, a speed modifier that lets you get more turns per round of a battle, which is ridiculous. And then I similarly I'm going to have a Pikachu partner on my team who can also learn agility. I just don't main him as the leader because he is so bad during the main story that I need to kind of just drag him kicking and screaming through the game. But the benefit is that when I do get to play as him, he is just the best of the best. He gets agility and discharge, which wipes out everything in a room.
Yeah, so... and then you also have Skitty, which I believe is a more solid choice than Trico for most of the game.
Yeah, Skitty is just a really generally good leader in the main story. She can almost beat everything down with just 2 moves, which is extremely useful. And they're pretty fast animating moves, too.
And to a little bit more about the game and category itself, for those who aren't familiar with it, this is Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explorers of Sky. It's part of the Pokemon Mystery Dungeon spin-off series, which is a series of dungeon crawler games created by Chunsoft. So basically the goal of this game, and it will be more apparent once we actually step into a dungeon, we're gonna be thrown into randomly generated dungeons, and the goal of each floor that we spawn into is to find the exit, the staircase that lead to the exit, and then once you find the stairs into every floor that the dungeon is composed of, you've beaten the dungeon. Conceptually, this game is very simple. Of course, when it comes to the run, actually speedrunning this game effectively is incredibly complicated.
It's very spicy, because it's not predetermined movement. We actually just have to figure out where to go as soon as we set foot in a dungeon. We don't know that.
Exactly. And then as far as the category that we're doing, this is Beat Darkrai, no Wonder Mail. This game's any percent is about 5 hours and 30 minutes long. But then there's also a pretty big post-game sequence where the final boss of the post-game is Darkrai. So our objective is going to be to go through the main story portion and then finish the main post-game sequence.
Yeah, the post-game is quite a bit shorter, but quite a lot more brutal and chaotic. By the end of this recording, we'll both sound insane, probably.
Very possible.
These are just Pokemon Mystery Dungeon speedrunning things.
This game likes to troll you very hard.
Yeah. When you don't have that much control over what you get, you have to hope that things don't get too chaotic, but they do.
Yeah.
And then the no Wonder Mail part of the category, that's a split we have on the leaderboard for simply whether or not we use Wonder Mail. Because Wonder Mail is a feature that you can use to input passwords that will generate missions for you. You can determine all of the attributes that those missions have, like where they're going to be, how fast they can be done, so you can make them extremely quick, consistent, fast missions. And you can get rewards that you're not even intended to be able to obtain early. So Wonder Mail just breaks the game in half, basically, once you get to the point where you do missions. No Wonder Mail, we're just going with the flow. We get what we get. Now we're in our first dungeon.
Yeah, so the first thing we'll do is adjust our moves and settings. Make sure that we don't use attacking moves, and then I'll set my top screen to job, speed to fast, so we can move around, and then another setting that allows off-screen fights to play no animations, which is going to be very useful in saving time, particularly during boss fights. Yeah. Alright, so yeah, you're seeing the dungeon gameplay in action. I'm getting trolled hard.
The top screen selection is basically just a frame saver. It literally is the one that takes the least frames to load whenever the game loads.
That's the main reason.
We didn't even find out about that until, like, I don't know, a year ago or something. And then we were all sad that we had to stop using Map and Team, which was a great layout because it let us preview the map on these initial floors, where we get tutorial text that pauses us in place for a bit.
Yeah. Now, this job selection is also useful later on when we'll actually be playing missions. It will just give us a more handy overview of the missions that we'll have to complete, but that is the main reason.
It is incredibly handy for Beat Darkrai specifically. There we go, I'm out of the first dungeon.
I am still on floor 3 because I had to find 10,000 enemies.
Oh, nice. As Trico, who has very low attack early.
Yeah, Trico's whoops, I did not mean to stop the timer. Trico's beat shape is pretty bad because there's a lot of enemies that you can't one-shot.
Okay, so now we have our first boss, Zubat Coughing. Skitty has very high attack early on, and she also has a ranged attack and Fake Out, so she just destroys this fight.
Yeah, meanwhile, since I don't have much damage output, I'm actually going to lag the output do most of it. Like, me using moves wouldn't be of very much utility, so I'm going to just run to the right, bit the Zubat away, let Meowth kill the Coughing, and now we can double team the Zubat.
This is going to be a recurring theme with the boss fights between our strategies, where Trico has to do much more complicated things, where he tries to rely on Meowth fighting everything. Optimally, Meowth fights off-screen too, so that there's no animations. It's like doing trigonometry with infinite agilities and stuff. And meanwhile, the Skitty Pikachu route is pretty much just, what is the most amount of brute force I can possibly throw at this up front? Let's just have Pikachu zap everything. Skitty hits like a truck if she has to hit. There are some bosses where Trico helps more, though, like with Screech.
Yeah.
There's like one fight you get Screech.
And then later on, the big thing is as soon as we get agility and we can start to using speed boosts, Trico's going to have a field day against boss fights. Although with your route, with Pikachu getting agility, you won't be able to make use of that agility during the main story, where we'll be forced to use Skitty as the leader, so you won't be able to use agility yourself. But as soon as you get to the post-game, you'll be able to do a bunch of fun strats too.
Yeah, at least I get Thunderbolt for a little bit of fun.
Yeah. We didn't talk much about the story so far, just to give kind of a summary. You, a human, go through something weird and then wake up in the Pokemon world with amnesia. You find a friendly partner Pokemon who seemed indecisive about joining some kind of building that then turned out to be a guild for exploration teams. And then we meet up on the beach. There's an evil Pokemon, well, two suspicious Pokemon combating Zubat and Coughing that stole our partner's treasure, a stone that they found somewhere. And then we chase them, we get the stone back, and now they just asked us if we want to join them in getting in the guild and forming an exploration team.
You're a level 5 Pokemon who can fight. I'm also a level 5 Pokemon who can fight somehow.
Yeah.
Yeah, the recurring theme of like the partner in this game is that they try to fight off cowardice, and they have a very hard time even braving just going into the guild initially. They get weirded out by how they have like this sentry duty thing going on, where their security is having Diglett observe the footprints of those who try to enter. It's not the best security method, but they make it work.
They make it work, and then they'll make us work too.
Yeah, they make us do it later. They do notice that since the protagonist is a former human, they have a weird footprint, and it confuses Diglett. He's like, I think that's a Skitty, or I think that's a Trico, but he isn't sure.
You know, I never thought about this story detail. Do we just have a human footprint?
Maybe.
That would
look weird. Really weird on a Skitty.
Yeah.
With 4 feet.
All right. But yeah, we're about to get introduced to the entire guild here. So
a whole bunch of useless, very helpful allies.
Absolutely, yes. That are going to rob us of most of the rewards that we're going to get from our missions that we'll finish. Very helpful.
Now that I think about it, most of the people that we see on screen at our first sight aren't even actual guild members. They're just other teams.
True.
Which that is a cute thing this game does. There's like a bunch of other exploration teams too that are doing their own stuff. Team Tasty and Team CG and Team... I think there's like Team Happiness or something just because they have a Togepi.
I always... The one thing that stuck out to me the most was always Team Tasty, which is this team of Swallow and Wurmple. And the Wurmple is just in constant fear that the Swallow is going to eat them at any time.
You even go so far as to have the Swallow say things like, Hey, Wurmple, I heard there's a really good treasure in this dungeon. It sounds tasty. And then the Wurmple's like,
I love this game's writing so much. This game's story tends to be well-liked by fans of this game, and I think for pretty good reasons.
Yeah, the story of this game is the main reason it's beloved. As a speedrunner, we appreciate the gameplay a lot more, which normally wouldn't have so much depth, but it covers a lot of depth when you're trying to go fast. But the main appeal of Pokemon Mystery Dungeon is normally the story.
And now we are just talking to Wigglytuff, who is the Guildmaster. And he just he's going to give us a bunch of like kind of a starter pack, I suppose. This Yunta indeed. Oh, oops! I nearly forgot to name our team.
Shout out to Pokepelza, the best mistyped Pokemon team name for speedrunning.
Yeah, so you want to... There are some name prompts where you have to press A, start A, and then some name prompts where you want to press B a bunch of times to delete the name and then press A, start A. And if you confuse the two, you could end up with Pokepelza. But yeah, the starter pack, we get an inventory, a treasure bag where we can put items that we'll be able to collect. And we also get a few starting items. In my case, I got a red bow and a power band. These change... well, you always get a bow, but the band that you get depends on the Pokemon that you chose. In my case, I chose Trico and I got a power band, which is very useful because it's an item that when equipped boosts your attack by a lot, which is very influential, especially at this early of a level.
Yeah, Trico really can use it. And then Skitty oddly gets a special band, even though she's a physical attacker. But this still helps her partner a lot, because I can put this on my Pikachu. That will boost his special attack significantly, so that he'll have pretty good damage output in the event that he needs to fight. Ideally, I try not to make him fight, but if he needs to, he can hit pretty hard with that.
Yeah.
And then the bow, the color you get is dependent on the favorite color registered on the DS, or the MAC address of your DS. It will pick one of those two randomly.
Yeah, I believe that's
They all
right.
do the same thing, though. They're supposed to boost all of your stats by 1 point, but I guess there was a mistake, and actually, though it displays the stats increasing, it actually lowers your defenses by 1 point.
It does
So
still
it's
boost your
terrible.
attack by a bit, but it also does decrease, I believe, your special defense.
Okay, it's just special defense. That's
think
still
so.
pretty awful.
Yeah. It is still worth for me to equip it early on, just because that extra attack point, it's not great, but it can help hit a few damage ranges. So, like, being able to skip those turns is obviously very helpful. The damage formula in this game is a bit different from, well, considerably different from what you'd find in main series. Attacking, your stats and your, the base power of... No, your base power doesn't even matter that much, does it?
It's like, it adds a very small amount of damage in this game. It hardly matters.
Yeah, because it's additive, right? Okay.
Yeah, there's a lot more addition and subtraction in this game's damage formula, which can make it a bit jank, as opposed to main series, where it's like, there's so much multiplication that it's crazy, and it actually kind of, like, works out. But this game, pretty much throw out all your main series knowledge. Just throw it in the garbage. I have a purple though.
Yeah, even when it comes to stat distribution, it's just completely different. Like, the same Pokemon who might have some kinds of stats in main series just have a completely different distribution here.
Yeah, the best way to think of it is, like, this game was Chunsoft trying to adapt their other Mystery Dungeon games to Pokemon, instead of kind of, like, being the other way around. Or, I guess I don't really know how to explain it, but... They wanted to make the protagonists as strong as possible, and then the enemies generally are weak, with only a few actually being pretty tanky and threatening. That's just usually how they balance a Mystery Dungeon game. So, we never get to evolve in the main story at all, not even in the post-game, but yet, despite still being Skitty, Pikachu, Trico, Meowth, we'll still be absolutely slaughtering things like Tyranitar, Garchomp, Metagross. Like, the stats of main series are just out the window.
Exactly.
Everyone gets assigned something completely random, the damage calculations are completely different, and that base power barely matters. There's only a few things in this game that multiply damage, and that's usually what you care about when you can. Super effective damage in this game is also heavily nerfed from where it was in main series, in that a super effective hit in this game is like plus 50 or 40% damage or something, instead of double. And to compensate for how you can only main 2 Pokemon, they even removed type immunities in favor of letting you do 50% damage to something that would be immune to your attacks. So,
yeah,
like,
so for example, using a normal type move on a ghost type would only do half the damage instead of being a full immunity.
Yeah, it's still a harsh damage penalty that's really annoying to work around, but it prevents me from being soft-locked halfway through the story, basically.
Although I believe abilities like Levitate still exist, and then those are full immunities.
Yeah, they weren't very consistent about it. Abilities still induce full immunities, which can be a problem. So if you're running Mudkip, who often relies on Mudslap, you'll have trouble against everything with Levitate. And then there's Pikachu, who just has trouble with something in literally every dungeon in the game. Oh, there's a blue gummy. That's nice. That's a key item for later.
Oh yeah, that will be needed much later in the once we get to the post game.
Yeah.
We will need 2 blue gummies.
The game doesn't tell you that, but you eventually need blue gummies. So that's one of many items for saving up.
Yeah. And blue gummies specifically. Gummies are an item. It's a food item basically that increases your IQ, which is a stat in this game. If you have a high enough IQ, you get different skills that depend. They change depending on the IQ group that your Pokemon is part of. But we want blue gummy specifically because it's legit just a story requirement.
Yeah, we don't even bother with other gummies unless we specifically end up needing one for a mission later, because the IQ system in this game, unfortunately, just takes too long to be able to take advantage of. Like, you need very large amounts of IQ to actually gain the passive abilities that are offered through that whole entire added mechanic. Even in a casual playthrough where you get as many as you can, you still might only be like halfway to maxing out the IQ of a single Pokemon by the time you make it to like the end of main story. So we just don't even bother with that in a speedrun.
Yeah.
Unless it's Wondermail, but that's a whole other thing.
Here in Drench Pulp, by the way, for me, it's a very good showcase of how useful the Power Band is, because if I didn't have this, I would not be one-shotting any of these enemies. And also just getting 1 or 2 level ups is very helpful in hitting, in being able to one-turn a lot of these enemies. I just picked up an Oren berry. Be careful about that one. This game has...
introduced in Explorers of Sky as lookalike items.
Yeah.
Wow, we made it out at almost the same time. Nice.
Oh yeah, we did. Yeah, so lookalike items. So the standard item is an Oran berry, O-R-A-N. And that's an item that when eaten restores 100 HP of your health, which is pretty much a full heal for this entire run.
Yeah, they really buffed the Oran berries in this game.
Yeah. But then, what I picked up is Oren, so O-R-E-N. And if you accidentally eat that, it deals damage. I don't remember exactly how much, but...
Just 10, which usually will not kill you, but it is hilarious if you do actually make the mistake of eating one at less than 10 HP and die.
Yeah. Some of these are even more nasty in the original Japanese, because it typically tends to be a one-kana change in a really sneaky way. I forget it, Oran... I think it's Oraso instead of Oran.
Yeah, I've heard that like if you're used to reading Japanese language, they're not too hard to spot the lookalike items. But like if you don't know the language and you try to play the Japanese version and you try to learn what like all the items are, the lookalikes are brutal.
Yeah.
You have to look very carefully at the characters. It was difficult for them to translate that though. Like there are some lookalike items where they are able to make the text for the lookalike fill the same amount of space as the normal item, like with the Oran and Oren. But then you have things like Max Elixir and Mix Elixir that's really easy to spot.
Mix Elixir is a really funny one. Max Elixir is an item that when drink restores all of the PPs on your Pokemon, and we haven't really talked about PPs, but we can later. A Mix Elixir is an item that does restore all of your PPs, but only if you're Linoon.
Who doesn't even have good stats in this game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was a joke lost in translation, where it was supposed to be like straight line elixir, and Linoon is like the straight line Pokemon or something. But yeah, it's just Mix Elixir in English.
I'm going to fix a small problem I saw in my layout. Tiny.
Okay, going back to the story. So that Drenched Bluff run was like essentially us being assigned our very first mission by the guild, by Chatot and Wigglytuff. It was just like, hey, go find this Spoink's Pearl. And apparently he was just bouncing around uncontrollably like crazy without it. So we went and found that. We get a payment, and then Chatot taxes us 90% of the payment, and our partner's like, well, this sucks. So then day 2 on the actual guild, they're like, alright, now you get to hunt an outlaw. We'll have Bidoof choose an outlaw for you.
This guild is crazy.
Yeah, welcome to day 2. Go arrest somebody. Good luck. Here's our least competent guild member. He's going to select your mission. And show you around. At least he can do that.
That's right. Oh yeah, soon enough we'll get to step outside this guild and get to take a look of Treasure Town.
Yeah, you don't even really get free movement in this game until just a little bit before the 3rd dungeon. And you only now get shown around. They kind of just toss you in if you figure it out. Many players on their first go will slowly figure out that A, you slowly starve as you wander around, and B, you need to hold L and A to use moves, not just hit A.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, this is a unique thing in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. In addition to your 4 Pokemon moves, you can also just hit the A button to do a regular attack, which is... It's pretty much just tackle, but the damage is cut in half. And although Skitty's kind of special, Skitty gets the Normalize ability that makes everything she does normal type, and she even gets stabbed with that A attack. So for her, it's like 75% of a tackle. But that is a nice thing they do, so that because PP and resource management is so much more important in this game, they give you something to attack with in case you're just all out of everything else.
And speaking about PPs, that's exactly how the same way it would work in main series. Although PPs tend to be a lot more important in this game because you tend to have to go through a lot of enemies before you're able to refill yourself. So being able to stock up on max elixirs just so you're able to drink one in the middle of a dungeon tends to be very important.
Yeah, you do get auto-healed between dungeons, but you fight so much stuff in each individual dungeon sometimes. Now we get the Keck Shop.
Yeah, we're going to sell... I'm going to sell bow and iron myself, just to get a bit more money.
That's exactly what I'm doing too.
Yep.
And a useless Doseed I picked up, which is an extremely rare drop. Oh, there's nothing good in here. I guess I'll take the quest.
Yep, I didn't find anything good either. So we'll check the purple Kecleon. What we both were really hoping to find was a Reviver Seed, which is an item... It's an item that...
They made Revivers.
Okay, go for it, go for it.
Yeah, okay, sorry. So, Reviver Seeds in this game, they automatically activate as soon as you faint. They are just a completely passive item that you only need to have in the bag. They're insanely strong. They will fully restore PP, in addition to fully restoring your HP upon death. And they even refill belly, because as you wander around dungeons, you slowly get hungry and need to eat food to survive. Otherwise, your HP will slowly drop once you're starving. Reviver Seeds also fix that. So we want as many of these as possible. Given the random nature of the dungeons, we will be fainting from time to time. It's just inevitable that stupid stuff will happen. Mount Bristle is one of the most dangerous dungeons, and it's the 3rd one, so it's really nice to get a revive here, but we're both just going to have to survive carefully.
Yeah. And we'll be saving before entering Mount Bristle too.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea.
At least in my case, I would rather reload a save than having to redo the dungeon. Because when you die in this game, if you're out of Reviver Seed, we typically call this a wipeout. If you die without being able to be revived anymore, you lose half of the items in your bag. I've chosen at random.
And half your money as well, so it becomes harder to catch up and buy revives too. And we don't really... You do have a bank that you can deposit money into to avoid losing that, but we don't really use it in the speedrun. Similarly, we don't really heavily use storage. Oh, escape. Wow, okay. Purple Cat came through for me.
I did forget to check Purple Kecleon. I will check it, I'll check it.
Yeah, so Purple Kecleon sells orbs and TMs. Orbs usually have effects that will inflict a status ailment on every Pokemon in a room or do some other crazy thing, like it adds sunny weather or let you leave a dungeon. They're generally powerful items. And then the green Keck just has, like, food, like seeds that inflict status ailments, Reviver Seeds, max elixirs, apples for food, and healing items like Orange berries. So we don't check Purple Kecleon very often, but he's pretty good to check early on since we don't get access to many orbs early, and getting an early escape orb is fantastic.
Yeah.
We will need those later, because there are some filler days in this game where you're just told to do missions, but you actually don't have to do anything. You can just walk into a dungeon, and then either beat the dungeon while doing nothing else, or more optimally, you can use an escape orb and just leave, similar to an escape rope in Pokemon games. And that will pass the day entirely and progress the story. So we want 5 of those during the main story, and then a whole bunch of them in post-game.
Yeah. And it's also very useful to check this early on, because later on, once you've had a certain story progression, Purple Kecleon will start selling more TMs and fewer orbs. So right now,
the TMs are very expensive and extremely unlikely to be helpful. We are running mains that can use TMs, which, by the way, somehow the Pokemon figured out how to use TMs on themselves, and elixirs. But
Alright, I'm gonna
we could use TMs, but we're not buying them from Purple Keck. They will cost so much money that we will not have, because we're not really farming money at all in our run. We're just trying to get from point A to point B.
Alright,
So
soon
during
enough
these-
we'll get to play Bristle.
Yeah, I forgot to save, so oh well, it's less of a big
You'll
deal.
just beat it.
Just beat it, forehead. Yeah.
Bristle is an easy dungeon after all, right?
No, it's a lot easier with Skitty at least.
Yeah, for me it is kind of a nightmare, because Trico unfortunately just does not deal well with most of the enemies, and the boss of this dungeon is going to be Drowsy, which we saw, or that, for some reason, oh, okay. I'll explain what happened in a sec, but the boss of the dungeon is going to be Drowsy, which is the criminal that we saw earlier in town. We didn't know he was a criminal, but we will find out pretty soon.
Yeah, our character was having visions, and they were seeing that Drowsy would be evil. So we learned that our character has some like psychic power that they don't know much about.
And yeah, Drowsy is unfortunately going to be a very orangey heavy fight. Drowsy has a lot of stuff that works against us. He has the ability Insomnia, so we can put him to sleep with a Sleep Seed. He has Formworn as the other ability, because Pokemon in this game tend to have two abilities, not just one.
Yeah, if they rotated between one or the other in main series, they just get them both in this game.
Yeah.
So, like, my Skitty has Cute Charm and Normalize. Drowsy gets Forewarn and Insomnia, and they made Forewarn just be a flat evasion chance, which is brutal early on.
And then Drowsy, he doesn't choose moves with much of an AI, but if he chooses the wrong moves, it's over. He has Confusion, which hurts like a truck. He has Hypnosis, which puts you to sleep. So
all his moves do something really bad except Pound, pretty much.
Yeah.
And even Pound can really hurt. You really just hope he does A attacks or misses. Because enemies also can use the regular attack, which is not very effective. Thankfully. Makes the game a lot easier. Like, that's what that Spinarak just did to me. He just A-attacked my Pikachu twice and it did nothing. And you regen health slowly, so A-attacks are, like, irrelevant most of the time.
Did you drink your vitamins?
I did.
Okay.
We were rewarded Protein, Calcium, Iron after Wrench Fluff. Protein goes to the physical attacker, of course, Calcium to the special attacker. This game doesn't have effort values like main series does, so instead the vitamins just permanently boost your stats by a fixed amount. They are plus 3 points to each stat, and it's pretty significant early on. The protein is basically an entire level up's worth of attack. So that helps us out immensely early on. But it's really a nightmare if you forget to drink those and then you die in Bristle in a race and then you don't even get the vitamins through the entire run. I was lucky. I had gotten through 6F about Bristle very quickly. That's like the first extremely bad layout we get, and then I got crit by a Starly. Okay.
This could be nasty.
Okay, I need to heal. You do not want low health in Bristle.
There's
Even with regenerating HP.
There's a few enemies in Bristle that have ranged moves like Quick Attack. Those can be very annoying to deal with.
Yeah, and they hit hard because the Starlies get the same type of attack boost with them. Oh yeah, there's also lots of Mud Sport here, Pikachu's favorite move. Specifically weakens Electric for the entire floor.
It's funny because Mud Sport is normally just an annoyance, like it's just a move that you have to watch the animation of, but with Pikachu it's actually actively harmful. It's like the one Pokemon where it matters.
Yeah, the only other Electric type you can play as, Shinx, wouldn't even have an Electric move by now. Pikachu, on the other hand, only has Thunder Shock. I did have a fairly quick Bristle, though. I'm already out.
I'm at 7F. So layouts, we might talk a little bit more in detail about how layouts work. But as far as Bristle goes, we have kind of a mix, and 6F is the worst one, because it tends to be the biggest and most maze-like one.
Yeah, so there is some interesting consistency in this game, in that we don't get to know where the stairs are in each floor of each dungeon. We just have to hope we find them quickly. But the parameters for each dungeon floor do tend to be consistent. So, like, most of the floors in Mount Bristle are on the smaller side. They'll have 6 or 9 rooms total, like a 2x3 or a 3x3 grid of rooms. But then there's 6F, which can just be massive. It's like, it works off of like a 4x5 grid. It'll remove some rooms, but it's still a massive layout that you can get stuck on for a long time.
I think I need to fight these.
Yeah, I see you're having a very fun time there. At least Meowth one-shots Machamp. Meowth is like the GOAT.
I had a few options there. I could have used a Spurner, but that risked me... Spurnum is an item that warps every Pokemon in your room to somewhere else in the floor, so I would have just risked encountering them anyway. Or I could have disabled Meowth's moves and then run away, but that would have been risky because among the enemies that I was trying to lose was a Spinarak who has String Shot, which reduces your speed. So if I got hit by that, it would have been even worse. Alright, I'm out of Bristle. I see you've defeated Drowsy, which is awesome.
Yeah, I had a Nightmare Fuel fight. So Skitty has a ranged attack of her own, which I can use to try to get a free hit off, but it has bad accuracy and missed. And then thankfully Skitty also has a Tract, which can stun lock Drowsy. And that probably made me win the fight, because he was dodging a lot of moves.
Oh yeah. I do have one Oran variable. No, wait, maybe I just have the one Oran. So I'm hoping I get past Drowsy, because this could be problematic for me.
I've got it! Throw the Oran Berry at Drowsy!
I'm sure he'll dodge that too.
Probably.
Actually, I might have a Blast Seed. That might help. Blast Seed is an item. It's a seed that just deals a fixed 35 HP of damage, which is actually a pretty decent amount of damage for this early in the game. It loses a lot of its power later on, but for the early game it's good. And also, it's the only pretty much source of damage that you can use at this point to get a guaranteed hit off of Drowsy.
Yeah, he cannot dodge that, and it's the only thing that Forkhorn won't dodge. It'll dodge anything else. It can even dodge moves that are supposed to never miss, like Feint Attack, but he cannot dodge the Blast Seed. Oh, you have Leer too. Oh, wow.
Uh-oh. Okay, I do have a Blast Seed. This could be problematic.
Okay, well, Meowth has decided that this fight is not worth it.
Okay, I did it. You know what? It was better for Meowth to walk the other way, because when a Pokemon is confused, if it decides to attack, it won't attack the way it originally wanted, and it will instead reroll the direction you're facing, and then attack in that direction. So there was a 1 in each chance that Meowth was going to attack me.
Yeah, that would be devastating.
And then a 6 in each chance that it was just going to miss, and then a 1 in each chance that it actually hit Drowsy.
Yeah, they made confusion extremely strong in this game. If you just want to attack a target in front of you, you only have a 1 in 8 shot at getting it. Unless you use an area of effect attack, then you can still get a guaranteed hit off, but it'll have friendly fire. Normally, you don't have friendly fire in this game by default, with the exception of line of sight moves. Those can hit your allies regardless. But if you're confused, you can beat the heck out of your partner if you get unlucky. You don't want that. And also, if an ally or an enemy gets confused, they will randomly do nothing, or randomly walk, or randomly try to use a move in a random direction. It is devastating to the AI to get confused. Yeah. Whereas at least the player can kind of work around it. You can still throw items when you're confused, and it will actually let you face the direction of your choice. So often if we get that ailment, we'll just throw a Warp Seed or something to make the enemy that did it to us go away. But it's a devastating element in this game, much even worse than main series. You cannot fight while confused normally.
Later on, we will have Heal Seeds to deal with it. It's an item that when eaten just heals any status ailment that you may have, but this early in the game we didn't have access to it.
Yeah, but they throw a lot at you in Bristle without you really having access to much. You only have 2 pages of items. You've only had 1 dungeon and 1 shop check at that point to gather stuff, and they only give you like maybe some Oran berries, maybe some apples, maybe some elixirs, maybe some status ailment seeds, of which one of them is a sleep seed that doesn't even work on Drowsy. It's really cruel. In this cutscene, we get a preview of one of the most important recurring characters in the game, Grovyle.
We'll get to hear a lot more about Grovyle later, but definitely a very key figure in the story.
Yeah.
Coincidentally, I'm a Trico.
Yeah, it's very confusing to have the player be a Trico, and then there's actually just, no matter what, a Grovyle in the story. It makes me wonder how many people played this game casually for the first time as Trico and thought that maybe they would, like, handpick your evolved form to show up, but no, it's just, they just handpicked Grovyle.
But yeah, for the first day, this is gonna be the first day that we're gonna be playing missions. And there's something really important, actually. For story progression, you're gonna need to either just let a day pass, or finish a certain amount of missions to be able to progress with the story. The very first day after Bristle, they make you complete 3 missions. which you can complete across several days if you want, but it's obviously fastest to be able to pick multiple missions from the same dungeon and then finish them all in one single visit.
Okay. It's very random what shows up on the board, and I got pretty unlucky. Let's see. And there's nothing on the outlaw board. Okay, so optimally I would want 3 missions in the same dungeon at once, as you can only do the missions in one day if they're in the same place. I got 2 and 2. I did have 3 Drenched Bluff missions, but one of them was asking me to deliver a Blast Seed, which I used the only Blast Seed I had on Drowsy, so I cannot do that now. As a backup to the board, I can also go check a bottle on the beach, and hopefully this will have... It should have either a Beach Cave mission or a Drenched Bluff mission to give me a set of 3. But a Beach Cave set would be far faster if possible. Okay, sweet. I got Beach Cave
nice.
2F. That was my best case scenario.
In a pinch, you could have picked up that Blast Seed, deliver Blast Seed mission, but it would be a risk. So the nice thing, actually, unlike how the predecessor to this game, the Rescue Team games, worked, when you have a deliver item mission, it's always an item that you can find in the dungeon. Or sorry, no, never mind, the other way around. So no. And never mind all that. So
yeah, this game kind of made it a little better.
I think you can still find Blast Seeds coincidentally in Drenched Bluff, but you can have a deliver item mission in a dungeon and be an item that you can find. So.
Yeah, it's just you'd have to hope it would spawn.
Now, hopefully, I also get something good.
A nice quality of life thing this game did, though, is while deliver missions can still be impossible for you if you don't have the item initially and don't randomly find it, if you get a find item mission, on the other hand, it will force that item to spawn. And it's a little weird, because it'll even force things to spawn that normally wouldn't. Like, very often you get, like, hey, go find this gummy in Beach Cave. Gummies don't spawn in Beach Cave, but very often you'll be able to do one of those missions anyways.
I really hope I get a Beach Cave mission, because I got 2 deliver item missions for items that I did not have. So I really hope this is something in Beach Cave that I can finish.
Yeah, there's a lot of different things you can get on the mission board, but...
Do I have it? Nope. Alright, I'm gonna have to go 2 days.
That's really tragic. Yeah, the mission RNG of No Wonder Mail is brutal. There's a lot of different things that can happen. Pretty much, you want to hope you don't get deliver missions, and if you are going to get them, you want to hope that at least you have the items, because otherwise you're reliant on them randomly spawning, and that's very risky. Although I guess thinking about it, you could take the chance if there's no other better alternative. Yeah, I was very lucky. I got the best case scenario of 3 doable Beach Cave missions. I had to run to the beach bottle to get it, but I got it. The rewards for the missions are also randomly chosen. You might get money, you might get items, you might get both, you might get a bunch of garbage. They might just give you gummies for saving their lives, or rocks. The best case scenario is getting Reviver Seeds. Okay, yeah, that Starly gave me rocks. What a reward for saving its life.
Some of these missions are find client missions, and they're just a Pokemon that wanders around in random directions. Dashing towards them, just like I did just now, is risky.
Yeah, they control you and just walk away from you every single tile. Also, introduced at this point in the run is one of the only tricks, quote-unquote, that we know of, which is Sentry Duty Skip. You hold start. Or not Sentry Duty Skip,
Dinner Skip.
Dinner Skip. Yeah, Dinner Skip.
Yeah, so for some reason, at the end of a day, you watch this cutscene where you eat dinner with every... with the other members of the guild, and then you tell goodnight to your partner and sleep, and it lasts 15 seconds. For some reason, some of those dinner cutscenes, not all of them, but some of them, allow you to skip them by just holding start. And
I don't want to talk about how many years it took us to find out about this.
Yeah.
And it was discovered by just a random person walking into our Discord and saying, "Hey, did you guys know that you can just hold start on that cutscene?" You'd think they'd have implemented it for more cutscenes, but no. The story was so important that they do not at all give you the option of skipping any of it. Only specific dinner cutscenes that we know of. Nothing else.
And in my case, I have to go back inside the dungeon because I need to beat my 3rd mission. And I couldn't even find anything in Beach Cave, so I have to go through
Did they make you go to Drench? Oh, jeez, that's cursed. That's a reset in an O Mail run. That's just a reset.
Yeah, in a PB attempt, I already have started a new run.
Yeah, pretty much. If you're doing PB attempts, if you don't get the triple mission, it's over. Unless you had like everything else go so amazingly that you have time to fall back on. Now I get to experience Sentry Duty. Interestingly, we actually kind of want to throw this a little bit on purpose, because the rewards that you get vary based on your score. The perfect score rewards are not that important to us. We want like a mediocre score. Hey, Bayleaf. One of my favorite Pokemon.
Oh, whoops. But it's a matter of rewards, and it's also a matter of cutscene length. Because after
also that too.
Yeah,
so getting a perfect score loses 15 seconds, and then on the very first instance of Sentry Duty, you would gain a Joy Seed, which is like a rare candy, it's 1 free level up, and a Life Seed, which is +3 max HP. That might sound great, but it isn't actually as vital as what we really want. If we do mediocre-ish on this, we get a Protein, which is another +3 attack. That is the most beneficial thing, in addition to just saving 15 seconds. Later Sentry Duties, we want to get a Reviver Seed reward instead, though, which you gain from getting a perfect score.
Yeah.
Right, so I'm going to throw that question.
So we're going to aim for a perfect score later on, because we do want the rewards, but since for the first time you play Sentry Duty, we don't really care, we are going to just aim for whatever gives us the shortest cutscene after Sentry Duty, which is what you get by finishing Sentry Duty with an adequate performance. So, which is what you get by... your performance is ranked depending on your score, and if you get some questions wrong, you get less score. So we're going to try to basically... get a strike, so give a wrong answer 2 times throughout as we play the quiz, which gives us -250 points every time we do so. And then making a third mistake is more consequential, which costs us like an entire 100 points.
Which and then is actually up in this case.
And then aside from that, your score is determined by how fast you answer a question. So if you answer frame perfectly, you get 1,499 points, and then for every frame that you go by without answering, you lose 1 point.
Okay. And day 2 of missions, we just need to do 2 missions at once. I already have 2 Drenched Bluff missions, but they're very slow, so I hope I don't have to do them.
It is much easier to find 2 missions in the same dungeons, but you can still get trolled. That has happened to me.
Okay. Gonna delete this. Gonna delete this. Okay. That was a very, very good job board. I got 2 Beach Cave missions I can do, and I got 2 Find Item missions, which are mission types that we want to have saved up for far later in the run. As early on, we don't have access to too many resources, but when we have to do missions, like after we've beaten the main story, we should by then have access to plenty of escape orbs and stuff, and we should be able to find the target items for those missions in advance. And so what we'll be able to do is just enter the dungeon, have the item that's requested, and then leave immediately, and the missions will be completed instantaneously. So we need to save up a bunch of missions asking for random items. And this is where having the mission display on the top screen is nice, as it serves as a reminder of what those missions are, so that I can write them down. So we not only save frames by using that specific top screen setting, but we also save some grief of having to open the job list over and over again, which loses some time because it pauses the game every time you open it. Okay. Those were very good missions.
Meanwhile, I'm getting my adequate performance ranked. You also get a protein here. Actually, that's a pretty nice thing that you do get out of adequate. It's not vital, but having that extra bit of attack can help hit a few ranges. So we will drink it later on. Now, these rewards do go to storage, so we won't have it on hand. We won't be able to use it right now, and using storage right now would be quite an out-of-the-way trip into town. But later on, once we start exploring some dungeons, some of them will have a storage rock right in front of them that we can use to be able to withdraw items. So we'll get it out then, and then we'll drink it. Along with the reviver seeds that we'll get from Sentry Duty.
It's kind of too bad. The Treasure Town layout is just a big linear line that everything we want is as far away as possible from the dungeon gate. Yeah. So we don't want to have to go out there if we don't need to. Though if survivability is looking bad in the run, then we can try to use storage and try to use the Kecleon shop and hope he sells us Reviver Seeds. But it loses like an entire minute just to run all the way out there because of how many loading screens there are through Treasure Town to make it there. It's awful.
Yeah. Okay, at least I can do a Beach Cave day today.
It's also too bad because the fourth dungeon that we do in the story, Waterfall Cave, is also pretty dangerous, but by default, the revives you get for missions are thrown in storage, so very often, you still have to go reviveless in Waterfall Cave. Doesn't matter in my case, I didn't get a single revive for my missions, so... I got a bunch of rocks. I do like the rocks, but they're not gonna revive me, so I'm just gonna have to be very careful now. Looks like I'll be going with the very bare minimum amount of revives you can get, which is 2.
Pretty much the only use for rocks in this game is in post-game once you start fighting a few Shedinjas, if you have no other way to hit them.
Yeah, and Skitty specifically also needs rocks to help kill a few things, because she's... Skitty has normalized, so all of her moves become normal type, and she therefore struggles against steel types and ghost types. There are a few enemies that I actually want to throw a rock at first before fighting them up close, if I get the chance. So I do like to have rocks as the Skitty specifically, but they're niche.
Yeah. Although there is... oh, sorry about that. Choked on my own saliva. Alright, there is another use case, but I don't think we'll see any of it today. You can pick up a few rocks for the final boss of this fight, which we'll maybe mention later. But you can make the final boss of the 80% portion pick up those rocks, and then they'll prefer throwing those rocks instead of using any of their dangerous attacks. It's pretty funny.
Okay, and before we go to Waterfall Cave, we have a bunch of, like, features getting introduced to the game, too. Alright, so I want to write down the item missions I just got. So Reviver Seed, Frostberry, and I had Slumber Orb. Okay, so I already got a bunch of new missions. Alright, I'm gonna save the game because Waterfall Cave is dangerous.
Yeah, I should save too. Right now, we're rocking with 0 Reviver Seeds on hand, so any death is an immediate wipeout, which would be really bad, so having a backup save is awesome.
It would mean having to watch this cutscene again, but it's probably better than losing all the items. Although I pretty much only have a special band to lose, but I still don't want to have to deal with that. You have to watch a cutscene when you re-enter the dungeon anyways, too. That's a less known thing about this game. They have, like, prepared post-failure cutscenes for everything.
Yeah.
Even if you, like, lose to a boss and then go to fight it again, the boss, instead of having the same cutscene again, it'll say something like, "Oh, you're back for more, huh?"
Yeah, it is really impressive. I do like that a lot about this game. I think it helps, like, give more immersion.
It's also just nice that they shorten the cutscene, because they can be long. There's some really funny instances of that, too. Like, there's times where it just plain makes no sense, and they just either completely change the scenario, or they're just on the nose about it. The funniest is when your characters originally fight a boss because they fall into a pitfall trap. So then, if you lose the fight and then come back, the characters are just like, let's just walk around that trap. And then the boss just pushes them back in the trap anyways.
That's funny. Okay.
Now we jump through a waterfall.
Cool, not bad. Okay, not bad. Alright. I'm heading towards Waterfall Cave myself, too.
Yeah, so you'd think Pikachu would be fantastic in a dungeon named Waterfall Cave, but it's here where we realize that this game has a quota of at least 1 ground-type enemy per dungeon, so Pikachu has problems. Thankfully, I'm here to guard him. Which I see will be useful later. I got a Luminous Sword. Those are a very, very good item for later.
I almost forgot to save. I definitely will. Now, me being Trico, I will have a slightly easier time. Now, it is still better for me to use Pound and Scratch from Meowth whenever we can, just double team enemies. But I do have a Grass-type move. The problem is it's not a great Grass-type move in the speedrunning sense. I have Absorb, which is a very strong move. Like, if I wanted to just chill here in Waterfall Cave, this would be a move that would get me through this dungeon very easily. The problem is it is a very slow animation. So I will only be using it in a situation where I have to 1v1 an enemy, and it would one-shot, so if it was like a water type.
I actually found a dungeon Kecleon shop, which is a bit rare. That's one of the few fast opportunities we might get to check for revives, but unfortunately he didn't have a revive on the carpet. And I just got desperate and bought an Oran Berry to heal instead.
It is still a pretty good value. Like, when you find a Kecleon shop, the number one thing you're hoping for is a Reviver Seed, but it's far from the only useful item that you could purchase from it.
Yeah, there's also some dungeons where the Kecleon shops that spawn have items that we otherwise wouldn't be able to get until much later, like the Warp Scarf, which we're hoping we see, but most likely wouldn't see until near the end of the run. But you can just very rarely randomly pick it up, like halfway through the story if you get a Kecleon shop in a dungeon with it.
Warp Scarf is an item, it's an equipable item. When you hold it, after a random amount of turns, typically not many, you get warped somewhere else in the floor, in another room. And it can help with navigation a lot, because in a lot of situations it can help you not have to fight enemies inside always. Okay, Cheez is done with Water Cave. I am just starting.
I had a really lucky run of the dungeon. This dungeon has a lot of large layouts that can be very slow.
Ooh, a revive!
Ooh, nice revive. And then on top of that, the enemy fights can be a bit slow too, as they start to get tankier now and more dangerous. And some of them just have really slow attack animations, like Rock Slide.
I forgot I should be
the deadliest thing here is Whooper, of all things. You wouldn't think Whooper would be terrifying, but it is here. It has a move called Mud Shot, which, if it hits, it inflicts the slow status. This game doesn't have speed stages, it treats speed like a status effect. And if you get slowed, you lose half your turns. And this can take effect immediately and make you lose a turn right after you're slowed, sometimes. Therefore, causing Whooper to just double hit you and kill you instantly, because his butt shot's strong enough to two-shot pretty much every starter. So he is very dangerous. Petrifying, nice. Reviver Seed, nice.
This is some good stuff.
I wish I got that shot! Watching your game feed was a terrible idea.
Well, I am a few minutes behind still.
True. You have the safety at the expense of time.
It is a very surmountable amount of time, though. I mean, we're submitting it as a race, fully expecting it to be chaotic.
Yeah, that is the best thing about racing this game. The chaos is something. Usually, like, if you're further behind in time, you'll at least have usually found more items on the way, so it will kind of help you be safer. Very often in race environments with this game, like, even if someone gets ahead, they'll be at way higher risk of dying. Like, I still had 0 revives. So, I have to be more careful, whereas now SBD has 2 revives, and he also got an escape orb, so he'll have a more optimal mission day.
That was an example of a situation where I probably should have used Absorb instead of trying to bring Meowth closer and then do a double attack. A lot of decisions are done with animation speed in mind, but in that case, everything that I was trying to do was not worth it.
Yeah, this game has a funny quirk in that, like, if you hadn't guessed from us using drastically different Pokemon, almost everything is viable in this game, but one of the things that has a large impact is animation speed. This is actually one of the things that brings down Trico and Pikachu heavily, and that Trico sometimes just has to rely on Absorb, which is awful. And then Pikachu is stuck with nothing but Thundershock early on, which is also a very slow animation, which really adds up over time. He loses like almost a second every time he uses that move, versus something like Trico's Pound or Eevee's Tackle. Nice, you made it out too.
Yep. By the way, we do have to go through a lot of these cutscenes, but there is a great thing about this game that more games should do. If you're... Okay, games should let you skip the cutscenes. That would be the preferred thing. But if you really are gonna have unskippable dialogue like that, do it like this game. You can literally just hold B, and then the dialogue advances on its own. So, no mashing involved, which is great, but also... In my case, I have a clothespin, so it's kind of like a pin, and it is currently clamped around my DS so that the B button is just being held down without me having to touch anything, and then my hands are free to do anything, like drink a bit of water, because I've been talking for a lot.
Yeah, you need a lot of food and water for this run with
Hmm.
its length, but thankfully because of the way the cutscenes are, you get plenty of time. You can even take like a restroom break if you need to, which is awesome because there's some cutscenes that are that long that you can just pin down your B button and then just walk away.
Yeah, this game
It's
basically
like
has naturally built-in breaks.
yeah, that's one of the things that's made speedrunning it for years so much more viable. Is just like it is a very long run, but you can take a break and not even lose time. Though, as we get to the once we're past the main story, those breaks become a lot more sparse, and we kind of have to
Yeah.
play for like 2 hours straight. But otherwise, there's a lot of breaks. I have a chip clip for my B button. The funniest thing to share in the PMD speedrunning sphere is your ridiculous way of holding down the B button.
Yeah, because every person
My
does
favorite.
do it slightly differently. Some people
My favorite
weigh
is
it down
Pixel
with
using
something.
Pixel used an entire chair, which was a little extreme, but it worked.
Did then somebody use like an apple?
Probably,
something?
but that's funny, given what the recurring item apples
Yeah.
are in the series. The most awkward was holding down the B button on the Wii U gamepad, though, because
Yeah.
for a long time, Wii U Virtual Console was like the main platform to run this game on because it saved a lot of time on loads, like 15 minutes worth of time over the course of a full any percent speedrun. And that one was a lot more awkward to clamp down because the B button is so much further away from the handle on that, and the gamepad is just a huge clunky tablet.
Yeah.
I'm glad that we run on DS now.
I mean, to each their own. Like, the advantage of playing on Wii U is that you can watch this game on a big screen more easily, but I definitely much prefer running on a DS, just because I think I find it a lot more comfortable than the Wii U gamepad, and also I like having less input latency. I'm a sucker for that.
Yeah, input latency is a really big deal for this game since it's already reaction-based gameplay. So.
More input latency
Extreme.
in this game straight up loses time, because that's
Yeah.
more time spent just looking at the game, trying to figure out what to do before you can actually see the image and take a decision.
Yeah, your reaction speed and the way you move in this game is incredibly important for saving time. Like, it's a very hard thing to master over time, and no one can possibly be perfect at it. Like, a task of this game is just impossible, completely impossible. It will just instantly zip everywhere.
This is one of those games where the task is just on a completely different playing field. Doesn't even look like the same game.
Yeah, it's a very unique speedrun in that it's just overall an acquired skill, both in terms of, like, adapting to bizarre situations and also just learning how to move the character optimally. Now we get introduced to Team Skull, our recurring antagonists, at least for our main hero team. We saw the Zubat coughing in the first fight. And now they come back and they introduce their boss.
Everybody here in the guild just seems to trust them for some reason. And we don't seem to want to tell anybody about our experiences with Zubat and coughing. Don't know why. Sometimes some of the decisions our protagonists take for us are infuriating.
Being a silent protagonist is really hard in this game.
Yeah.
Yeah, they just casually bully our partner in front of other guild members and no one does anything.
I mean, there's worse. There's a... okay, I don't want to spoil it, but there's somebody else about to come in a bit more of how should I put it? Noticeable
Sinister.
way.
Suspicious.
Yeah. That too.
Yeah, this guild claims to have the head of intelligence with Chatot, but there's a lot of very questionable things that just sneak right through here in the story. Such as the skunk, the leader of Team Skull, who immediately, like, first thing attacks us when he enters the guild.
Yep.
I guess they find it easy to get in, because Wigglytuff, the guild master, is just like, friendly friends to everyone.
Gotta love Wigglytuff.
Incidentally, we never do get to fight Skuntank. We only ever fight Zubat and Coughing as the very first boss, and they're very easy. Many people wish that there was an extra episode in this game where we did fight Skuntank, because something that was added to Explorers of Sky was side special episodes. There's 5 of them. They usually go into more depth about like guild members or other relevant story characters, or irrelevant story characters like Team Charm, but they never elaborate on Team Skull.
Yeah, Team Skull is just kind of there. They're just kind of jerks. They come and go. But yeah, I do love these special episodes. They're basically just mini stories that you unlock as you go through. I do. My 2 personal favorites are, there is one that goes through the backstory of Wigglytuff back when he was a young Eagle buff living with his parents, and there's one going over the backstory. Not the backstory, actually. It revolves around Groval and what happens after the main story. Not to spoil too much, but...
Yeah, which you don't even unlock that one until after you've beaten the main story and you've done, like, the first post-game boss. But yeah, those ones are really good. And then there's some other ones that are just like, what were they thinking? But it's still cool that they added content.
There's some that are really good, and then there's Sunflora's story.
Bidoof's Wish. where we discover the lore that Bidoof caused the entire story to happen by making a wish to Jirachi.
I feel like
the end of the world.
I feel like a certain Eponymous just turned his head.
Eponymous is getting angry somewhere and he has no idea why.
Yeah.
Another thing introduced in Sky specifically is the Spinda Cafe, which is just a place where you can, instead of selling items at low prices to Kecleon that you don't want, you can trade them in to recycle for other specific items. Usually you'd recycle for prize tickets, which will probably just give you more garbage, honestly, but maybe you can get like a good TM out of it or something, or a good equipable item. And then you have the juice bar where you can give Spinda gummies, and he will make drinks that guarantee permanent stat buffs out of them. There's 2 other versions of this game, Explorers of Time and Explorers of Darkness, that did not have the cafe. There was just a boulder where the staircase was in town.
Yeah, so the story of this game's release is that the original versions were Explorers of Time and Darkness, which are kind of twin releases along the lines of Diamond and Pearl, Ruby and Sapphire, and so on. And then a couple years later, this game, Explorers of Sky, got released, which is kind of a definitive version that adds a bit more content.
Yeah, so funny enough, like, oops, I need to activate my missions. Do not do missions without activating them. Okay, what was I gonna say? Funny enough, like, a lot of people specifically love Explorers of Time and Darkness and haven't experienced Sky because it is pretty much the same but with more content, But then whenever I see people that have, with that background, seeing Explorers of Sky for the first time, they're always like, whoa, wait, they added more story with the special episodes. It's just too bad that an Explorers of Sky cartridge is insanely expensive.
Yeah. It's kind of insane. I'm glad to just have my childhood copy.
Sky is also a lot nicer in a speedrunning context because Time and Darkness had a weird gimmick where there were a bunch of items that were version exclusive. So, like,
yeah,
boss items that we need for specific boss strategies. One of the only consistent things in the game is the boss fights. Sometimes they're just not available in Time Darkness, which is brutal. Like, for example, you cannot get stun seeds in Explorers of Darkness. They don't spawn. So any boss strategy that revolved around, like, petrifying a boss with a stun seed to eliminate it wasn't available. Also, I just screwed up and did 2 missions at once. Whoops. Oh well.
Okay, at least
surely one of these gives me a revive. Only needed to do 1 mission there, I wasn't thinking.
Yeah, at least there's no penalty beyond just the time that it takes to do an extra mission.
Yeah, although I now need to find more missions on the board. Also, they both gave me garbage rewards. Great.
It's pain.
It's gonna be one of those days. I'm gonna have no revives all day. Alright. Well, it is a good thing I was saying that Skitty's survivability in the main story is pretty solid. It's gonna really be tested today. Another really bad thing about Explorers of Darkness specifically is it doesn't get any of the orbs that deal with monster houses very well, except for a full fear orb. So, we won't see monster houses for a while, but you want items that deal with them efficiently because they throw a lot of enemies at you at once.
Yeah,
you don't get those.
Monster houses are this thing. Again, it will be at least another hour till we see it. But it's this thing where if you step into a room that has a monster house assigned to it, a bunch of Pokemon drop from the ceiling and just spawn in that room, and now you have to deal with them. And the best way to deal with them is with some kind of room range attack, which can be something like Heat Wave or whatever, but we're not gonna have it at our disposal during the main story. So the next best thing is using an orb that can take care of the enemies for you in a room range stuff, such as a Petrify Orb, which petrifies every single enemy in the room. Or a Spurn Orb, which warps every enemy in the room somewhere else. Stuff like that. This is what we're going to be looking for. Okay, I need to look for...
I don't have any of those orbs yet either, so that's also scary. Shout out to Shiftry for having a line for a footprint, Blaziken for having bacteria for a footprint.
There's also footprints that are like... my favorite ambiguous pair is Turtwig and Trapinch. I believe Turtwig is a circle, and then Trapinch is a circle, but a bit smaller.
I thought Trapinch was the bigger one.
You know, now I'm not too sure. I hope I don't have... I'm not presented with that.
My favorite was getting the Monferno versus Chimchar question in the middle of the 100 question Sentry Duty Gauntlet tournament.
Right.
Great timing for that.
Yeah, you know what? I think Trapinch is bigger. Not to brag or anything, but I am the 2023 PMD Festival Sentry Duty Tournament champion.
PMD community events.
And now I wasn't sure about Trapinch versus Turtwig.
You had to cram for that tournament. Now you're out of shape.
Yeah. So we had a ROM hack that turned the Sentry Duty from 6 rounds to 100, and then it also eliminated the waiting period before you could select a question, and it also eliminated like every pause during dialogue. So you just have to crank out an answer after an answer. And
yeah, so it made you lose points faster, so you had to answer as fast as you could. But you still could only get two... You only had 2 misses allowed, and then if you got one wrong after that, the point penalty was devastating, so it was, like, incredibly hard.
So for that Sentry Duty, we wanted to get every question perfect, because we do want the rewards that come with getting a perfect Sentry Duty, which includes a Reviver Seed. Not only that, but I also intentionally stalled on one of the questions. So the reason being is not only do you have different rewards depending on the grading that you receive, but also you have different rewards depending on whether the Sentry Duty that you just performed was a high score. So it's always going to be a high score on the second one. So I'm just going to like not have to worry about it. But then I do want to get a new high score the third and final time that we're going to be playing Sentry Duty during the run. So I want to set a score that is going to be beatable later on. So that's why I stalled for a bit of time, just because I wanted a slightly lower score to make it easier for me to beat it later. And the reward that we get, that we are interested in if you get a high score, is a Max Elixir.
Which both of us need pretty desperately.
Yeah. I don't remember what you get if you don't get a high score, but it's just nothing important.
Yeah, so I also got 2 wrong. One of those was definitely on purpose and definitely wasn't an actual mistake. But yeah, that's going to make it easier for me to get a high score later. Oh, I have an escape orb. Cool, okay.
Oh yeah, I do too. I actually forgot. I think I have 2 escape orbs. I need to check.
Oh, I bought that at the first shop, right, okay. It's like, where'd that come from?
Oh, yeah. I think I found one on the ground and maybe another one. I'm not sure.
I know you got yours in Waterfall.
Yeah. I don't remember.
But yeah, that right there was the first day where they tell you to do missions, but you actually don't have to do anything. So the optimal option is just go in and leave with an escape orb, and now my story is progressing. Now we find out that Team Skull has been plotting to steal all of our food. So overnight they go and take all of Wigglytuff's perfect apples, which are his favorite food. He loses his mind if he doesn't have any, and Team Skull has gone and taken them all. So this morning, Chatot wakes up in a severe panic, like, oh shoot, all of our food's gone, all the perfect apples are gone, Wigglytuff's gonna lose it, and he tells us to go get more apples. And then we have our next story dungeon with that. We go to Apple Woods.
Amazing.
Yeah, not a lot happens early on, but this game is beloved for its story, and there is a reason for that. It's a slow to start kind of game, but it really picks up later.
It really does.
It's a lot more interesting. But yeah, right now we're going and replenishing. We're going and finding stock to replenish the larder. Perfect apples are not an item that actually spawned in this game. They just made it up for the sake of story.
Okay, only one.
Though they would later in the series introduce perfect apples as an actual item spawn. Alright, so we also unlock the ability to link moves. I guess for safety I'll go do this.
Yeah. In my case, I will wait, because, I mean, it would be nice for Meowth to be able to link Scratch and Bite, but for Trico, what I really want to be able to link is going to be Pound and Quick Attack, and I do not have Quick Attack yet. I will get it at level 11. So I'm going to play Apple Woods as is, just to save me the trip to Electivire, and then after Apple Woods, I should get Quick Attack, and I should be able to link.
Yeah. So my situation's a little funky in that Skitty's tackle is enough to one-shot a lot of enemies, or at least a few of them, but I still linked a couple moves together on Skitty to deal with the very dangerous enemies. Because there are some here, like Butterfree in this dungeon can stun lock you to death very slowly and painfully with Sleep Powder and Stun Spore and Confusion. So I have 2 linked moves together for dealing with that. But otherwise, I'm just going to still keep tackling stuff as I have. I also linked a pretty useless combo of Thundershock and Tail Whip on Pikachu. This is purely because if he kills with the Thundershock, it'll be a fairly quick animation. And I have a really awkward encounter here, wow. But if he kills with the Thundershock, it's a quick animation, and killing with a linked move nets you bonus EXP. And he learns Thunder Wave immediately after I want him to. So I had such a good Waterfall Cave that I got a bit under-leveled and left it at level 9, which is just a little below where I'd like Pikachu to be. I would have linked Thunder Shock and Thunder Wave on him here, which actually makes him pretty safe as he can stun lock enemies pretty effectively with it. As his Thunder Shock has a chance to paralyze. Thunder Wave is a guaranteed paralyze if it hits, though they made the accuracy of Thunder Wave awful in this game. And then on top of all that, Pikachu is static, so sometimes when things hit him, they get paralyzed.
Wow, you're having a rough time with that layout.
Yeah, also, yeah, this is a PMD experience right here. This was a very bad floor to get poisoned too. Wow.
Yeah, that's a complete anti-stair. This is what we call an anti-stair.
Yeah, we call it a stair floor if you find the stairs immediately, and then if you check every room without finding stairs, that's an anti-stair floor. That was a really bad anti-stair floor. I checked like 20 rooms. Okay.
This might have been an excess of safety on my part, but I saved before entering this place too because I have 2 Reviver Seeds on the hand, so I am a lot more comfortable around that situation of wiping out. But Applewoods is still a very dangerous place, even with that in mind, because there are enemies in this dungeon that have Bug Bite, and Bug Bite is a move that when you get hit by it, the enemy randomly selects one of the... Oh, I got anti-stair too, awesome. Randomly select an edible item from your bag and just eats it. So it could just you could just get really unlucky, get hit by like 2 Bug Bites, you get selected your Reviver Seeds, and you're out. Oh, never mind.
Okay, glad I have a heal seed for this.
I thought it was a 3x3 grade, but it's actually 4x3.
Okay. Wow, this is really awkward. I just have to throw pebbles at this thing. Okay, I can fake out now. Alright, that was a great example of a really weird situation. My partner getting put to sleep around a corner that by an Executor that I couldn't reach. An Executor is a very dangerous enemy. Oh, sweet, I finally have a revive. Right, how much money do I have? 984, okay.
Okay, that kills.
Oh, this room looks really problematic, too. No, Paris, I would not like you to join my team.
By the way, 7F and 8F of Applewoods are special. In 7F, it's a 4x2 grade, so 8 rooms total, usually, unless a room is merged. And they're all in the center, so at the outsides of the layout, we're just going to have hallways to try and connect these rooms. And then ETAP is going to be the opposite. We're going to have a ring of 10 total rooms. Ooh, is this a survivor seat? Ooh, but I don't... Wait, I'm full on inventory. Okay, I'm going to need to swap it with something.
Oh yeah, our inventory space is very strictly limited at this point. We only have 3 pages.
Yep.
It's going to be very annoying to work with, because there's a lot of things we want to have for later.
But yeah, as I was saying, ATAF is the opposite. You have 10 rooms total that are going to be in a ring on the outsides of the dungeon. And so in the middle, we only find hallways connecting them. ATAF I found more annoying than 7F usually.
I'm refrain from getting that elixir, I think.
I should have tried to double team.
Whoa, what a weird layout. Alright, so my Applewoods is horrible. This is exactly how my last run went. I had like a superior... I had a stellar early game, and then Applewoods just tore it apart. Okay, yeah, you know the dungeon's bad if you're getting hungry. That means you've just walked a lot of tiles.
Oh yeah. Okay, we're out of AF.
Oh, you had a very bad AF. Oh! Okay, well, I guess I wish I bought a max elixir. Now I just had one bug bitten. It's quite impressive that they can bug bite elixirs despite having sealed caps, but they do it. Shoot them in this situation again.
Uh-oh, hypnosis.
Oh, this is what I don't want to see.
Oh. Do I have... Oh yeah, I am level 11, so I can quick attack.
Okay. Boy, oh boy. I am getting bad layouts and getting really trolled.
Another escape orb, are you kidding me? Okay, I can swap the Oren.
I also haven't really found any good items. That's the worst scenario, is getting a bad dungeon and not even getting a good item out of it. Yeah, I'm starving.
Might want to eat an Oran berry myself in a bit.
And I ate before the end of the dungeon. Okay, we're out.
Okay.
That was horrible.
I should not have done this. Back out, back out, back out, back out.
What the heck? I had this exact thing happening on screen, except my Pikachu was asleep.
I'm also about to get hungry. I might just... We'll see how this 12F goes. Might be able to avoid eating. Okay,
well, you can just walk to the
side. Starving to the exit of the entire dungeon.
So we both had it pretty bad there.
Yeah. My apple was probably still better than yours, but still
I
bad.
had 2 instances where my partner was asleep around the corner, and it was extremely awkward.
I had one. Such instances.
It is cool how with Trico you can like pseudo use linked moves by having Meowth use fake out from behind, whereas I just need actual linked moves. Though I never really used them as linked moves, I just kept using fake out.
That is one strength of Meowth. Unfortunately, you learned it a little bit late to be able to use it during most of Womp Bristle. It would be particularly useful there. But Meowth does get Fake Out at level 9. And for Applewoods and Waterfall Cave in particular, you can have it to where Meowth is following right behind you. And then when you encounter enemies in hallways, you can hit them with Pound and have Meowth hit with Fake Out behind you. That does not work if you have an encounter right on a corner. Because your partner will not be able to hit Fake Out through a corner.
Yeah, it's weird. It's really weird because technically they could, but they just don't.
Yeah, so the situation in which they could hit with Fake Out and they will use it and attack enemies and hit them is if they're 2 tiles away. Even if they're around the corner, the partner AI will use Fake Out in that situation and it will hit.
Yeah, so linked moves have a bit of interesting jank. There's quite a few drawbacks, and there's also some things you can take advantage of. So the core reason to link moves is because it will allow you to unleash multiple moves in a single turn, which will let you easily get 1-turn KOs on the enemies if your individual moves wouldn't do enough damage. The drawback is it will subtract the PP from both moves each time you use the linked set, and you're therefore limited to the PP of whichever move has less, which is really bad for Skitty, because Skitty has Tackle, which is a 30 PP move, which is fantastic. That's very reliable and can be spammed a lot. But then Fake Out only has 12 PP, and I have to link those two moves together and reduce my Tackle down to only 12 uses.
The story right now, by the way, is that we went through Apple Woods, but then Team Skull just kind of hijacked us, and so we returned without any perfect apples for Wigglytuff, and Cheez is about to tell him.
Yeah. Chat out just doesn't believe us when we tell him that we were mugged by his Team Skull. They just assume that we're terrible at our job. So they make us go without dinner, and then we almost see Wigglytuff literally explode.
Yep.
With his secret 5th room ranged attack that we never actually see in use.
Yeah, it is impressive how Wigglytuff can just, like, cause random explosions in this room. I don't know what the heck his powers are, but it's something.
Just explosions out of raw air.
Oh, and now Team Skull comes around and it's like, oh, yeah, we do have perfect apples.
And then Wigglytuff is like, friendly friends!
I played this game for the first time when I was like, I want to say 11 or 12. I hated the guts of Team Skulls.
Yeah, a lot of people do. This was clearly a part designed to aggravate players, and it does. It's very good at that.
Yeah.
It's like, bro, why? Why doesn't chat out listen to us? Why does this happen? Why? Why do they get away with this?
And by the way,
how did no one notice that they took all the food shortly after they showed up in the guild?
Something that was mentioned earlier is that the guild is supposed to go on an expedition soon to find out the mysteries of Fogbound Lake. And so basically, since not everybody in the guild is going to be able to be selected, we're in kind of a competition to show that we're doing as good of a job as we can and will be very useful for the expedition. So that's kind of Team Skull's tactic to bring us down and show off that they can be reliable.
Right, now we have more mission days.
Yes, these are going to be the last 2 of them.
Yeah, after this, it's just story dungeon, story dungeon, story dungeon, story dungeon for a bit, which is kind of nice. This is like when you're grinding PBs in this game, this is like the most boring stretch of like, oh shoot, there's 10-minute cutscenes between every dungeon.
Yeah, you have like about a 30-minute introduction to this game, and then you have about an hour where you play 2 story dungeons diluted heavily in 2 days where you just have to play missions. And Sentry Duty.
Yeah. And Sentry Duty, which is currently my only source of Reviver seats. I might have picked one up, I forgot. I hope I did. So these mission days only require 1 mission at a time, thankfully. I just need to pick up like 1 more quick beach cave mission and then I'm all set for the main story.
If you're this far into the run, it's nearly impossible to get trolled by missions.
Yeah, nearly impossible. Nearly.
The game always finds a way.
Yeah, the most common problem is not getting enough escape orbs to be able to quickly do the near missions. That's pretty unlucky for that to happen, but it can happen. That's a problem for way later, though.
Yeah, for way later, and I did have to have that happen in my practice run yesterday, so I'm hoping it doesn't happen again today, because that was very painful.
Yeah. Here we have a sweet moment where finally the other guild members actually help us, and Pikachu's Meowth turns into a coin slot when he cries. And then they give us food.
Yep.
They give us food and then they're like, you'll get on some other expedition someday. It's like collectively agreed that our team has no shot of going on the expedition. Even though I've already been talking about expedition dungeons, so spoiler alert, we're going on the expedition. Would be funny to have a chance to skip the expedition and just do filler days and skip all those dungeons, but we know
stay behind in the guild and we just play 30 days of missions in a row. That would be amazing.
30 days. This isn't Gates to Infinity any percent.
Yeah, so the sequel to that game, the sequel to this game is Gates to Infinity on the 3DS. And it is infamous for a few things, including like the really slow dialogue speed. But one thing that's very remarkable about it is there's this section about an hour and 15 minutes into the run where you finally form a team and you start playing missions, and the game insists that you play all of the missions that you have to play day by day, and it makes you play 13 of them. Or sorry, 11. I think it's 11. Yeah, 11 at first. And it takes, I kid you not, in a speedrun, 1 hour to get them all done.
Talk about a brutal game to grind.
Yeah. I do love Gates to Infinity a lot, but it's definitely a very flawed game for a lot of in a lot of aspects.
Yeah, that game does have some unique appeal as a speedrun, despite that flaw. And it has some unique speed tech, too. It's the only game with an animation skip button for some reason.
Yeah, dungeon gameplay in Gates to Infinity feels amazing. It's a very movement-focused speedrun, and I do believe that the dungeon gameplay in Gates to Infinity is extremely fun.
It's so weird that that's the only game with an animation skip button, but it has the slowest text and you can't skip any of it.
Yeah. What's funny is that apparently in Gates to Infinity they found some leftover text that indicated that they had a text speed selection programmed in at some point.
We were so close.
We were so close to making that speedrun go from like 7 hours to 5.
Literally.
Okay.
This game has no such option either, just thankfully the default text speed is passable. It is a lot faster if you play on the Japanese version though, because the bigger characters print so much faster, but otherwise this is all you get. And then you have to listen to Spinda ramble about his beautiful Project P and recycling. They advertise the recycling counter, but they don't actually let you recycle or make juice bar drinks right now. They just talk about it.
Yeah.
And then you go do a mission.
And like, even with all of that in mind, unfortunately, anything that you could do in the Spinda Cafe is just way too slow for us to be able to use during this run.
Yeah. Every time you make a drink, he goes, shake it this way, shake it that way, spin it all. Yeah. And then you get all this text about the effect of the drink and whether or not it was a miracle drink. Yeah, you don't even get any significant benefits from that. You need a lot of those to actually gain good stats and IQ skills and stuff.
Yep. Meanwhile, we're going to play your mission. We both got Beach Cave 2F, so that's nice.
Yeah, the optimal mission to get over and over again, Beach Cave 2F.
Okay, I had a pretty fast day here.
You know, game, it's okay if you give me a reviver seed for one of these, you know that, right?
I need to remember to go link my moves before I play my next mission. That's really important.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, right after the next mission day and the next sentry duty, we get sucked right into our next story dungeon. Like, you can still go link before, but it's extremely out of the way. It'd be like 10 loading screens out of the way to do it then.
Yeah, because we'll be inside the guild right before we'll be starting the story dungeon, so we need to go outside the guild, then into town, into Electivire, link moves, and then go back inside the guild. That's always something you want to avoid. If you're gonna be in town to link moves or check shop, you want it to be on a day where you're kind of already there. First, we play our third and last sentry duty, and then hopefully we just, don't make significant mistakes.
We optimally we do this perfectly. Okay, I immediately threw because I forgot what I didn't see Hippowdon on the menu. Good start.
I believe the sentry duty has exactly 100 footprints. Now it'll get the footprints for your hero and partner out of the pool. So it would be 102 footprints total, but it will remove those two. And then I believe there's an unused 103rd footprint that belongs to Grovile.
Amrupt has tooth for feet. I didn't know there was an unused Grovile footprint. That's funny.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Absol has one of the weirdest footprints. Last one, Napoleon. Okay, I think I did that so slow that I might not even get a high score, even though I had one less wrong guess. But hopefully I get it, because I really need that max elixir.
Well,
both of our mains.
250 points is 4 seconds, so long as you didn't do it 4 seconds slower, it should be fine.
Oh, okay. I was slow, but I don't think that's slow. Okay, yeah, I got the high score. Okay. I'm terrible at Sentry Duty for someone that's been running this game for 7 years. I didn't get any of them perfect. Early on, I rely heavily on Tackle that has a lot of PP, but later on I have to use Tackle Fake Out, and at that point I start drinking elixirs every dungeon, so I need a lot of those saved up.
Yeah, elixirs are going to be very important when the dungeons are going to get longer.
Yeah, so far we've mostly had short dungeons. Apple Woods was like the longest at 12 floors with bad layouts, but that's still shorter than like some of the later things we deal with.
Yeah. Some of the lasers are also gonna get bigger. We mentioned this earlier, but dungeons do have a degree of predictability. Each floor has its own parameters that determines how many rooms compared to how many hallways connecting them spawn, and also the size of the layout. So that there's the so-called small layouts that are going to be 2 rooms horizontally versus 3 high at most. And then you have the medium layout, you have the large layouts, which can be as big as 6x4. I do not have a decoy orb. Okay, we're just gonna have to play the 3F. And then you got a whole bunch of special layouts, like the ones we saw in Applewood 7F or 8F that had rooms in the... I need to link moves. Okay.
Oh yeah, I was gonna change my link set. Oh well, I can survive with this set.
So what I want to link is Pound Quick Attack, and then for Meowth, Scratch Bite. Okay, and then what I'm also gonna do as soon as I go inside Beach Cave is set Meowth to the wait there tactic, so he's not gonna come along with me anymore. So that's gonna make it a bit easier for me to skip fights if I want to and just have enemies trail behind me. But also it's going to make Meowth kill enemies off screen for me, so that particularly when I start playing some of the larger layouts, if I have to like look back or whatever, Meowth might have already fought an enemy that I would have encountered for me off screen. So one of the first things that we did in this run is adjust our settings so that if a fight plays out of screen, it plays no animations. And so that's going to be very helpful starting from about now.
Yeah, we essentially use our partners as turrets, where like...
Yeah.
Since there's no animation skip feature in the game, aside from having off-screen battles not have animations, we make our partner try to fight off-screen as much as possible so that we do not fight those enemies on screen and suffer the animations in the event that we backtrack. It's also nice that this yields a lot of extra EXP, because you naturally get more fights overall when you and your partner are in different spots and can meet enemies in either place. So it's very convenient that we get a little bit of extra, we get a few extra level ups, so Trico can get agility sooner, Pikachu should be able to get Thunderbolt on time for me to do like a double link strategy, Pikachu should get Discharge on time for when I need it from him, and so on. It gives us just enough EXP. Unfortunately for me, Pikachu is so bad in this game that I don't get to split up with him all the time. There are situations where he cannot reliably handle himself against the enemies, but I too try to do split ups from time to time. The problem is there's just too many counters to electric types in this game, like specifically Mud Sport, Mud Slap, Mud Shot, Ground types, Lightning Rod, Volt Absorb.
It's
Motor
unfortunate.
Drive.
It's unfortunate just how many things counter Pikachu. So much so that it was a pretty big meme in the PMD speedrunning community for a long while. Just how bad Pikachu was. It was actually only as of recent, like I want to say in the last year or so, that some of us actually started experimenting more with Pikachu, specifically when it comes to this category.
Yeah, I was doing that entirely to meme too. It was originally I was bored on some vacation and I was like, all right, I've done some Pikachu Eevee runs, the worst possible combo for the main story, just as a meme to see like how I could do with that. And I decided now that we've learned so much more about the game with like split up strats and better boss strategies and whatnot, I wanted to see how much more I could optimize that. And then after routing it enough, I was like, oh no, this is actually not terrible. And here I am. Now I am actually maining Pikachu completely unironically.
Pikachu Redemption Arc. I do think Pikachu is probably one of the better picks for Darkrai at least.
Oh, definitely. Just because Agility Discharge is so amazing. You just have to drag him kicking and screaming through the entire story.
Yeah.
But if he makes it, then he pops off. And Skitty's also really, really good in post game too. So like this is 100% the strongest combo for post game. Skitty and Pikachu. They just have to work around some disadvantages early. And here in this cutscene, we have it revealed that everyone in the entire guild's going on the expedition because Wigglytuff says it'll be more fun that way.
Just yeah, absolute best skill master that this guild could ever have. It's amazing. What about the guild? We'll just lock everything up nicely.
Yeah, apparently that's been an option the whole time, so there's no reason to even have security do it.
Lovely.
We split into various groups, and we unfortunately get stuck with Bidoof, who we basically have to babysit for 2 dungeons.
Real quick, do you want to adjust your moves, or are you going to do Expedition that way?
I'm just gonna go. I should be able to live with this. I hope I have a revive,
the one opportunity that we'll have is we will get a tiny bit of control here. So we could go into town if we wanted to, but again, it's really slow to go all the way back there and then back. It takes about a minute.
Yeah, what I would have liked to do is link Thunder Wave on Pikachu. I have a revive. Okay, we're fine. I would like to link Thundershock and Thunder Wave on Pikachu so that he has a good shot at stun locking stuff. He doesn't have 2 attacking moves yet. He only has Thundershock to attack. So the best I can do is make him stun lock stuff, which the animations of Thundershock and Thunder Wave are pathetically slow, but off screen it doesn't matter. I'll just see some text and then the enemy dies. So that's usually sufficient, but I'm kind of stuck with Thundershock Talent now. It'll do. I'll have to be a little careful about Pikachu being in trouble against certain enemies, but it will do. I would have liked to change the link set, though even that would have had a big drawback in that linking moves is kind of expensive. It costs 500 Poke every time, in addition to the time investment it requires, so it quickly destroys your ones if you keep linking moves anyways, so maybe this will end up being for the better if I want to buy more revives later or something.
Yeah, linking moves is like a what 60%-ish of the price of a reviver seed, so that can... We are a little bit tight on money when it comes to the main story, so it can often cost you the ability to be able to buy an extra reviver seed.
Yeah, normally in PB attempts, we don't even really pick up money as we go. We just get money from Sentry Duty and, like, maybe a bit here and there from random pickups that we can't get away from, but usually we don't even care about money much. But for the purpose of like a marathon run, like a no reset run, it's more important so that we have more opportunities to buy revives if we need to, which I have a maximum of 3 reviver seeds right now, so I definitely would like to buy more when I get the chance. I have 2 in storage and 1 on hand. That's not a lot.
Now, soon enough, we will be able to pick them up. The first dungeon that we're going to play, actually, which is about to enter, is going to be Craggy Coast. And we're going to have to drag a Bidoof with us, which sucks. But we do have a storage rock here, but unfortunately we get set right into the dungeon. So unless we want to use an escape orb to go back here in the starting area, then we would be able to control around and interact with that. But our first real opportunity is going to be after this dungeon, where we'll actually gain control and be able to use the storage a bit.
Alright, so
now, do you want to talk a little bit about Bidoof?
He has 2 moves, Growl and... what is it? Defense Curl.
Defense Curl. Yeah. He has no other moves. He'll never use anything else.
So it's kind of nice that we split up with Pikachu. Oh my goodness, he unlocked the 3rd move.
Wow.
I can't believe it. Okay. He did it again. He killed something. I didn't know he was capable of that.
That is a better than average Bidoof experience.
Yeah, he used Headbutt twice. I didn't know he had that move.
Yeah, so he does have those 3 moves, Headbutt, Defense Curl, and Growl, except he likes to use the 2 moves that do nothing most of the time. What's particularly bad is that Growl is a 2-tile range move, and Bidoof likes to use it on sleeping enemies that you are not directly against. So he'll just growl and wake up a sleeping enemy for you and be bad, and now you have to fight it. I almost thought that was a blue gummy, but yeah.
Oh yeah, blue gummies do have the best spawn rate here, so if you have to like go grind for them, this is... the game tells you to do it here. Though they still have a low spawn rate at like 2%. So So you really don't want to have to grind for them. Ideally, we just have a couple on hand to work with.
That's a warp seed.
Yeah,
I'll happily take it. That's actually a mission.
It's very nice that we put Pikachu, or our partner, on weight there so that Bidoof is closer to us and therefore a little more controllable. Because what's really a nightmare is if you have all three of your Pokemon together and Bidoof is in the back, and then, wow, he killed something again. Then Bidoof will start like growling and defense curling at something, and he'll be several tiles away already, and you have to just lose several turns trying to get over to him to help him fight whatever. Kind of like what's going on right now with me. I had to go fight this Krabby that I would have been able to run from otherwise. Oh, I do want to check this orb. I'm desperate, I'll take this.
Ooh, that's a dead end.
Oh my goodness, he helped me. Okay. I can't believe this Bidoof experience. This recording is illegitimate. Don't even think I've seen a defense curl yet. Skateboard, nice.
You might be having some really fun moments, you know, when it matters.
Yeah. Yeah, Craggy Coast generally isn't too threatening, though the Gastrodons can be annoying because they have Mud Bomb and...
They have Mud Bomb, and they also have Water Pulse, which is a move that has a 150% chance to confuse you.
As demonstrated, very well timed. Oh gosh. Yep. Oh jeez. Please go away. Uh-oh. Okay, oh, I healed just in time. Okay. Alright. Yeah, that was... Yeah. I don't know what it is with Water Pulse in this game. It has an insane confusion proc rate. Even if the player uses it, it confuses a lot. It's that good.
Yeah.
Which, I actually could get a Water Pulse TM and teach it to Skitty if I get lucky. Uh-oh. Do I have any Blast Seeds? I'm eating one now.
I'm having some pretty rough stair luck so far. Okay.
I'm having some rough Gastrodon luck. So I have -2 accuracy now, so I am just about useless. Okay. Wonder Tiles will restore stats, though, thankfully. Uh-oh. My Pikachu got encored into Tail Whip. I did not anticipate that. I'm gonna get him away from that enemy. Oh, he found the stairs. Okay. What do you got, Keck? Useless, useless, useless. Thanks. Okay, bye.
Good shop.
You'll see, I will accept. Starting to get tutorial text on items, because early in the game I was having my partner pick up stuff, and that won't yield tutorial text, but now that I'm walking on my own, Bidoof won't pick up items, so I have to pick them up, and doing so can yield tutorial text when you grab certain items for the first time. It's kind of inevitable for things like Oran berries and apples and elixirs that like eventually you're going to have to pick up, and pretty inevitable for a lot of the status ailment seeds that we need for boss fights and other weird situations.
Nope, Bidoof wouldn't use Headbutt when it matters. Alright.
Never.
Alright, cool, we're out.
Alright, we'll finally get to use storage. Okay.
By the way, there was something really sneaky that I wanted to point out that I ran into earlier. There was a point in which I was dashing around, and the way a dash works in this game is you hold the B button and you press the direction, and then the game just lets you proceed until you hit something like a wall. There was a moment in which my dash got stopped somewhere random in the room, and that was likely an indication of me having found hidden stairs. So like my dash having interacted, like having gotten me adjacent to a hidden stair tile. So if I walked on the right tile, I would have revealed some hidden stairs, which would have led to a secret bazaar, and then I could quickly exit it and proceed to the next floor. I didn't take it because I had found the real stairs anyway, but that is something that, if you pay attention to it, can speed up a whole bunch of floors.
One of the unwritten laws of PMD, the hidden stairs are always near the real stairs, so they're completely useless most of the time.
That happens a lot.
Yeah. But yeah, if you get really lucky, you might find an additional staircase on a floor that was invisible, which I kind of forgot that it can stop your movement too. Okay, Pikachu finally learns another attacking move.
Before he gets bite-bitten away.
Only takes until level 13 for Pikachu to finally have another attacking move. Go Pikachu. One thing I'm getting a little worried about is I'm hoping that a Power Band will spawn for me at some point, because that would be an attack buff for Skitty that would very, very, very much help. I haven't seen like any bands at all yet, though. So
Yeah,
I'm gonna be in pain and suffering mode until I find that pretty soon.
I do need one too, but it's not nearly as vital for me.
Yeah, since Trico gets one for free, that is one drawback I have. I got a free special band for Pikachu, but I got nothing for myself.
And I believe I've taken the lead actually on an 8F.
Yep, you're a little bit ahead now.
Just
Not a very slow, or not a very quick Mount Horn here. Although, okay, Bidoof actually fought something, that's nice.
The lead will probably
Making it
continue changing
a little
several
slow
times.
looking at like every item I see, because my inventory is just not looking good for run safety right now.
I'm having a really lucky Mount Horn, several stair floors. Now, they are more likely in Mount Horn because Mount Horn is 14 floors, but they're all small layouts. So they're all 2 rooms wide and 3 rooms tall at most. And so layouts tend to be made up of fewer rooms, and so you are more likely to spawn. Oh yeah, speaking of hidden stairs.
I actually got a useful hidden staircase there, wow.
Now, what really sucks about Mount Horn is the enemies that you have to fight. There are several enemies that are particularly annoying to deal with, starting with Pineco, which is a really bulky enemy and also has Bug Bite. There's Aerodactyls that have Pressure. There's Venomoth that have Silver... Wait, that's a pretty good demonstration. I'm going to change my...
Thank
stats, you're fine. Okay, cool.
That power band's gonna help a lot here. Okay. Now I can one-shot Pineco reliably, which is good, because they have Bug Bite, so I don't want to be hit by those ever. I've already been hit by 2 of them. I need to remember, I need to pick up an apple again, because I lost an apple from the one. Oh, come on, man! There goes another elixir.
Anybody who's played this game probably has some kind of bad experiences with Silverwind. That is a move. It is room range. And it'll hit every team member if it's in your room, and they'll be able to hit from across the room. It's especially bad for your partner if they're just parked on one side of the room, and then a Venomoth walks in and just starts using Silverwind. A really bad effect of Silverwind is that it has a 1 in 10 chance every time it hits one of your team members, so if it hits multiple team members, it's more likely that this happens, to boost every single stat by 1 tier. And so it'll boost attack, it'll boost defense, it'll also boost speed. So it'll make enemies able to get closer to you faster, but also be able to attack twice per turn sometimes.
I held out there to check a TM, but I didn't realize there was a useless Solar Beam TM. I'm now to the point in the run where I want to start checking TMs, because there's a handful that would be useful for Skitty and Pikachu.
That actually applies for me too. I will greatly appreciate if I can find any of Energy Ball, Natural Gift, Brick Break, Iron Tail in a pinch, and I believe there's one more that I might want.
Yeah, I'm looking for Brick Break. I'm looking for pretty similar ones. Brick Break, Natural Gift, Wide Slash, which is unique to this game.
Yeah, that is a move that does not exist in the main series games.
I could get an early Thunderbolt TM for Pikachu, which would be like the least significant one, but it would help. Let's see.
And White Slash is a move, it's a typeless move, so it's not affected by type advantages, and it hits in basically a Fen type area, so it will hit in the tile in front of you as well as the 2 tiles adjacent to it.
Yeah, we saw the insane confusion proc rate of Water Pulse. Again, I hope I get that as a TM on Skitty, because that's like the best one Skitty can get. That gets me a line of sight move that usually debilitates enemies if I need to. Plus, it would just be nice to have Fake Out and Water Pulse linked, because that would be 2 ranged attacks linked together, so I would be able to do massive damage at range. So that's like my best case scenario. And then Pikachu, I hope he gets Brick Break, because Thundershock and Brick Break have outstanding type coverage, actually making him pretty competent at fighting just about anything. So next dungeon, we go to Foggy Forest. What does Fog do? It weakens electric type moves. So, you know, just another nerf for Pikachu, because why not? There's no ground types here at least, but I actually need to enable Quick Attack on my Pikachu so that he can defend himself, because his electric moves won't do very much now. Quick Attack only has 13 PP, so I actually just leave both enabled. Wow.
I don't know how many I have. It must be like 4.
You're gonna be able to put them in storage at this point.
I could.
You probably should too.
That is definitely above average luck as far as escape orbs go.
Yeah, I have like 2 right now. That's more average, I think.
The TM is basically the main item that I'm missing. I would also like a power band, but again, not a terribly big deal if I don't find that one.
That's the one thing I got out of my Mount Horn was I found my power band, which is extremely good for Skitty. I should be able to one-shot everything in Expedition with Tackle now until like the very end, maybe. I need to enable that quick attack. There we go. Said I would do that.
The thing about Foggy Forest is it's 11 floors long. The layouts tend to be pretty nasty. It tends to have pretty long... It tends to have large layouts, and it tends to have a lot of dead ends and rooms that are not really connecting much with each other.
Yeah, this is an easy dungeon to starve in. Like, usually, even if you're on a good run, this will be like the first dungeon that you starve in. If it doesn't go well. I also find it hard to see in here, which I guess is fitting, because it's Foggy Forest.
Yeah.
Okay, Pikachu got sleep stunned for a bit, but luckily he's pretty good against Hoot Hoot. A lot of the enemies here are strangely weak, thankfully. And then you have Baniri, who can just randomly do 45 damage in one hit if you're unlucky.
You'll see the typical problem of PMD is you start getting to the point sometimes where you have too many good items, and it is hard to make a decision on what you want to sacrifice.
Yeah, usually that'll happen if you're having slow dungeons too, which will further bog down an already rough run.
I am about to run out of PPs, so I will be using a max elixir soon.
Yeah, the game does thankfully warn you if you're about to run out of PP for linked moves, and it's good that they do that, because if you run out of PP on linked moves, they come apart permanently.
Yeah,
You'd have to visit the Electivire shop again and pay to link them again, but you wouldn't be able to relink them again at all during, like, Expedition, where you don't have access to that.
Yeah, it's particularly bad in a situation where the game is making you play Saddle Story dungeons back-to-back, because you just can't relink until you've played all of them. There's a point in the story where I believe the game makes you play 8 dungeons back-to-back without being able to visit the Electivire shop, and if you delink towards the start, you're in for a rough time.
And it often happens too, because the game will throw enemies with pressure at you, which pressure works similar to main series in that it doubles PP usage, and that is devastating to linked moves, and even more devastating on partners, because your partner AI will actually refrain from accidentally delinking moves by using the last PP they have. That they just by default will not use the move in that situation, but if they happen to fight a pressure Pokemon while they have exactly 2 PP left, their moves will still delink, and that can happen in multiple dungeons. And it's really frustrating when that happens, because then usually your partner becomes kind of defenseless and you have to take them with you everywhere.
That's happened to me several times, and it has dragged down a ton of runs.
My practice run yesterday, I came in, I had 2 sets of linked moves on my Pikachu in Dark Hill, and they both came apart.
Oh boy, yeah.
Like, at the same time. Just as I was about to check to make sure he wasn't about to run out, I was too late. So I had to take him with me for the entire section.
Okay, so we picked up a random stone before Foggy Forest, as you do, and now we find out that it's actually useful for finding out the secret of Fogbound Lake. I don't know.
They just kind of slapped this in here, yeah. Somehow this big suspicious statue's been here all this time, and just like no one ever checked past where all the fog is, I guess. Shout out to the footprint alphabet, though.
Oh yeah.
There's a following for this game, but I don't know if anyone's ever attempted to translate what all of those would be as like an English letter.
You know, I never thought about that. I'll have to look into that.
I wonder if anyone's considered that. Have at it, Reddit. Good luck.
But yeah, we are approaching the final 2 dungeons for the expedition, which are going to be Steam Cave and Upper Steam Cave. Particularly dangerous for me because there's a lot of Fire-type Pokemon, and they hurt like a truck.
Oh yeah.
I'm still hoping I can find a TM. It's not super important that I find it now, but I am hoping it would be a deal if I find it before a few dungeons from now. Where having that extra move will help a ton.
Yeah, I especially hope I find a TM for Pikachu because he still only has Thundershock Quick Attack, and we have a boss fight coming up soon where electric attacks are completely worthless, so Pikachu will effectively only have Quick Attack, one move, which won't be enough to KO an enemy, so I need to get a TM for him as soon as possible, and ideally link that TM move with his Quick Attack so that he can actually fight. But if he doesn't get that, I'm pretty much just on my own for a bit. It's one of his biggest weak points is like that upcoming boss. They also put Magnitude in the next dungeon and Numels, so I have to just hope Pikachu doesn't encounter those.
Yeah.
I could take him with me for safety, but I'm gonna go for a little bit of time save now that I at least have like 3 revives on hand.
I believe, I mean, all of Expedition is kind of tough, but I'd say Steam Cave is probably where the enemies tend to hurt the most immediately.
Yeah, they get a lot tankier right there, and it also becomes difficult to one-shot them. Like, there's some things I can deal with a tackle from Skitty, but then there's some things that I'm still gonna need my linked moves for. Especially the Volbeats and Illumis in the latter half of the dungeon. They are very tanky, and the Volbeats are especially deadly because they have the ability to Illuminate. What that does in this game is every time they take damage during a round, they will spawn another enemy somewhere. Oh. They can even do this as they die.
My clothespin fell. I don't know how that happened. It took me a moment to realize.
It's okay, we can almost enter the dungeon at the same time then.
Yeah.
I caught up a little in Foggy Forest, but I'm still behind because I had such a bad Mount Horn. It was bad and I was taking it really slow looking for items. Which is not the best dungeon to do that in because with such small layouts and Mount Horn, there's a high enemy density.
Yeah, that is the disadvantage of small floors. They tend to be faster to find the stairs with, but because the same amount of enemies spawns in the same floors, if you have a smaller layout, that means they're going to be more dense, and so you are more likely to run into them if you have to travel anywhere. Compared to larger layouts, you can just spawn anywhere.
Especially critical in the last dungeon of the main story, where, like, it's scripted that some of the layouts will be huge, some of them will be small, so you want to use items that can completely skip a floor on the big layouts, and you want to use items that debilitate the enemies on the smaller floors optimally, so that you just, do not fight, and do not have to deal with bad layouts. Although, in the context of a beat Darkrai run, we will often conserve our items in that dungeon anyways, and just deal with it if it's terrible. But for an any percent run, you item spam the last dungeon normally.
Yep.
Playing Darkrai slows us down a fair bit there, because we have to conserve for an even harder final dungeon way later. Also, here we finally have Wigglytuff discover that Team Skull isn't all great, and he absolutely destroys them.
Final
we don't
vengeance.
get to see it, but they don't end up well. Alright, I left some elixirs in storage, I think, so I'm gonna pull them now because I don't have many on hand. I don't take all my elixirs out before Mount Horn because of Bug Bite. Which, I'm glad I made that move since I got hit by Bug Bite like 3 times this time.
I'm going to go straight in because I kind of have the opposite problem. I have a full inventory. Now, I could have visited storage and put some of them in, but I'm just having to play 2 dungeons before we get an expanded treasure bag, so I don't have.
I took the chance to deposit some mission items for later, too.
That makes sense, yeah. Alright, we get to play. Steam Cave has all medium layouts, so 3x3 rooms at most.
It's really hard to move optimally in this dungeon because it has like 5 billion corridors everywhere.
Yeah, it is very corridor dense, and that also means that it's like more likely to run into somewhere that's a dead end. By the way, small hack. There's a lot of details once you understand how dungeon generation works that you can use to understand which way is more likely to bring you to a room. So first of all, if a hallway starts from a corner of a room. So, you know, the very corner. That means that it was a hallway that was generated towards the later parts of the generation, and it's not a hallway that has been generated with the purpose of linking two rooms with each other. So it could link two rooms with each other, but if it does, it's a total accident. And so those are always the hallways that are kind of, you try to avoid them if you find them, because they tend to be more likely to be just a dead end. And then secondly, if you understand how big at most a layout can be, so in this case it's a 3x3 rooms. If I know that I'm at the farthest right room and there's a hallway coming up from the right of that room, that means that hallway is not linking to a room. That's also like what's called an extra hallway, and then it could link to a room that's like further up, for example, but if it does, it's a total accident.
I said I was gonna leave Pikachu behind in this dungeon, and then my first encounter was a Numel, and I got scared. Turns out it is a good thing I kept Pikachu, though, because I need to do the same thing that SBD was doing in Apple Woods, where I tackled the enemy, and then Pikachu, like, finishes them with a quick attack. So I'm using, like, pseudo-linked moves that animate really quickly. Drawback is this costs a lot of EXP, because linked moves give you a plus 50% EXP bonus if they were used in defeating an enemy. But this is very fast, so I'll take this.
I don't know if I've even found, like, a single TM. Like, not even one I could check. That's kind of unlucky.
Yeah. Yeah. They don't spawn a lot in Expedition, but usually you'll see a couple. I only saw a Solar Beam TM, so, which can't really use. Oh, that's not a bad Steam Cave. Ooh, in the background. They like that sound effect a lot. I do too. I have an emote just for it.
And they do.
Yeah, we find out that we're like on our way to go fight Groudon, and then in the background our guild talks about it, and they're like, "Well, fighting Groudon would be like throwing your life away." Our characters just have no idea.
Hopefully we're gonna make that fight look easy.
That's the plan. Kind of awkward with a Pikachu with ground typing to deal with, but that's the plan. We'll make it look easy.
Ooh, another Rev.
Nice Rev. The only good item that can spawn here is Reviver Seeds, Escape Orbs, and Luminous Orbs. Oh, and I guess Monster House Orbs are really good to see here. And TMs, which we're not seeing. And I guess Power Bands, if you still need those.
Oh, yeah, I do. No, this is 7th floor, so we are already almost out.
Yeah, you had a quick run. I just started.
Oh yeah, it's definitely picking up for me after a slow start. That's how it goes with this game. You have good parts, and then you have bad parts, and then you have bad parts, and then you have bad parts, and then you finally have a glimmer of hope.
Yeah.
And then the game destroys it, and then the run gets good again, and then maybe you PB by 1 second.
Yeah, that's about right.
Okay.
Ooh, Luminous Orb, that's nice. Yeah.
No TM yet, unfortunately. And also no power band. Unfortunately, if you go this long without finding a power band, it gets more difficult to find it later. The game does keep giving you spawns of these bands, but towards the beginning of the game, the pool that these bands can be is a lot more limited. So they can be power band, special band, twist bands, and that's kind of it. But I believe after this point, you'll start to find zinc bands and Pecha scarves and so on. So if you, that means that finding a power band, even if you do find a band, is more unlikely.
We got to see a rare status effect on my side of Smokescreen. Instead of just lowering accuracy, they made it, like, make you completely unable to hit for a couple rounds. So I just had to watch as Pikachu struggled to fight something. Still a pretty quick dungeon, though. Okay, so now we're both headed to Groudon.
Yeah, and I believe we're going to be using completely different strats. I'm going to be trying for an off-screen strat here. So turn 1, what I'm gonna be doing is open up my menu, make Meowth use Hypnosis, and I'm gonna Leer to lower his defenses. then I'm gonna change Meowth's tactic to avoid the first hit and also disable its moves. That's gonna make Meowth run away from Groudon. So I can also run away at the same time since Groudon is asleep, and then as soon as he wakes up, he'll chase after Meowth. And so that'll make us end up in opposite corners of the move, and that's gonna make Meowth go off screen with Groudon. And then I'm gonna line up with Groudon so that I can throw 1 or 2 Sleep Seeds as needed, enable Meowth's moves, and then hopefully 1 or 2 sleep effects coupled with the defense drop should be able to finish the fight. It's not much faster than fighting the fight of screens, and it's a lot more complicated, but it is a time save nonetheless, and even though this is a very long run, if you can, you try to take all these small time saves that you can.
Yeah, the boss fights are one of the only consistent things we get, so we can route the heck out of those. Yep. Now, meanwhile, with Skitty and Pikachu, I'm going to have a pretty awkward-looking fight, especially since I have Tail Whip linked to Thunder Shock, which won't even do any damage. I need Pikachu's Tail Whip to lower his defense, and then I'm going to use Sing on Groudon to make it sleep. And then I just kind of try to stun lock it with that, but it's not going to be very fast. It is nice that Skitty gets Sing, though, because otherwise your only option would be throwing a Sleep Seed. And, they are a pretty common item, but the less boss items you need, the better to declutter your inventory and simplify the run long term.
Alright, let's try it. So, dash left. And Hypnosis, Leer. Hopefully Hypnosis hits. Good. Disable, team tactics, avoid the first hit. Now we dash down right. Hopefully we line up with Groudon. Oh, actually is Sleep Seed going to hit here? I might be too far. Okay, good. Turn left. Okay, we're good.
Okay.
That second Sleep Seed was very much for safety. I didn't need to throw it, but better safe than sorry. It is better for me to waste a few more seconds than to lose a Reviver Seed.
It's really bad for Groudon to use Bulk Up, because then his defense becomes, like, almost impenetrable. Alright, my turn. Alright, so I have the move... No, I don't. Alright, so Tail Whip and Sing. Just to debilitate him and weaken him. Would have been nice to get a Paralysis there. Now I'm going to just do quick attacks on Pikachu for damage. Just need a couple Tail Whips. When he wakes up, I Sing him again.
And now we find out...
long sleep.
We found out that this Groudon wasn't actually a Groudon, but just an illusion by Uxie, who's the real guardian of Fogbound Lake.
Okay, that was a really good fight.
Nice.
No wonder he looks so cute when he's sleeping.
So here we found out that the secret of Fogbound Lake is that it's protecting a Tangier, which I don't think we... all we know about Tangiers is that they're responsible for ensuring the flow of time within this world.
Yeah. Even the worst of thieves refrain from stealing time gears, because otherwise the universe just freezes in place.
And by the way, just some really pretty artwork coming out in this area. This is
also one of my favorite songs, which gets cut off right before it gets to the good part. This is also one of my favorite places to take a cutscene break, which I'm going to do.
Yeah, which is about 4 minutes long. Yeah, I guess I'll keep doing solo commentary as she's taking a break. Right. Yeah. I'm a huge... I really appreciate pixel art, and this is... like, the art coming out from this game in general, but particularly from this area, is something that I highly have a high esteem of. But yeah, you see what it's going to do us. It typically Uxie takes memories away from anybody who visits Fogbound Lake, but because we're special and it trusts us, it just decides that it's actually not going to take our memories away, and it's going to trust us. And I'm sure that's going to go very well for us. Meanwhile, the rest of the guild is also coming by, and I guess it's gonna have to not take all of our memories away. I'm sure that'll go very well. Wigglytuff is the kind of character that makes you wonder just exactly how much it is oblivious of what's going on and how much it isn't. But yeah, as this cutscene is playing out, this is the end of the expedition segment. So soon enough, we'll be headed back to the guild and we'll resume our day-to-day life. We are going to have to go through 2 filler days, so we don't have to play any missions anymore during the any % portion, but there will be a few filler days, and so that's what escape orbs are really good for, and I did find a lot, and I'm gonna be able to use them for all of the filler days coming up. After 2 days have passed, we'll be able to play our next story dungeon, which is gonna be M-Plains. And M-Plains is the first dungeon where monster houses are gonna start to spawn, and we talked a little bit about it earlier. Monster houses are these things that are assigned to a room within a dungeon, and if you step into that room, enemies are going to spawn, and then you're gonna have to deal with them. And the way we deal with them in this run is going to be with orbs. So in any room wide, any room range orbs that take care of enemies, like a Petrify Orb that petrifies enemies, or a Full Fear that makes them terrified and run away. That's what we want, and I do believe I have a few of those. Crap, I'm going to... Oh, yeah. But monster houses, the really bad thing about them is that you can spawn into them. So you could literally walk into a floor, spawn into a room, which just so happens to be the monster house room. That is pretty much the worst case scenario for a monster house, and you absolutely need to have an item to deal with them if that happens. Because trying to fight through them tends to just not work out. Like, you'll just die and lose a ton of reviver seeds. But it's also just really slow, because... you have to attack them all one by one, and it takes minutes.
So we must be talking about M-Plains. Yeah, you can literally, the moment you set foot in M-Plains, you could be introduced to monster houses right then and there if you're unlucky enough.
Yeah. I was just saying I do... save prompt. Okay. I was just saying how I do have a few orbs to deal with them, luckily, but this game, if it wants to, it can throw you like 10 monster houses in a row, and then even if you have a lot of good equipments, you'll run out.
Yeah, you just have to hope that doesn't happen. It's pretty unusual to get like any more than like 5 monster houses in a single any % run, but it can happen. I got 9 yesterday, so...
Yeah.
I don't even know if I have any Monster House orbs this time around, so I really hope I don't get any. But I'm probably going to start safety saving a lot just in case I get a really bad one. Because, yeah, at least if you walk into a monster house, you can just walk back out and run away from the enemies most of the time. But if you spawn in one, you're just surrounded, and you have to figure it out.
Also, here, Chapter 10 is where we get introduced to the Great Dustnor, who's going to be a very important character.
The great righteous Dustnor who could do no wrong, and is a wonderful revered explorer out of absolutely nowhere.
I mean, he looks like a nice guy.
Yeah, he must be nice if the head of intelligence at the guild honors him and respects him and reveres him.
The same head of intelligence that couldn't figure out that Team Skull was like eating the guild's food.
Exactly. Also, he doesn't have feet, so he shows up at the guild and Diglet's like, "What is that?" And then they just send us to go... Then he says he wants to go meet the boss. Yeah, that's a great idea. I didn't even think about that. He, like, not even is known, and then all of a sudden he's like, "Yeah, I'd like to go and talk right up to the highest form of management here."
I'm big on the idea that Pokemon Mystery Dungeon stories are best enjoyed if you don't think about them too much. And just kind of accept them at face value.
Yes. The more you think about the story, the more it just completely falls apart. Like, it's the thing that is praised heavily about this game, but don't think about it too much. Even the Time Gear thing has, like, a massive plot hole.
yeah, this game has quite a few plot holes if you stop and think about them. Alright, as I mentioned, we're gonna be playing a few filler days, so all the game wants us to do is to just go in a dungeon and just play a day out. I should have checked my missions, because I still don't have all the find item missions I want. Okay, I can do that the next day, it's not a big deal.
I got lucky in that regard. I have 7 find item missions to work with, so I have a lot of versatility for later. I only need 5, so I have more than enough.
Yeah, meanwhile I only have 2.
However,
I have 5 escape orbs. That's insane.
You stole all my escape orbs. I don't think I have any, or maybe I have 1.
Want to trade
going
one
to
for a
lose more
power
time.
band?
I do have an extra power band. And I actually could use the 2 power bands, because eventually my Pikachu will equip one too.
Screw it.
instead of
We're
favoring
not
special
submitting a race. We're submitting a co-op speedrun. We're gonna be trading items in the middle of it.
You know, trading items is actually a feature in this game.
It
It's
is.
just too bad that we're an entire country apart, so we can't really utilize it on DS local wireless.
Hey, I mean, I think if I point towards my window and you point towards yours, maybe it'll work.
Yeah, maybe. Just randomly reach across the globe. Alright, I think I have at most 1 escape orb, so I'm gonna... Let's check. I do. And I don't see the stairs, so I'll use it.
Yeah, if you're limited...
Having...
Yeah, go for it.
My strategy for only having 1 escape orb out of the 2 days is, if on the first day I see the stairs, I'll take it and assume that that'll probably be the faster day to have to walk through the dungeon, and then I'll escape orb the next day.
Yeah, that's exactly how I played it too.
This time around, I didn't see the stairs, so I'm just gonna hope that the second day is better, because I'm gonna have to run through the entire dungeon on the second escape orb day. Also, this is one of the easiest spots to mess up in a speedrun. You get told that you have to go to the Kecleon shop. The game will still let you go to a dungeon, though, and, like, still waste an escape orb and everything. You can infinitely do missions here without progressing the story until you go talk to Kecleon.
Yep.
It's very easy to forget to do that. This is also one of the most convenient moments to go link moves if needed, because you have to pass the Electivire shop to get there.
I mean,
frustratingly, you do not get to check the Kecleon shop, though. You just talk to them, and then it kicks you out. So, we missed out on what would be a good chance to check for revives.
Okay, so I have a Find Pecha and a Find Revive. I'm gonna have to write this down. Find Revive isn't great, because it means you have to sacrifice a Reviver seed to play the mission now, but it is an item that you'll typically be able to use technically in a pinch.
At least in the post-game, the Reviver seed economy inflates a lot, because we burn through a lot more of them, but we also get to check the Kecleon shop more conveniently in post-game, so we get more, usually.
Yeah.
Unless Kecleon is a jerk the entire post-game, which hopefully won't happen, but usually you get a lot more revives in post-game. And you're even guaranteed 3 at the end of a dungeon at some point. So, at a bare minimum, you're getting 5 revives over the course of the run, no matter what. Alright, I will omit linking moves, because what I have right now is pretty much as good as I can have it for moves, but I actually do kind of want to check the Kecleon shop, because I still only have 3 revives. And I'm very highly likely to lose at least 1 revive in the upcoming boss fight, so I kind of need more. So I'm gonna have to start taking very large time losses for the sake of potential safety. And as long as I can buy, like, 1 more, that'll be good enough to me.
I don't have that problem so much right now. I think I'm doing good on revives. What I'm missing is the power band and the TM. And I'm hoping we can at least find the TM soon. But power band right now is very unlikely.
Yeah, and I'm already at the point where I've missed my chance to get the TM that would save the most time, which would have been something for Pikachu. So we're just gonna have to see me work with more quick attack shenanigans, which is just barely good enough for Ant Plains. Only barely. So I'm going to fall behind a lot here between not having the escape orb and doing a shop check. That's going to be like 2 minutes.
Yeah. But again, this is all surmountable lead. As you kind of got to see earlier, a lead difference of a few minutes is something that can be completely made up in just the span of a few dungeons.
Yeah, it doesn't take much. It can even happen in 1 dungeon if it's like a really good dungeon for 1 person and then awful for the other. Like I was ahead by like a couple minutes, so yeah, that's the fun thing about racing this game. It easily can swing at any time. Yeah. Or even if 1 person's far ahead, they might die or something, and then that's like a gigantic time loss. We don't want that, but like that can also happen. Okay, he got a rev. Cool. And a blue gummy. I can't...
Oh yeah, that's another thing I'm missing now. I had forgotten. I have 0 blue gummies right now. That is kind of bad.
I do really want that, but I need to make a little bit more money before I actually get it. So I need to take even more time loss and use storage. Alright, just going to sell a bunch of stuff that has value.
You know, I've never been in the situation before where I didn't have any blue gummies for the post-game quest, and now I'm starting to be worried that this is gonna be my first time. And it's gonna be really... I know exactly what to do if I don't find them, but it's gonna be terrible and...
Yeah, it's gross. You want to, like, check the mission board for missions that reward them, and you want to, like, farm in Craggy Coast. Yeah. It's a garbage time loss. Okay, so I took a very, very long filler day there because the shop had a blue gummy, which is expensive, but that is a mandatory key item, so I wasn't going to pass the chance to get it. But it would have left me broke to buy it, so I sold a bunch of stuff to make myself not broke. Because if I'm broke, I just can't even get revives at all anymore, pretty much, unless they spawn randomly.
And we're also gonna have, like, right after M-Plains, a kind of a rough segment where a lot of useful items just don't spawn. It's gonna be Northern Desert. Spawns no food and no seeds.
I'm good on sleep seeds.
But first, M-Plains. Now, we'll see if I found any monster houses here. How kind the game is feeling. Does it give us a monster house right away, or is it gonna just wait?
Okay, just beat my beach cave run.
I believe different dungeons have different rate of monster houses. I don't remember the exact percentages, but I believe M-Plains is on the low side. So
yeah, a lot of them are like, I want to say like 2 or 3% on each floor. Some are like 5% each floor. The most evil... Sorry, I forgot to split. The most evil is Quicksand Pit, which has an 8% chance per floor.
Yeah.
In a dungeon that has already like... one of the biggest problems with the enemies being very deadly.
There's also some floors that are hard-coded to have a 50% chance of either containing a Cacleon shop or a monster house.
Oh yeah.
So like
I don't think
either
we run into those in the run. But well, actually no, there are some in Spatial Rift. We do see some.
Yeah.
Which is really messed up. That's mostly relevant for when you're doing like the level reset dungeons, because there's a few special optional dungeons in post-game that reset you back to level 1 and take away all your items, so you just have to go in completely raw as if you were playing a separate roguelike game. Just pick up items as you go, level up as you go to try to survive. And those dungeons frequently make use of like 50% Kecleon shop chance floors and 50% monster house floors that can end the run.
By the way, if anybody is wondering what that sound was earlier, that was me using the touchscreen. This game also allows you to move using the touchscreen, and one unique property of it is that if you hold the touchscreen in a direction, you'll move frame perfectly. Now, it is extremely hard to control your movement using the touchscreen, but if you know exactly where you have to go in one, like if you know you have to tap the same direction multiple times in the same direction, then that's one good opportunity for you to just hold the touchscreen somewhere and then just let the dashes happen a few times.
Yeah, touchscreen movement is rare and niche, and it makes a weird sound, but it's kind of fun when you get an optimal moment for it because of how it will do frame perfect inputs. The best thing in the game is touchscreen inputs in Chasm Cave, where you can just... That's only really a thing in Wondermail runs, but you can get a mobile scarf that lets you go over chasms and through walls, and Chasm Cave has no walls at all. So, and it has fixed layouts too, so you just know like where you need to go to check for stairs, and you can just do a touchscreen input to scan like 3 rooms instantly, and go diagonally, and touchscreen input to go down, and it just goes.
Yeah, we touched a little bit on the Wondermail category earlier, but one of the really broken things about the Wondermail category is that you can use the custom mission. Oh, I found the energy ball. Okay, that's one of the TMs I was looking for. Awesome.
It's one of the slower animating ones, but at least it gets same type of attack boost for Trico, and it's better than Absorb.
Yep. Alright, there's a few things I was thinking about mentioning. Oh, don't... Wow!
Oof.
Okay, that's the first Reviver Seed I lose during the run. What was I saying? That's hidden stairs. We don't take them though, because we found them right next to the stairs, and it's faster to just take the same stairs, because if you take the hidden stairs, it takes you to the bazaar, and then you have to take the exit, which is slower. Okay, we're gonna teach Energy Ball right now. I want to teach that over here.
Alright. I'm finally entering airplanes.
And then another important move that Meowth just learned was Screech. We're gonna link that later. But Screech is a move, in main series it would just drop the defense by 2 stages, but actually in this game, what it does is it affects a completely different stat, that also affects damage. It's like kind of a separate defense stage. I don't remember the details offhand, but that makes it so that essentially the effect of attack, if you use Screech, are much greater compared to if you just drop defense. So like after using just a single Screech, basically it makes your moves all the more powerful. So we're gonna include that in EoS link set pretty soon before Northern Desert. And then I think I was talking about Wondermail. The broken things that Wondermail allow for is you can give yourself a mobile scarf, which is what she's mentioned. You can go through chasms and walls. Now, if you go through walls, it'll come at a badly penalty of 5 badly every step you take inside a wall, so you would use it pretty sparingly. But if it's through a dungeon like Chasm Cave, then you can just freely move around the chasms at 0 penalty. And so you can just kind of explore rooms out of the normal order. Chasm Cave in this category is going to be a lot slower and played a lot more cautiously. It's pretty much night and day. And then the other broken item is Wondermail is played with a Riolu leader, and the reason why is because there's an item in this game that's called the Fight Gem. That is a Pokemon exclusive item. It gives a passive boost to any fighting type Pokemon in your team, and it just makes you have double movement speed. So for every 1 tile that enemies move, you move by 2. And so you can much more easily outrun enemies. Important item that I just picked up also, that was a Pure Seed. Pure Seeds are one of the best items you could find. What they do is when you eat them, it'll just straight up teleport you to a tile near where the stairs are. So it's basically just a way to skip a floor. And it's more than that. It's also an item that you can use in a pinch. If, for example, you end up in a monster house and you don't have any other great way to deal with it, it's just basically a get me out of this floor button. It's also more occasionally, I don't like to use it that way very often, but you can use it, for example, if you're exploring a floor and then you find a dead end and backtracking would take too long. A viable play is to just use a Pure Seed right there and then just be done with that floor. And usually I like to use a Warp Seed or a Warp Scarf, something like that. So just like warp somewhere else random in the floor. So hopefully you don't have to backtrack nearly as much. But if you don't have that, that is an option. Okay, and I am about to fight the Manectric fight. It's gonna be a Manectric and a series of Electrics. The strat for this is gonna be pretty simple. I'm going to dash towards the center and then... Do I have a Stun Seed? I might not have a Stun Seed. That would make this fight a lot more difficult. Typically, you just throw a Stun Seed at Manectric and then just attack the Electrics one by one, making sure that not too many of them surround one single team member. If I don't have a Stun Seed, I'm gonna have to deal with that Manectric. I think I just ignore it. Or I think I don't even have a Sleep Seed, do I?
I guess you could try to Sleep Seed it if you got that. Otherwise, yeah, you're just gonna have to hope the partner doesn't attack it.
I have a next Seed. That's my next best thing.
Yeah, I guess the thing about stunning an enemy is it makes the partner not attack it, which is kind of nice.
Yeah. I'm gonna get rid of the Electric. So Xi Seed, it makes... it basically makes the enemy probably not attack you.
Yeah, they usually just wander around confused.
That did make me out-attack the Manectric, so that's fewer moves that it directed towards Electric, so it was easier for us to get surrounded, and this is a good example. I'm now low on health, I'm gonna have to backtrack, and we just killed it anyway. Okay, cool. Man, I need to start finding Stun Seeds.
Yeah, it's really rough to not get the boss items.
Xi Seed is a pretty decent backup, but yeah, Stun Seed is better.
And ideally we have an Xi Seed for a way later fight, the Darkrai fight itself.
Luckily we do have a ton of time from now till the Darker fight, so we're probably going to find another one, but yeah, that's kind of what I was hoping to save it for.
You got deck. Petrify Orb. Oh, I'm not full on items, sorry. Take my full
too much space.
Didn't realize I had so many items. Alright. Well, I finally have a Petrify Orb, that's good. I'm sure it'll last very long. I'm also once again escorting Pikachu with me because he's really bad in this dungeon, because we start to get Lightning Rod enemies, which Pikachu cannot do any damage to with electric attacks at all. That is a full electric immunity.
By the way, speaking about Kecleon shops, when we buy our items, we always go up to Kecleon and talk to him to confirm that we want to purchase the items. There are two reasons for that. One, it is faster than stepping outside the shop, because what would happen is Kecleon would teleport to you and then talk to you and confirm that you want to buy the item. Second reason, if Kecleon teleports to you and then when asked if you want to purchase the items, you say no, that'll make Kecleon think that you're trying to steal from him. And if you... So one mechanic about Kecleon shops is you can, in theory, steal items from him. So you pick up the items and then you refuse to pay for them. If you say no as you talk to him, it'll just give you the opportunity to put the items back down and then leave. But if he teleports to you and then you say no, that'll make Kecleon hunt you down. And Kecleon is... pretty much the most dangerous enemy that you could fight in the entire game.
He has maxed out stats. He has 255 attack, defense, special attack, special defense. So he will one-shot you with every move. He's at permanent double speed, so you cannot avoid him unless you have a way to boost your own speed. And they spawn like crazy too, so even if you deal with one of them, there will be a lot more.
Yeah.
It is entirely inviolable to steal unless you use a Pure Seed to just grab the items and warp away.
Yeah.
Or you can also use an item called a Troll Orb, which will pull the items in the shop towards you. So you can do that near the stairs, grab the items, and then go before the Kecleons show up.
That is pretty much the only two situations in which you'd steal from Kecleon in a run.
Yeah, and there's not that many items that would be there that would be worth stealing to us anyways, unless we're, like, desperate for money. Alright, time for me to have a miserable boss fight. I do have the Stun Seed, so I can do this.
Oh yeah, this is a lot worse for Pikachu.
It's horrible for Pikachu. And I usually can get a double kill, but they didn't approach Skitty, so I'm gonna miss my chance to do that. Which is really unfortunate. At least Skitty can get a one-shot kill, but Pikachu doesn't kill in one hit, and he can only damage with Quick Attack. So it's pretty much a given that I die during this fight. Because our damage distribution is just too poor, and it's too time-consuming to try to heal, and you just need to get damage out.
We've talked about...
I might be able to heal now.
Okay, so I'll wait until you're done with this fight to mention what I want to mention.
I think I have this sort of under control.
Yeah, definitely let Pikachu deal with that.
That was a good static proc. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna B+A to heal a bit, because Petrify never wears off. Alright. Finish off the Medectric.
Yeah, that's something you can do even inside dungeons. Holding B+A basically lets turns go by, which lets, for example, if you're inside a floor, it'll let Pokemon wander around and maybe encounter you. But you have natural regeneration, so if you hold B+A and you let enough turns go by, your HP will regen, and that's something you can do to heal if you don't want to use an Oran Berry or something.
Yeah, one of the biggest weaknesses of Pikachu in the entire game is that fight. He is garbage in that fight. I literally just have to hope that he happens to Quick Attack the same Electric twice. And that's like the only way he'll get a kill on anything, but it's random what he targets, so that usually won't happen. I was actually lucky he got a couple kills pretty early. Usually one thing that's a saving grace is it's possible for Skitty to get 2 kills in one turn by using Zen Headbutt and Fake Out together. Zen Headbutt can KO something in front of me, and then Fake Out can KO something 2 tiles away, but the enemies didn't line up properly for me to do it, so I couldn't. So I was very lucky I escaped that without using a revive. I'm doing a lot better on items now. I found a Monster House Orb, I found a Pure Seed, I got revives, I got blue gummies. The only thing I don't have is TMs, but at least now I can kind of like move on with the run without having to invest more time in safety for a bit.
But yeah, earlier I was saying we mentioned team composition earlier. It's sounding a lot like, oh yeah, I'm gonna have this try for this bot, and she's like, it's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna have a miserable time here. But that's going to be a lot of 80% when it involves Pikachu. Pikachu starts getting a lot better once it gets discharge and once it gets agility.
Yeah, especially Discharge. Discharge is like the main appeal of Pikachu over Trico for the agility user. That and Pikachu can actually get kills with 2 moves later on in post-game, whereas Trico just needs 3 normal type moves to fight, which is a bit slower.
Yep.
It's not too much slower because one of my moves is Thunder Shock, which animates like garbage, but it still is effective for certain dungeons.
And the story right now is we've rescued the water float from Team Skull, who was mean and just stole it from Azurill and Meryl. The great Dusnor helped us out. We confided with him that we are actually a human catapulted into the Pokemon world, because this Dusnor seems to know a lot about the universe, and so we were wondering if maybe he knew a little bit more about our situation, and he seemed to smile about the idea. So, but he told us that he doesn't know anything. So, I'm wondering what's
very
up with
not
that.
suspicious, evil smile upon hearing our name.
Yep. Let me do this. Yeah. Okay.
All right, so now Meowth becomes a slayer of all demons with his Screech, Scratch, Bite combo. And that pretty much has like really good type coverage against just about anything besides steel types, and then even the bulky enemies will just get destroyed by Screech.
Yeah. Meanwhile, on Trico, I actually took the decision to not link her moves just yet. Later on, we will want to have a triple link, because enemies will stop dying. Actually, right now, most enemies don't die to Pound plus Quick Attack, but some of them who don't will die from a single energy ball. And so my strategy for the next few dungeons is going to have Pound Quick Attack to be able to kill about maybe half of the enemies, and then some of the other enemies I'm just going to be able to kill with a single energy ball, and then some other enemies are just not gonna die, and I'm just gonna deal with it. In a few dungeons I'll visit the Electromar shop again, and then I'll change my links.
It's kind of funny, you're doing discount Bulbasaur strats right now.
Pretty much, yeah.
Grass types are amazing in Chapter 11, which is one of the hardest chapters in the entire game, but it's a desert chapter, so there's a bunch of ground and rock types, and the grass types just absolutely decimate stuff there. Bulbasaur was like a very popular any percent no Wonder Male main for a while, and one of his best strengths was just he gets Razor Leaf in the desert, and then he just one-shots a bunch of stuff with just that. At a point in the game where you normally need linked moves, you can just Razor Leaf and laugh.
By the way, can we just mention real quick? I think we've already praised this game's music, but Northern Desert is a favorite of mine.
Yeah, the music starts to get pretty solid around this point. I love Steam Cave, and Plains is a bop. I actually like the Northern Desert songs, even though that dungeon is absolutely miserable in a speedrun.
Oh yeah, I don't have a power band, I just remembered. You know what? I can take it from Meowth, because it has Screech right now. He'll just heal.
Yeah, you'll be fine, Meowth.
But alright, there are several things that makes Chapter 11 hard, so this is gonna be made up of 3 dungeons. I call it the Northern Desert Trilogy. So this will be made up of Northern Desert plus Quicksand Pit plus Quicksand... No, sorry, it's Quicksand Cave and then Quicksand Pit. There are a lot of things that are annoying about these dungeons. So we have a lot of ground types. A lot of these floors have Sandstorm. And what that does is some enemies here have the ability Sand Veil. And that's an ability where if the current weather condition is Sandstorm, that'll boost a Pokemon's evasion. And due to the way accuracy calculation works in this game, moves have actually 2 accuracy values that are used for the calculation for some reason. And Sand Veil reduces the efficacy of both. So this evasion boost is actually even more powerful than intended because of it. So we are going to have to expect to miss our moves a lot once we start fighting some of these Sandville enemies. So that's one
Imagine fighting several consecutive evasion tanks. That is the experience of Chapter 11. It's terrible. And then on top of that, several of the enemies have multi-hit moves, which also have garbage accuracy, but when the enemies use them, they hit like perfectly fine. They're just garbage for the players.
I missed 2 Overgrow Absorbs. That was amazing.
That's unfortunate. Okay, I'm finally changing my linked moves a little bit.
I had to use a riot, but it's fine. I actually do have a decent amount of that right now. But yeah, that's one thing. Other thing we mentioned, we touched on earlier. Food, so I like apples, as well as seeds of any kind, do not spawn here. Also bands do not spawn here, so no finding power band or anything.
Yeah, the only thing you get here is money and orbs and grimy food, which gives you a status element if you eat it.
Yeah, grimy food is basically emergency food, back of the fridge food.
Yeah, been in the fridge for like months.
Yeah.
Will poison you if eaten.
Yeah, so Grubby Food heals less than an apple. An apple would heal 50 belly, which is half of your maximum belly. Grubby Food heals for 30. And also, whenever eaten, it will afflict you with a random status ailment. So that could be poison, that could be petrification, it could give you burn. I don't remember what else.
It won't petrify you, but it'll paralyze you, which is only bad.
Yeah, sorry.
The last 2 turns. The worst is if you get the special attack drop, though. Like, you
Right.
want to eat grimy food near the end of the floor if you're gonna eat it, so that at least when you take the stairs, the status ailment will go away, and so will any debuffs. Because the special attack debuff, if you get that at the start of a floor, you're gonna have a long, miserable floor of, like, just trying to hit everything with pillows.
I think Meowth just had a Sandvale moment. Just used another revive, unfortunately.
Alright, I'm finally in the same dungeon. Or, well, almost. Unfortunately, my team is terrible here. But, oh well. Alright, so I'm gonna take Pikachu with me again, because he is borderline useless here.
And then the cherry on top of all of this is the last of these 3 desert dungeons that we're going to have to play is Quicksand Pit, and it has a massively boosted chance to spawn monster houses.
It also has a lot of sandstorms because there's like 2 Sandstream Pokemon that show up there.
Yes. So not only there's a lot of enemies with a Sandvale, but they also make it very easy for Sandstorm to appear.
Wow, I get the one encounter where Pikachu is actually very helpful to me, and that he can hit an Aeron with an electric move, and then there's a Cubone with Lightning Rod in the room anyways.
Yeah, so
this is why Pikachu is not able to fight near Lightning Rod. There's even more of it. And just a lot of ground types in general.
Lightning Rod will draw whichever electric type move is being used towards the Pokemon that has Lightning Rod.
Yeah, from a whole room away too, so all I need is like a Cubone to walk into a room, and then my Pikachu is essentially garbage.
Okay. I am out of Northern Desert, so that was number 1. We did have to use 2 Reviver Seeds, but at least that did spare me having to use a Max Elixir, which you usually have to use in this dungeon, so at least I guess I got something out of it.
But yeah, we are going to start seeing me use Graveler Rocks a little bit, because Graveler Rocks ignore the evasion boost that Sandvale users get, so they are like the safest way of finishing off a weakened Sandvale enemy. It's also just efficient sometimes for me to finish off an enemy with it, because now I am using a very low PP moveset. I have linked Tackle and Fake Out for better damage, but I now need to drink elixirs like crazy, and kind of need to go out of my way to conserve PP whenever I can, as Skitty and Pikachu. Both of them are going to have low PP movesets. Pikachu is Thundershock Quick Attack linked now, so he finally can use 2 attacking moves together, but only has 13 PP. So I'm already almost out. And this is why I have been adamant about saving up elixirs. Which I haven't seen any in a while, but I still have 6.
You really can't have enough elixirs. Even if you think you have enough, it is very common in this game to get in a situation where you have to use a lot all of a sudden, and now you're out.
Yeah, it only takes one really bad dungeon. Where you're like on the last floor crawling on your hands and knees, but don't have anything left to attack with, and the game still throws more enemies at you, so you have to drink like 2 more elixirs for yourself and your partner or something. And, ugh. Cacturne has Sandvale too.
Yeah. So
Okay,
the enemies that have Sandvale in this dungeon are the Cacnea line and the Sandshrew line. Are there others?
Not in Northern Desert. We do get Sand Slash and Quicksand Cave and Pit. I think that's it.
Yeah.
That's all it takes to be painful, though, especially because there are a lot of Sand Slash in the Quicksand Cave and Pit. A lot of them.
Yeah, and those are dangerous enemies, too. I mean, Sand Slash in particular has rollout.
Yeah, which has terrible accuracy, but it's a multi-hit move in this game. They made it a move that can hit multiple times in one turn instead of, like, stacking damage over time like it did in main series. And despite having awful accuracy, the enemy AI is like very good at cheating and hitting it 5 times in a row anyways, so it's devastating to be hit by rollout.
We didn't really talk much about multi-hit moves but up until this point, but so multi-hit moves is what it sounds like whenever it's used. By the way, let me check missions before I go. Whenever it's used, it will just hit multiple times within a turn, within a usage. Let me get that too. What was it? Green Gummy and Rost? I think I got Rost. Let me write that down. I'll finish that sentence of it. Raspberry, and green gummy. I think it was green and not grass. All right. So it'll hit multiple times. Now the way they balanced it was not by massively decreasing the damage of the move standalone, but they reduced the accuracy of it. But they didn't reduce it to like a really low value. They decreased it to a value that it will still commonly hit like 2 to 3 times upon usage. And so multi-hit moves basically usually hurt a lot. If you get really unlucky, it'll just take 2 reviver seeds out of you.
Yeah, oh geez. The damage calcs in this game are weird, and just every single hit of a multi-hit is basically a tackle hit, so it hits like a truck.
And the amount of times that they hit is usually 2 to 5 times.
Okay, I am glad to be out of there. Yeah, if the player uses it, you're lucky if it hits once, because they're so inaccurate, but the game is just so biased against the player in that regard. It's not a real mechanic, but it's just absolutely how it feels. You get destroyed by every multi-hit move. I barely made it out of desert and had to eat on the last floor, which is annoying, but I have another spare apple at least. SBD's now in the pit. Or not, there. That's the cave, which is like, that's probably the most tame of the 3 dungeons. The only really awful thing that can happen here is Pin Missile.
Northern Desert 2 Electric Boogaloo.
Yeah, ranged multi-hit moves are even worse. You can't even do much about it when you get targeted by those sometimes. And then Trico has the disadvantage of being weak to bugs, so the Pin Missile does severe damage to him.
That's definitely the worst move I could get hit by right now.
The nightmare scenario is having your partner get hit by it, because you'll just see the text Pin Missile printed once, and then oops, your partner died. It's like, come on, man.
So
at least normally.
Trico tried to learn Screech. There is a strat on the boss fight coming up where you could learn it and use it, but because I already linked it on Meowth, I actually don't want to use that, so I'll just let Meowth use Screech at the start of that fight, and then just use our regular moves.
Oh yeah, you don't even really benefit from more than one Screech.
That is literally the only situation in which I'd use Screech in that entire run is on the boss fights at the end of Quicksand Pit.
It's tragic that we don't get to see Trico go more often.
Ooh, okay, so this is our first monster house.
Here we go.
At least it's not during Sandstorm, so I can touch it. So the Puppet are sealed. That's right, they have shed skin. So one bad thing about it, so if there's a sandstorm before you encounter a monster house, it's a lot worse in this place, because one, not every enemy is immune to sandstorms. So if you use a Petrify Orb, they'll get petrified, but as soon as the sandstorm affects them, that'll count as taking damage, and that'll remove the effects of the petrification. Number 2, if there is a sandstorm and some of the enemies in that monster house are Sandvale enemies, such as Sandslash, they can actually dodge it.
Yeah, orbs are highly accurate, but against evasion boosts, like strong evasion boosts, orbs can still miss, and it's a nightmare for that to happen.
Yeah. So another fun fact about this game is that orbs are basically programmed as if they were moves. By the way, I'm gonna save before Pit, because this is easily one of the most dangerous dungeons in the entire run.
Yeah, I literally have a clip where I lost 3 revives and then fully wiped to a single Sand Slash in that dungeon, so, yeah.
I think I have a decent amount of revives on hand, but this place can just decide that actually you need it like 10.
Yeah, Quicksand Pit is a miserable place. There's a very, very high rate of sandstorms in Sandvale here.
Once you learn a new move, it's enabled by default on your partner, so now that I learned Feint Attack, I have to open my menu and disable it. It's technically a bit better to encounter an enemy first, then open the menu, disable it, and then with the same menu, use a move of your own. But we're talking about a small optimization. I'd rather the safety of Meowth not using Feint Attack.
Yeah, Feint Attack can be okay, because it is a never miss, which will get right through Sandvale, but it's usually better to just spam the link moves anyways, and eventually the enemy will go down. So at least if you're dealing with an evasion tank, you can just keep throwing moves at it, and eventually he'll hit it, usually. Unless the game's feeling really spiteful.
Ooh, I'm gonna take... This is an extra hallway. Okay, I got lucky and it connected to a room. If I didn't take that hallway, I would have had to backtrack quite a bit. So I'm glad it led somewhere. One of my earbuds just fell off.
Oh, I still have the Zen headbutt selected. Whoops.
Stereo audio. Let me fight all of those Mawiles.
At the end of my last dungeon, I had to hotkey Zen headbutt out of like desperation to conserve PP at the very end, and I never changed it back. I guess there's the vital difference between, like, one, a fast animating move and a slow animating move, because Zen Headbutt has a really slow animation, but also, just one move versus two moves.
Okay, so what happened there was... I saw an enemy was attacking, was just using moves that were one-tile range, but Meowth was not fighting back. So that is something that you will get trained to be able to do the more you play this game, is just kind of recognize when your partner has run out of PPs. So yeah, that's something you will be able to do. If you see an enemy just use attacks, immediately open your menu and use a max elixir on your partner.
I have to be highly cautious of that with Pikachu, since he only has 13 PP to work with, so he can only attack 12 times and then he's rendered defenseless. Also, I'm having every Skorupi in the world want to join my team. So I guess we never talked about recruit chances, but ever since Waterfall Cave, Trimeco rang a quote-unquote friendship bell, which makes it so each enemy you battle has a percentage chance to want to join the team after you defeat it. We don't accept any recruits because pretty much all the enemies just have worse stats than our mains, and would just waste Reviver Seeds if we had to take them. We kind of just want the bare minimum party of one guy off screen, one guy getting to find the stairs, the leader, and anything else usually is just a Reviver Seed waster. There's one exception to that. I like to take a full party into a dungeon called Aegis Cave, where I can farm for items, but that's for way later. And
oh my god, I have 1 HP. 1 HP in a dream, let's go. Okay, I'm gonna eat an orange berry.
Pikachu needing 3 sets of linked moves to get 1 KO, just Pikachu thinks. Doing his best as an electric rat in a desert.
I made some weird plays back there. I found 2 Sand Slashes in a hallway, and instead of like trying to go back and fight them with Meowth or trying to fight them on my own, I decided to just eat a Warp Seed and just hope I ended up somewhere else. Which happened, but I was close to Meowth and ended up having to watch Meowth's attack animations anyway.
Warp Seed's the ultimate gamble item. Alright, my turn for Quicksand Pit. Definitely taking Pikachu with me here. Okay, in general, this dungeon's a lot safer with your partner beside you, because with a partner beside you against Sandvale, you can throw even more moves at them, and also, of course, Pikachu's just defenseless here on his own.
Okay, so while Cheez is going through that dungeon, I'm about to fight the boss of the Northern Desert Trilogy. So this is gonna be the Guardian of Northern Desert and the Guardian of One More Time Year. This is Mesprit.
The hardest boss in the game.
Hardest boss in the game, indeed. This fight
unless it uses Imprison, then it's actually a problem.
This fight usually lasts about 15 turns. Mesprit can know a variety of moves, and they can all be pretty bad. So we're gonna dash left, start the fight by using our moves. Then, okay, just attacked us, and it's dead.
Yeah, and then he folds like paper. Good Guardian. Yeah, that fight's famously a joke. Although, Mesprit does know Imprison, which was changed in this game to be like a full stun lock move, and that can make the fight a genuine issue.
That is pretty much the only move Mesprit has that is a threat. Imprison just makes you unable to do anything for several turns in a row. It is kind of a rare move for Mesprit to have and use, I believe, but it can happen.
Yeah. It's really unfortunate if you get imprisoned. There are some runners that are actually scared of Mesprit because of it having that, but it's pretty unlucky for it to happen. And then it has stab confusion, so it can do some real damage if you are stunned. That's pretty much all it's got, though. Wow, you're still alive? Oh my wow, that's a lot of health.
We actually met up with Grovyle here, who seems to be keen on stealing the time years. And now we get to see the effects in real time of what happens when you steal a time gear from the place where it's supposed to belong. Time is going to freeze around the area where the time gear was located, and so now we're just trying to run as fast as possible.
Very slowly.
That's a funny cutscene. They clearly talk about running out of the cave because it's an emergency, and then oh my god, that pin missile.
Wow. Okay. That was one of the worst things that can possibly happen to you. 3 pin missile hits from like across a room.
Yeah.
A very slow animation, and it killed me in 1 hit. And Monster House, nice. Okay. I see the game's in a good mood today. All right. I can at least make these all warp away because the stairs are in this room.
Yeah. The problem
I'm
with
having a quicksand pit.
The problem with using a Spurn Orb in a Monster House is that if you expect to continue to explore the floor, you're probably going to run into the enemies that you warped away. But in a situation like this, where the Monster House spawned in the same room where the stairs were, Cheez just kind of knew that it was unlikely to be able to find the enemies in time. Yeah, the rushing back.
And then the game graciously warped 2 of them in the same room anyways, because thanks. So I still had to fight a bunch of stuff, but yeah, that was an okay use of a Spurn Orb. It would have been worse if I used the Petrify Orb, because then everything not immune to a Sandstorm would have been unpetrified. It's because the Sandstorm started like as soon as I got that Monster House, because it had Tyrannitars in it.
Yeah, so for clarity, Petrification goes away from an enemy once something deals damage to them. So that could be an attack, or that could be a weather ailment. Your partner is smart enough to not attack any enemy that's petrified, but the bad thing happens if you encounter a Monster House in a floor where there's hail or sandstorm.
Hey, you did it, Pikachu. You learned a 3rd attack. Okay.
But yeah, after we ran away from the Time Gear, now we're regrouping in the guild. We're gathering intel on what everybody else found, and now we're realizing that we probably should head to Crystal Cave, which is our next dungeon.
Alright, made it out of pit alive. Just lost the 1 seed to the pin missile garbage.
Yeah. Nice that this is the deathless run for both of us so far. And when I say deathless, I mean like we didn't wipe out. This is kind of
used a revive.
Yeah.
It's extremely rare to get through an 80% run without using a revive, though it has been done a couple times, but it's very rare.
It's a bit ambiguous to talk about deaths in this game, because it can be a death and then it means that you have to use a reviver seed and then you continue, or it can be a death and then you wipe out. And those are 2 entirely different scenarios.
Yeah, one of them being a lot worse.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, making it this far, and like, I think I still have a few reviver seeds in hand. I could check shop just to be very safe for a marathon. Wouldn't be a terrible idea.
Usually if you got like at least 3, you're fine. Which I think we both probably have. Well, I have 3 exactly.
I could check exactly how many I have. I had a decent amount coming in, but I did have to use a couple. And now I'm not so sure. I want to say I probably have like 2 or 3 on hand. I'll check. It takes like.
And then I'm coming up on another dungeon full of ground types for Pikachu. Hooray! He does miraculously kind of hold his own a little bit better there. Because at least there's a lot of just plain rock types in Crystal Cave, and Pikachu can fend those off because they don't resist electric. I just have to hope he doesn't encounter Gravelers, because I'm going to leave him on his own to milk a little bit more EXP. As I get a bit desperate for EXP here, as I want Pikachu to learn Thunderbolt at level 26, and he has 5 level ups to go to do it. I need to get that in 2 dungeons. Luckily, around this point in the game, the enemies start to drop a lot more EXP, so it becomes feasible to level up a lot more. Like, you finish Expedition somewhere between level 14 and 16, and then over the next few dungeons, there's so much more experience getting dropped that you go all the way up, like, maybe 10 more levels or so. Which we need. The story here is still pretty much like, hey, go get Time Gears before Grovyle does.
Yep.
And we aren't doing a good job. We have 0.
We have 0, and Grovyle has how many? 3?
Yeah, like 3 at this point. He got the 1 in Tree Shroud. He just got the 1 in Quicksand. He knows about Yuxi, and I think he has that at this point in the story. I think it's also ambiguous how many there are. He needs 5, but I think there's more than 5.
I think so. Okay, let me check missions again. Find warp seed. Hang on. Oh, this I don't need. Okay, and yeah, that's a green gummy. I wasn't sure earlier. Okay, warp seed and Thunder Orb. I'm gonna have to make a note of that. Let me check. I have 3 revs.
Okay, that's probably enough to be fine.
Yes, but I'll still save. Whoops. That's gonna be my safety. I won't check shop, but I'll save.
Yeah, at least there's a chance you get dungeon shops, which actually show up a lot in Crystal Crossing. So
okay, so warp seed.
It's unlikely, but it's not like we cannot get more revives without checking the shop in town.
And dungeon shops are much faster to check than going to town.
Yeah, it doesn't take an entire minute to walk to a dungeon shop. The main time loss of a dungeon shop is all the the talking Kecleon does. Which also happens in town anyways, so... Alright, Crystal Cave...
Crystal Cave, I believe all 11 floors are large. They tend to not have that many rooms and not many hallways collecting them, so these floors are kind of a pain. They're also like all walls, so like no water tiles to help you move a bit more, but... Ooh,
yeah, this can be an extremely slow dungeon, an unlucky run.
I just realized something really weird. Up until this point, Meowth never... Ooh, Graveler picked up a Reviver Seed. I'm gonna have to watch out for that. If I find a Graveler, try to attack it and hope it drops what I need. Meowth has the pickup ability. I should have used Energy Ball. So at the start of each floor... Nice, I got the revive. At the start of each floor, it has a chance to pick up an item that can randomly spawn on that floor, and I think that's literally the first time it ever procced for some reason. That's actually insane.
Crazy that it didn't proc that early, unless you had him equipped with stuff all game, like bows.
Pretty sure I didn't. I just gave in something, because that's actually something I don't want.
Yeah, usually with pickup, we'll get like really stupid troll moments where the partner will pick up like rocks or something and then start throwing them on screen, and it's a very slow animation and a weak attack. Or like they'll pick up an apple and just throw it at you randomly instead of letting you like hold on to it.
Ooh.
A nice monster house number 2.
Yeah, there it is.
With a shed skins of Viper this time.
This is not great. I'm gonna fall here. This is a dead-end room, so they won't go towards Meowth immediately. I'm hoping I find the stairs fast enough.
There's another item that we often hold on to for safety called a roll call orb, which will pull your partner to you. So
I do
like,
have
in a
one.
situation like this, if Meowth does get surrounded and he has the orb, then he can pull Meowth away. But optimally, he just gets away and finds the stairs and never has a problem. And then the dungeon turns red randomly.
I'll take this.
There's a Spurn orb. You basically got your Full Fear orb back.
Yeah.
They have very similar use cases of like keep the enemy. Ideally, Full Fear orb or Spurn orb. They both just push the enemies away so that hopefully you find the stairs shortly
The reason why I used a Full Fear in that situation was because the room where the monster house was a dead end, and so it was more likely for me to be able to use a Full Fear orb and imagine that it would take a while for enemies to get to Meowth from that monster house than if I used a Spurn orb, which would just randomly warp the enemy somewhere else and then they might get close to where Meowth is. My Max Elixir situation is starting to be concerning. That's my last one. So actually, it is concerning.
Well, I guess you might want to check the shop for that.
Yeah, if anything, yeah, I should probably check shop just for the Max Elixirs. That is going to be very bad if I have no way to refuel my PPs in some of the long dungeons coming up. If I don't, honestly, my best play is going to be to just eat a Reviver Seed intentionally, but like I don't have a huge amount of them, so I can only do it so many times and still feel safe.
Yeah, that's like a very last resort thing of using revives for restoring PP and belly. Unless you're doing a Wonder Mail category where you have 1,000,000 of them, but we don't have that here.
Yep.
We have 3, and we live with it. Alright. So Pikachu is just barely okay enough on his own here to survive.
The Graveler tried to use Rollout. Might have to eat here soon.
I guess one really cool thing about Pikachu that actually aids his survivability a lot is he has the static ability, which can paralyze an enemy on contact, and it can proc on any hit of a multi-hit move. So Pikachu is like borderline immune to multi-hit moves, which is awesome. That is one thing that makes him much safer. And I'm being tormented by useless TMs.
I picked up a cherry berry thinking it was a mission item, but according to my notes, no. Oh no, you know what it was? You know why I never proc? Because I mostly had Meowth hold the power band, and then at some point I decided that actually it was probably more value for me to hold it.
Yeah,
so that would explain why pickup never proc.
Come on. My cat is blind. Oh, and in a dead end.
The cat's already had her eyes closed the entire time.
Yeah, sometimes she has a hard time hitting.
Oh, what?
Sometimes. Even with the female gender accuracy boost in this game.
There's a funny moment in the original Rasputin games where at some point they fight Moltres and then they try to convince Moltres that they're not there to cause any harm, and in an effort to convince them of honesty, the partner goes, "Oh, look me in the eyes. Try, I'm being sincere."
Really?
And then it's really funny if your partner is like
I
skitty or
walked that
cynical.
away so that I could heal my confusion, and he walks back up and rock blasts.
Oh my god.
Okay, so that was the worst thing that could possibly have happened there. Usually when you use a warp seed on an enemy, they will go to another room. But if you're in a large room that's like two smaller rooms interconnected on the map, the enemy can just warp in the same room again, which is really the worst thing to happen if you're trying to get away from them. Which is what the situation was while I was confused. You're kind of defenseless while confused outside of throwing items. So I got super trolled there.
I do have one piece of good news on my part, which is I just found a blue gummy. That is one of the two I need.
Nice.
So hopefully we find another one before the end.
Oh yeah, I got 3. So at least I'm doing good there. We only need 2, but it's nice to have 4, so that when the time comes that we need to use those blue gummies for the story purpose, we can have 2 in storage that are just safe no matter what, and then we have 2 on hand or more, which have the risk of being lost to a grimy trap, because traps get introduced starting from Amplanes.
Starting from Amplanes, on top of Monster House, you start finding traps, and that was actually something I just stepped on towards the end of Crystal Cave. It was a trip trap. So there's different types of traps. Trip trap, when you step on it, it makes you drop the equipped item in front of you, which is normally just a mild annoyance, unless the tile in front of you is like a water tile, in which case you just lose the item forever because you can't recover it. Grimy trap is something where when you step on it, it makes it so that... Ooh, natural gift. That's actually really nice for you.
I actually am not sure if I want to teach that to Skitty or Pikachu. Probably Skitty.
But yeah, Grimy Trap just randomly selects a bunch of edible items in your inventory and turns them into Grimy Traps, and that includes blue gummies. So it's really sad if you have only 2 blue gummies in inventory and that's like all you have, and then you step on a Grimy Trap and then you lose them, and now you have to look into a way of farming them.
Ground stairs, nice. Okay, get me out there.
I think you.
Alright, I can't complain about that.
Yeah.
Not the worst time, and I got natural gift on Skitty, so I'm going to be much better off in the future segment now. So, normally, one of the drawbacks of Skitty around this point is she has access to a number of attacking moves, but they're all really low PP or have some other weird drawback. Like, Zen Headbutt has only 9 PP and a very slow animation. I learned Assist, which is a move that will pull randomly from Skitty's own known moves, Pikachu's moves, and all enemies on the floor. It'll choose a random move amongst all of those and then use it. You don't want to use Assist because it can just pull some useless status moves as a result of its randomness. You just kind of hope it pulls an attacking move. But it's like my last resort move, so having Natural Gift instead of that's kind of a nice safety for me.
I just got hit by Bug Bite and I don't know what item I lost because it was on my partner, so I didn't display that. It must have been the... by the way, I have 4 revs now, okay.
Oh, if you had him holding a Plane Seed, yeah, it will target the held item, so that's actually really nice that you used the Plane Seed.
I didn't know that, actually. Okay, that's very good.
Yeah, so you decoyed the Bug Bite by having him hold a Plane Seed. That's kind of worked out.
That's an interesting... yeah, I'll definitely always equip something like a Plane Seed next time. I don't have a Power Band then.
Yeah, granted, it's really unlucky not to have a Power Band at this point. But yeah, Bug Bite will primarily target a held item if it's edible, which is rarely relevant. That is important for using Natural Gift, though, because the thing you can do with Natural Gift is it will change its type depending on the held seed or berry you have. It will not consume that berry or seed, like how it does in main series, so you can just customize the type of Natural Gift by holding a specific item, but if you get bug bitten, that falls apart. Also, if your name is Skitty, that's completely irrelevant because Skitty has Normalize and just forces everything to be normal type. So for me, in my case, Natural Gift is just basically another tackle, but I'll take it because it doesn't have any big drawbacks or anything crazy.
I almost did something really bad. So I was, oh, that's a monster house. I spawned in a room that had me, my partner, and then in front of the partner, a Floatzel. I almost, I'm gonna eat a Pure Seed. I don't like any of my options. This would be easy for me.
Oh, geez, those were so far away, too. Yeah. You probably made the right call there.
But yeah, I almost used the Energy Ball to try and kill that Floatzel, and I'm pretty sure Friendly Fire is on if you use a move that is a projectile like Energy Ball. So that would have hit me out.
That would hit your partner, yes.
And that would actually hit a lot. Like, I don't think I would have killed Meowth, but it would have brought him really close to where if he failed to kill the Floatzel, he probably would have died.
Yeah, Friendly Fire is especially dangerous because in this game, there's a hidden mechanic where all the enemies have a 30% damage penalty, just to, like, really make player characters that much stronger than the enemies. But, that means if you hit yourself, it really hurts, like, more than you're used to taking damage for.
Trying to make plays that are kind of suboptimal in terms of fuel efficiency, but I don't have a single max elixir left, so I'm trying to preserve PPs, hopefully.
Okay, so apparently at some point something used knockoff on Pikachu and made him lose his special ban. Oh, jeez. Okay. Surround traps are really bad when you're by yourself. They're pretty much also monster houses. Oh, that Floatzel's trolling me. I'm gonna go this way.
Check this. That's a power bend. I'm happy. Okay. Can't believe I found it.
I nearly had my power band lost in a trip trap, and I would have been especially sad to see that since Pikachu lost his special band to something already. Oh, blue gummy, nice. I got my 4th.
Yeah, Meowth still has PPs. I do want to be careful about something, because this is one of those famed dungeons with pressure, enemies that have pressure. So that's actually easy for Meowth to de-link. I'm gonna have to eat a Wyrp Seed because I don't want to fight these enemies.
With me here. Even though I petrified all those enemies, I don't want Pikachu in that room because Floatzels have agility, and enemies can also become unpetrified by being affected by any status effect. And agility can affect like everything in a room. If one enemy walks in and uses it, all the enemies get a speed boost. That can unpetrify an entire monster house in the worst case scenario, so didn't want to leave Pikachu alone in there. I took him with me. It didn't matter because I found the stairs shortly after, but it could have been devastating. Also, I opted... Actually, I guess I didn't need to do that because I opted to use a full hold orb, which petrifies everything on the entire floor in addition to the room that you're in. So I guess it would have been pretty impossible for a Floatzel to walk in there in hindsight, but eh. Had I just petrified the room's enemies, that would have been the right play.
And go figure, the Guardian of Crystal Cave is Azelf, so we completed the what is it called?
I think they're just called the Lake Trio.
The Lake Trio, okay.
Yeah, I do like them, but yeah, they don't do a lot special. They just guard lakes.
Right. Azelf has a much more of a plan, though.
Yeah, he does. He knows he's not gonna win against Grovyle, so he sets up a trap, which I'm kind of surprised is enough to stop Grovyle, given how agile he is. But it works apparently.
And we're actually gonna fight Grovyle here. Now we joked about Mesprit earlier. This is actually a really hard boss fight. Grovyle is really tanky Pokemon with a lot of good stats, also hurt like a truck. So instead, we're just gonna give up
and not fight because you don't have to.
Yeah, this is one of the only fights in the game where it's perfectly fine for the player to not win. And the story will continue regardless. And on top of that, you also aren't subject to the penalty of losing half your items and half your money. So that includes also hitting the give up option. So that's what we do. We just don't fight Grovyle.
Wow, remember when we talked about being able to just abruptly run out of elixirs? Yeah, I'm down to 1 now, and I had like 6. Several pretty bad dungeons later. And I just haven't found any on the ground, which is extremely unfortunate. Oh, okay, well there's one. That helps. Also, Pikachu isn't going to get Thunderbolt on time for the next set of dungeons, which is pretty bad.
I don't know what's happening with my Clothespin today. It keeps sliding off my DS. It doesn't normally do this.
And even the world is trying to troll us for playing this game optimally. Yeah.
All right, we have a pretty long cutscene coming up. If you don't mind, Cheese, actually, I'm gonna take my break here, and I'm gonna leave commentary up to you. Okay, I will be back in just a couple minutes, and leave it to Cheese.
All right. Well, I know my Crystal Crossing's been awful because I'm starving. I guess one other thing that contributes to getting hungry faster is using linked moves actually costs extra belly. That's a not well-known mechanic, but yeah, you lose 1 belly out of your 100 starting total for like I think it's every 10 steps. And then every instance of a linked move that consists of 2 moves drains 1 belly automatically for each use. And then if you're doing a triple link, that takes 2 belly. And you can even link all 4 of your moves together, and doing that costs 3 belly per use, making it really inefficient. I don't think this affects partners, or if it does, it like wouldn't even really matter, because partners don't lose belly as they walk. They do also have a constraint of having 100 belly, but they don't use it as you walk, so it's like very rare for a partner to starve. It can only happen if they're like holding equipment that makes them get hungry, like the heal ribbon. But yeah, I have a concerning mid game going on here now, where I lost a lot of elixirs, and I need them because I'm still going to be using like a 12 PP link set, and I'm coming up on dungeons where Skitty is particularly weak. I guess for both of our combos, both the Trico Meowth combo and the Skitty Pikachu combo, future is rough. Or like that's the next, just like a spoiler alert. That's the next set of dungeons coming up. We get stuck in kind of a plot tunnel for a while now, and you encounter a lot of ghosts coming up in the next few dungeons. So like having to rely primarily on normal type moves is especially painful there. You can hit ghosts with normal type moves, but it's heavily nerfed by the damage penalty induced. Okay, I'm gonna give up. Okay.
I'm glad my Clothespin survived this time.
Yeah, that would be unfortunate to walk away and have that go off.
Yeah. But just happened a few times.
Thing to talk about. Incidentally, like, we can give up on Grovyle in this game and the game won't punish us for losing, but in Explorers of Time Darkness specifically, the game actually still treats it as a loss, even though you're kind of vaguely intended to lose the fight. If you give up, or naturally lose, you still lose half your items and half your money. So, in that game you do need to fight him. It's not a very noteworthy fight, but...
And I believe you're still able to proceed with the story if that happens, right? But you just
which is especially a weird decision because you get locked in a plot tunnel shortly after. So it's like, imagine losing half your items before having to do several consecutive dungeons without town. It's really messed up.
So I don't think what's going on with the story here is we're getting kind of a plot dump. So it turns out that both Nascore and Grovyle are Pokemon from the future, and the future is a well, actually, the way it's being described is, for some reason, Grovyle is traveled to the past and is trying to bring ruin to the world, and so Dusknoir chased him to the past to try and stop him. If Grovyle succeeds in stealing all the time gears, time will get frozen everywhere, and it just becomes a place of ruin. So he's explaining to us that was his mission, and we're gonna offer to help him catch Grovyle and save the day.
Yeah, in oddly vivid detail, he's very aware of how the dark future looks.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a huge plot dump spot. Like, this is where the game story really...
This is one of the longest uninterrupted cutscenes in the game, I believe, sitting at around 7 minutes.
Yeah, my favorite modern PMD speedrunning strategy is playing something else while you speedrun the game. This is usually where you could do like an entire Super Mario Bros. Speedrun during this cutscene.
Yeah.
The longest one.
On my own stream, I like to practice other games I speedrun during this cutscene, so I'll practice a few tricks. A cutscene like this is typically prime moment to just do an entire individual level.
Yeah, I started doing the same. That's like the new modern Pokemon Mystery Dungeon meta, is just do other things during the run. My favorite was routing Super Mystery Dungeon during this game from Shady,
Yeah.
and then he got a world record with that happening, so the world record footage of like any percent no Wonder Mail has a bunch of random Super Mystery Dungeon gameplay.
Right. I believe there was the 80% Wonder Mail record from a few years ago, like a 458.
Maybe, I don't remember. My memory is foggy on WR history over the last few years, because I just kind of stopped contributing to any percent. It was a good few years where I kept finding more items that were useful in any percent and was like one of the main competitors in that category, and then I kind of just slowly phased it out in favor of this one instead. Even though the game likes to troll me a lot, I enjoy the massive chaos of Darkrai and Wonder Mail.
Yeah,
it's really funny.
That's something that often happens with long-time runners. They often do tend to gravitate towards the longer, more complex categories.
I am infamous for adoring stupidly long categories. Wouldn't be submitting this if I wasn't.
And I mean, this is definitely one of them. The post game is going to make the main 80% portion look very tame. So Chunsoft is like kind of they also have other mystery dungeon titles outside of the Pokemon franchise. And the postgame is where they bring in a lot of the really trolly elements, such as traps that just remove. Well, I guess this isn't in like their other games, but like there's probably one of the worst traps in this game is a 0 PP trap, which just literally removes every single PP from one of your moves on the spot,
and instantly delinks them
too, which
is brutal.
That is the worst effect.
So linked moves become considerably less reliable in post-game, which is why agility will be so critical, which we will soon be seeing agility usage on SPD's side. She's pretty close to hitting level 31.
We are indeed close, yeah. But first we have to play a few filler days, and I will check shop. Actually, I have to adjust my links anyway, so this is fine. I would have to visit down here anyway. What I want to do here is I want to link Energy Ball on Trico along with Pun and Quick Attack. And then on Meowth, I'm gonna do a quad link, so Feint Attack, Scratch, Screech, Bite, in that order. It seems a little counterintuitive, but actually Feint Attack, Scratch is enough to kill a few enemies, and then you don't have to watch Screech. Well, you do, but okay, I have 2 Reviver Seeds and a Warp Seed. I want to check again for a nice elixir. One thing we haven't mentioned is there's a difference between move animations depending on whether they hit an enemy or they miss. That's called an on-hit and on-whiff animation, and the on-whiff animations are a lot faster. So even though we have to watch the rest of the link set anyway after a link set gets started, if an enemy is already dead, it will play the on-whiff animation, which is a lot faster, compared to you having to use Screech at the start of the link set and then probably having to watch Feint Attack, Scratch anyway.
Yeah, some moves this varies a lot more for others too. Like Feint Attack barely is any different between when it hits and when it misses, but then Screech on the other hand, like if that whiffs, you don't even have to watch the defense down animation. And additionally, there's situations where you can get your partner like half off screen. Like if your partner's in a spot that your main character cannot see because of like dark corridors in a dungeon or something, then you get the whiff animations only, which are much shorter if your partner happens to fight. This is especially relevant for Pikachu because Pikachu's Thundershock animation is very slow, but if it whiffs, it's almost instant.
Yep. All right, I'm gonna check shop again.
Please do. I need time save. I don't even have a skateboard.
Oh yeah. Want to trade an skateboard for a max elixir? Might be that one.
Do you have elixirs?
No, I need elixirs.
Oh well, I don't have them either.
Oh.
I use them all.
Dang it.
I was thinking of doing a triple link on Skitty to have better killing power against the ghost types in the next dungeons, but actually I think what I need to do for efficiency is I will link Tackle and Natural Gift on Skitty, which has a large amount of PP, so that she should probably never need an elixir. And then all my elixirs are going to be going to Pikachu, who's going to be stuck with a triple link. It's just going to be his only viable killing option. He's going to be stuck with Thundershock, Slam, Quick Attack, which not only is a lot of low accuracy moves, but they're also not very high power.
I got one max elixir, but I think I also just ran out of inventory space. That's kind of a problem.
At least you get a bunch of storage rocks in the next few dungeons, so that's nice. You can just dump stuff you don't need until later there. Alright.
Okay. So that was the 2 filler days I needed to play before continuing on with the story progression. So the story was that Dusknoir and a few other, well, mainly Dusknoir, I think, with the help of the Lake Trio, ended up setting a trap for Grovyle, and we just ended up letting Dusknoir just do the job while we just play some mission, aka just play a few filler days, because that's what the game actually wants you to do to progress the story. And tomorrow we will get the news that Grovyle has been captured.
I got very unlucky on escape boards in that I have 0 currently, but I did have a good Beach Cave run. That's pretty unfortunate too. I got stuck with 2 escape orbs for the entire any percent out of the needed 5. That's pretty unlucky. There are some things in this game that, like, if you lose time on it, at least you can make up more time. Like a bad dungeon, at least you might find items that help you later, or level up more, which might help you later, but the escape orbs are just like a binary, you're saving time or losing time, unfortunately.
Yep. Also, now we're finding out that Dusknoir and Grovyle are headed immediately back into the future. So we're gonna go to town, say our goodbyes, and the day has been saved.
We did it, we beat the game.
Yep.
Or at least SBD did, I'm still, before that. I do need to remember to link my moves, because right after that second escape orb day, you get pulled straight into dungeons, so you, like, better have your movesets the way you want.
Wait, dungeons? I thought we beat the game.
Oh, whoops, yeah, sorry. I spoiled it! I can't talk about this game without spoiling stuff. This is, speedruns, shockingly, speedruns aren't very, spoiler safe.
Yeah.
Okay. It'd be good to see that Grovyle get captured. Just look at the other screen, Electivire. Do that order, and then you get a triple link. Okay. Hey, you know what? Since I'm here, let's check the shop. It's 1 screen away. 2 elixirs is not good. The Great Dusknoir is so great! Shut up, Kecleon. Alright, Violent Seed, Warp Seed, not what I need, but I'll take them. Alright, you know what? Purple Kecleon, maybe he'll have an escape orb while I'm here.
At this point, Purple Kecleon starts to spawn more TMs.
Okay. Garbage.
Can still have good stuff.
Have 2 Drought Orbs!
Drought Orbs are actually not terrible, they're kinda niche, but if you encounter a floor where you have Sandstorm or Hail, it can change the weather condition to something a little bit favorable, particularly if you have partners that you have to escort following you, because then you would have to watch the text of them getting damaged by Sandstorm or Hail over and over. So changing the weather.
I think you're thinking about the Sunny Orb.
Oh,
the Drought Orb is the one that removes the water, which also has a niche. That also has a niche in that if you hit a Trip Trap and the held item falls in water, you can drain the water to get the held item back. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
What did Dusknoir just do?
Oh. Yeah, plot twist. We got dragged into the future.
I'm confused.
I can't believe Dusknoir wasn't suspicious. In fairness, this is, like, usually one of the most shocking parts of the game.
Yeah.
It's just less shocking when you've played it 37 times or more.
Right. I don't even know how many times I've been in this game at this point. It's probably hundreds.
Yeah, I'm definitely in the thousands of hours zone with this game. Been speedrunning it since 2017. Once upon a time, we didn't even have Wonder Mail in runs. We just did them all no Wonder Mail, and we thought that Wonder Mail would be slow. Fast forward 7 years, now Wonder Mail doesn't even, like, interact with the game anymore, basically.
This game definitely had a very dynamic evolution, which makes sense because it's an extremely complicated game to route. Like, this is the random dynamic of it makes it so that you can't really script a very simple route. You just have to route something that'll make sense on average. You can't really time anything very easily.
Which, if you hadn't guessed from us using completely separate mains, it's not simple.
Yeah. But
literally everything in this game is viable.
Yep. Yeah. On my end, we have traveled to the future. Looks like we're in a jail cell. We'll interact with the jail bars. See what's going on here. And this is the start of what's called the future segment. Where we'll have to play several dungeons back to back without being able to visit Electivire, Kecleon, anything like that. So the worst thing that can happen right now is for either me or Meowth to have their moves delinked. And I will try to pay special attention to that, particularly in one of the dungeons coming up that's going to have a few enemies that have pressure. Legitimately, if that happens, it's a several minutes time loss, because we won't be able to relink our moves until way later. It'll take an hour, pretty much, for us to get back to.
At least if the partner delinks, you can just take them with you, which is still unfortunate to have to omit split-up strats, which saves so much time overall in the run. But if the leader delinks, it's even worse, because then it's just every fight takes forever.
Yep. And it looks like we're being tied to some poles along with Grovyle. That's a little weird.
What's my evolved form doing here?
And Grovyle, unfortunately, not to talk a bit of a type either, so we're not getting much information out of him.
I kind of hate this cutscene because you get this dialogue choice and it makes just no sense at all.
Yeah, we'll see that coming up. First we get Dusknoir. And he wants to execute us. But, of course,
this is the closest we ever come to dying in a Pokemon game.
Since he's the great Dusknoir and he has a great plan, he makes Sableyes use Fury Swipes on us while being tied to ropes. There's no issue with that plan at all, right? And we ask what we should do, which is just use a basic attack. Okay, whatever.
Yeah, you're prompted, do you want to use a move, use an item, or use an attack? I mean, I can see why you can't use an item while you're bound, but it's frustrating that using a move is not an option when, like, a bunch of the starter roster is fire types that could just burn the ropes.
And it's actually one of the few examples, too, in which you often get presented with these prompts that are kind of meaningless and, you know, you just have to go through a linear story anyway. But this is actually one of the few examples in which you have to answer something non-default in order to have to progress. Alright, Sableyes are going ham on us, and they're breaking the ropes. Good job.
Plan executed perfectly by Dusknoir. Dusknoir has this recurring theme where he comes up with these very convoluted plans that are, like, comically easy to shatter.
Yeah.
Including this entire ordeal of luring us here. It's like standard cartoon villain, except he tries to act very intelligent, so it just makes him look even more ridiculous. Also, Grovyle uses a Luminous Orb in a way that isn't even possible in-game.
A Luminous Orb is an item that, when used, reveals the minimap for the entire floor, including where the stairs are. So it can often save you having to go around the floor and have to look. It does not blind enemies, so... Okay. Also, Grovyle, we could have used it in a dungeon. It could have saved time.
Yeah. He also doesn't know agility, which is infuriating.
Oh, yeah.
He got rid of the best move in the game in favor of, like, Dig or something. Which Dig does hit hard because of how damage calculations work in this game. They give a massive damage boost to moves that take multiple turns to land, but we still don't really want him using it because it's very slow. Because yeah, spoiler alert, we're gonna have Grovyle with us for some dungeons.
Yeah, although not right now. We still have a few minutes of cutscenes to go before we start playing, but we're gonna be separating pretty soon, and we're basically gonna be on the run from Dusknoir and his henchmen.
Yeah, it takes the partner character a very long time in the story to finally understand that Grovyle is the good guy and Dusknoir is trying to kill us.
Yeah.
They really take a long time to trust Grovyle.
It is a frustrating part of the story where you just have to watch your partner just be like, oh, so he's the bad guy after all.
You know, after trying to kill us.
Yeah. But the first dungeon we're going to play here is Chasm Cave, which is a really short dungeon. It's only made up of 8 floors, but the floors that we have to go through are very special. And they're actually pretty much the same layouts that you'd find in the Rescue Team games, Sky Tower Peak. So it's going to be 8 floors, where every single floor is going to be the Crossroads layout, is what it's called, where you have 10 rooms, 3 on the top, 3 on the bottom, and then 2 on each side. With hallways connecting in the middle. And these layouts are all very slow to traverse normally. It takes a long time to go from one room to another. And these rooms tend to be the prime moment to use a Luminous Orb.
Yeah, Luminous Orbs are at their best if you're in a situation where there's like many different ways you could go. Then you can just use that to know exactly which path is ideal. Mm-hmm. Whereas the other item that can save a lot of time on a floor is the Pure Seed that just warps you to the stairs. That one's a little better if you find yourself in like a long stretch and would have to backtrack a ton. Or if you just want to completely skip a floor before you've even seen anything of it.
Yeah, or you end up in a situation where you would have to watch a lot of attack animations. So for example, if you spawn in a room with like 3 enemies, or in a room that has like 3 enemies and Sandstorm, that's also a very good spot. Now, actually, not every floor of Chasm Cave is the Crossroads layout. Floors 1, 4, and 7 are what's called the linear layout, I think. It's just 5 rooms in a row, horizontally.
Yeah, not much you can do about those. You just hope that you take the right direction, left or right.
Hopefully.
And, you know, hope a random Magaton doesn't happen to paralyze you.
Yeah. Okay, we'll use our first and only Luminous Orb. Oh yeah, this would have taken me a while to find.
Usually we kind of check these rooms out in like a clockwise order. And the worst is if the room that you needed to go to is just on the very end.
I'm gonna go ahead and use a... I don't have a... How do I not have a heal seed?
It's your warp seeds.
Yeah, I'm gonna throw it. Okay.
My go-to for dealing with an enemy confusing me is just trying to warp them away. Although throwing warp seeds does have a drawback, in that thrown items do have a % chance to miss. Can't do anything about it. So It's the worst if you're getting trolled and then you try and throw a seed at an enemy that's trolling you, and then you just get trolled again with a miss. It's very fun when that happens. Or you can have what I had earlier, where they just warp back to where you were anyways. While you're still confused. And confusion lasts a lot of turns in this game. It's like around 8 turns usually before it finally recovers, so you can't really wait it out. Until there's nothing around.
Okay, I'm actually getting a bit lucky with stairs here.
Okay. So all those like crossroads layouts, you essentially have a 1 in 10 shot per room.
Yep.
You're just now getting Sleep Seed text? What the heck?
So yeah, I guess I always picked it up with my partner before. Somehow.
Yeah, Sleep Seeds are like probably one of the most common seeds in the whole game, so it's like really... We need several of them for bosses too, so it's kind of unfortunate to only now be picking one up on your own.
Okay, I have to... I skipped a room, I hope I'm fine.
That's absolutely where the stairs are.
I'm gonna go ahead and kill that.
The game just knows.
Okay, I'm gonna die off the end of this Grumpig. I need to heal my PPs, and I only have 1 max elixir, so I'm just gonna use the Rab instead.
Oh yeah, I guess that was probably a good call.
I did find 2 more Reviver Seeds off of Kecleon, so... I'm a little bit... Watch the stairs be there. They're gonna be in that room. Okay, okay, no,
okay.
Never mind. Okay.
It was optimal to skip 1 room.
Sure. That would have been really funny.
This game knows. Oh yeah, and here we have Driftblim, one of the deadliest enemies in the game, because they made the Unburden ability insane in this game.
Yeah, it basically makes you just attack twice.
Yeah. It's like all of your moves are like linked moves for free. It's insane. So like if they use Gust or something, you'll be hit by 2 moves, and it's extremely devastating, especially if you're a grass
Actually,
type,
I have no idea how this works. How does Unburden interact with linked moves? Like, if you have a linked moves and your Pokemon has Unburden, what does it do?
I don't know if I've ever actually had that come together before, but I'm guessing it would use every move twice.
That would be ridiculous.
So, like, you could quad link 4 moves on an Unburdened Pokemon for 8 attacks in 1 turn, and then, you know, you could make them, if they can be multi-hit moves, you could just never, your attack would just never end.
Yeah.
The nightmare scenario.
I'm gonna save before Dark Hill, because this is a 15th floor dungeon, and you fight against Dusclops in this dungeon, which has pressure. And as we talked about earlier, the partner AI is not smart enough to... It's smart enough to stop using linked moves if it has 1 PP left, but not if it has 2 and the enemy it's fighting has pressure. So that is prime time for Meowth to dealing, potentially. And I only have 1 Max Elixir, so I can't play too safe on when it comes to PPs, so I'm just gonna save. And if something bad happens here, I'll just reload from here.
I got a Hidden Power TM for Pikachu, which is one of the probably weakest TMs I could get for him, but since he didn't get Thunderbolt yet, I'll take it.
He
just
immediately stepped on a
sleep
trap. That's a good omen.
I hate Dark Hill. It's one of the trolliest dungeons in the game. There are so many things that can go wrong in that dungeon. It has a ton of ghost types that can fly through walls. You can't counterattack from when they're inside walls, unless you have something like Thunderbolt or another area of effect attack that hits inside a wall, which not often would be the case.
The area composition for this dungeon is also pretty complicated. I don't remember it that hard, but this is a mix of small, medium layouts as well as beetle layouts, which is something unique that gets introduced from this dungeon. The first one is going to be on 6F. So beetle layouts are made up of 7 total rooms, and the way they work is you have 1 huge room in the center that stretches out from the top to the bottom of the map, and then you have 3 small rooms on each side of that huge room.
Okay. The game really didn't want me to find that stairs room. Okay.
Yeah, this is 6F, so we have our 3 rooms on the side, check the center, and the stairs are here. I believe when the game decides on which tile the stairs should be done, it selects it on a per tile basis and not on a per room basis, so I'm pretty sure it is more likely for the stairs to spawn in the middle.
Had a really good chasm.
But then, if they're not in the middle, have fun.
Yeah.
Because those rooms are kind of annoying to check.
I also hate those large rooms because enemies with ranged attacks can really bully your partner, and there are a lot of ranged attacks in Dark Hill. There's enemies with Psybeam, and there's enemies with Shadow Ball.
I'm gonna check Meowth's PPs. Oh, he's doing fine. Still has 12.
Okay. This dungeon's gonna be really painful for Pikachu, having to rely heavily on normal type moves and only having 12 PP. I did teach him Hidden Power. Hidden Power is a funny move in this game because every dungeon you enter, it gets its type randomized. So I do not know what type Hidden Power will be if I make Pikachu use it. I really just have it as a desperate backup in case he has nothing else to work with in a situation.
So you already have an example of having to check the side rooms for the stairs? Okay. How many PPs does Meowth have now? 4! Yeah, those floors did a number on him.
Yeah, the partner tends to fight a lot when they spawn in the big center of the beetle rooms.
I'm gonna take...
Oh, sweet. Okay, you can KO. Cool.
Might be a bad idea, but I'm gonna take the decision to take Meowth with me, just for now. I could use a Max Elixir, but I only have 1, and I don't like that. So instead, in an effort to preserve PPs, I'm gonna bring him with me. Well, it's really gonna make fights a bit more.
My power band fall in water again.
Oh boy.
Okay, there's Thunderbolt. So I kind of wasted a lot of time teaching Hidden Power, but oh well. Thunderbolt's a very good backup move for Pikachu here, since it works well on the ghosts. It also can hit inside walls. So I might actually make a PP conservation play of taking Pikachu with me later in this dungeon. I don't like doing that because it makes the battles inside walls very annoying, but
Yeah,
Pikachu having Thunderbolt would mitigate it.
That is the main problem in this dungeon, bringing your partner with you.
You also don't want to leave your partner adjacent to a wall in this place, because the ghost can just roll up on them and beat them up.
I do not want to fight at that.
Which I just did.
I'm gonna go ahead and... I'm gonna disable Meowth's moves, because if he attacks now, he's gonna kill me. You know what? I'm just gonna fight him and just use Absorb.
Pursuit could have done a lot better.
Absorb.
Oh, come on! Okay. Come with me, conga line of enemies. I'm gonna...
Okay, I can enable his moves.
That doesn't matter now.
Okay, we're out. A little bit concerned there.
Floor. Watch a floor. I just had 5 clay dolls following me, or something.
Oh boy.
Oh, right, you're a ghost. Yeah.
Ooh, Spy, by the way, can be a really dangerous move, but it immediately removes the... it zeroes out the PPs of the last move you used.
Nice. Okay.
If it's part of a link set, it won't delink it immediately. But if you then decide to use your link set, and then you get to the point where you use your 0 PP move, it'll delink by that point. So if you forget, or if you are really low on max elixirs and can't really do much about it, it is very dangerous to get hit by Spy.
Oh, Pikachu's almost dead. He got paralyzed by Disable. They just made Disable inflict paralysis in this game, which in this game paralysis works very different. It's just like 2 turns of not being able to do anything.
Yeah. Typically, the way you deal with paralysis is you take a step back, because Spin mechanics are extremely complicated to explain, but that basically makes it so that your opponent has to spend 1 more turn to catch up to you, and then it can use its attack. So it makes it so that it's unable to use 2 attacks. It's only going to attack you once.
Take that Oran. Alright, so now I have Pikachu behind me just using Thunderbolt for ghosts and walls because he's a little low on PP, and I need to be conservative too. Getting extremely unlucky on like every beetle layout, but otherwise this dungeon hasn't been going too bad.
Okay, I will go straight into Sealed Ruin. Now, our
Filler
team is
dungeon.
at level 30. I am about to learn Agility, which is a big reason to use Trico.
Yeah, he's gonna start like pulling pretty ahead with that move. That's a very helpful move.
Although,
early.
for most of 80%, actually, we won't have that big of an opportunity to use it as much, because, unfortunately, we are approaching the point in which we will often be having other non-team members following us. We didn't really explain it, but when you have, like, a Pokemon that's not part of your team but allied with you, you can't change their tactics, you can't change which moves they use. That's Iron Tail, huh? Don't want it, honestly. And so you're unable to do what you are doing, what I'm doing with Meowth right now, which I'm leaving him only with their tactic and just go on my own. So I'm gonna be forced to carry them with me, and if I have a Pokemon following me, Agility gets much worse, because I'm much more likely to get into fights anyway, and when I use Agility to boost my speed, it's actually team-wide, or like room-wide, and so I will have to watch the animation of my team members following me also getting affected by Agility, so it tends to be a slower option, even in cases in which you are able to skip fights thanks to Agility.
Yeah, but so we'll basically see the difference of, like, I just fight everything brute force. SPD has the more complex option of, like, sometimes it's faster to run, sometimes it's faster to just fight. More often, if you have an ally that you're stuck with, it's going to be faster to fight.
We are still going to have... Go for it.
Oh, I was just going to say, like, you probably already mentioned when you're on your own, Agility's amazing.
Yeah. We are going to have a few dungeons during the 80% portion of this run. We are going to be able to travel through a floor on our own, and then, yeah, Agility is amazing for that. And we're going to have a lot of opportunities in the post-game as well. But that's also where you're going to be able to use Pikachu and do kind of the same.
Yeah, eventually Pikachu can do the same thing that Trico does with agility. It's just during the main story, you are forced to keep the exact team composition that you start with. So I'm forced to play as Skitty and keep Pikachu as the partner. But once we get to a point in post-game, you are allowed to customize the team more, remove your main starter and main partner if you wish, play as whoever you want as a leader. You can even do that to progress the story for a bit. And at that time, Pikachu will be my main, and he'll be a solo main. And he'll be incredibly good at that point, which he could use a comeback, because he's been pretty garbage for the rest of the game, so...
I just got a very interesting item. I got a mobile orb, which is... It's an orb, so it's a one-time use thing, but it's basically... it basically does the same thing that a mobile scarf would do, which we mentioned earlier. It allows you to step through any tile, so including a wall, or water tiles, or chasms, at a 5 belly penalty if it's a wall, and 0 penalty if it's a water tile or a chasm. So I'm probably gonna save it until a moment in which I find a dead end, or maybe I see the stairs on the other side of the room I'm currently in, and then that'll allow me to cut having to backtrack a whole lot.
Also known as a mobile scarf moment, where you wish you had the mobile scarf to go through a wall.
We call that a mobile scarf moment. Alright, we got agility. So I'm gonna learn that over Absorb, and our team's moveset is final at this point, so I will no longer have to learn any new moves. Now, I could take the decision if I find a natural gift or a brick break TM to learn that over Energy Ball. I did find White Slash. You know what? I am going to pick that up.
Oh, there's a way faster animation than Energy Ball, and almost the same amount of PP.
Yeah, the problem is it's kind of awkward to learn that, because if you have a link set and you try to learn a TM, it'll forget the entire link set. Maybe it's different if it's inside a dungeon. I forget.
You do get an option to delink the moves, but there's no way to like add it to the link set, which is still not great.
Right, if I learn inside a dungeon, I can delink the link set.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so
yeah,
I
you
could
just
use
have to do it in a dungeon.
So I could take the decision after future. I'm gonna have to hold on to this White Slash TM. But I could forget Energy Ball. White Slash is a faster animation than Energy Ball. Good scene.
One of the fastest animations in the game. And it's cool because it's an AoE move. Its range is unique in that it will hit the tile in front of you and then the 2 flanking tiles, and that's it.
And this is an example of an agility strat.
Oh yeah, there's a nice off-screen fight, which I finally get to do my first off-screen fight of the run with Spiritomb, because Spiritomb is pretty well trivialized by having the right items. You petrify him, then you run away, and then you put him to sleep and your partner wails on him. Even Pikachu can do it. As long as I have a stun seed. I'm actually not sure if I do. I think I do.
Stun seed and sleep seeds are some of the more important items that you want to pick up to help with boss fights. But yeah, we just met up with Groval again. We're gonna discuss a bit about the state of this world. So it turns out, by the way, that what Dusknor was warning up against, which was the future having time frozen over and everything being terrible, that's actually what the future looks like. And Groval was trying to travel to the past in an effort to stop it. So his plan was to steal the time gears and put it back into Temporal Tower, which is a place where the time gears actually belong. And it turns out that time freezing around where the time gears were located is actually just a temporary effect, because as soon as the time gears end up in the Temporal Tower, that'll fix everything. So soon enough, we will be traveling with Groval back to the past and try to complete this quest. Oh, Cheez disconnected on me for some reason. Are you still there?
Okay. Oh, yeah, I am still here. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, yeah, but your feed is frozen. Okay, now it's good. Now it's good. Okay.
Oh, Discord. Oh well, we didn't miss too much. I guess the coolest thing I did was I finally optimized my damage output by throwing a rock at a rock steel type so that I could kill it in one turn.
Cool. Yeah, and I was just kind of explaining the story behind the time gears and Groval's mission.
Yeah, this is like the most filler dungeon in the game, Sealed Ruin. It is straight filler before the story picks up. Oh, no, get rid of the... Okay.
But yeah, it also means that we will be traveling along with Grovyle. He's going to be a non-team member, so we won't be able to change his tactics. And that's going to, unfortunately, make agility not be too effective for now.
Yeah, he just forcibly follows behind. He also has the IQ skill Dedicated Traveler, so he will prioritize following you over attacking.
Yeah, which is usually actually useful, because it does mean that if you have Grovyle with you and you want to avoid fighting an enemy, Grovyle will follow you and will try to ignore enemies. Now that is a double-edged sword, because in the times where you are far away from Grovyle, Grovyle will still try to prioritize reuniting with you instead of trying to fight back against an enemy that might be following them and dealing a truckload of damage. And here we see Cheez doing an off-screen strat. That's a pretty much bread and butter combo. To just throw a stun seed, get off screen, and then throw a sleep seed with your partner next to the boss. So your partner gets some time to dish damage out while the boss is asleep and waking up.
Pikachu did something!
Hooray! Pikachu will do a lot better in the post-game.
Oh,
Promise.
This combo is insane in post-game. Both combos are pretty insane in post-game, but this, oh geez, this combo is insane in post-game. Skitty's been using Natural Gift Tackle for future, and it's not great against the Ghost and the Steel types, but otherwise, like, it KOs anything that doesn't resist normal, and that's pretty much how her post-game is. She just needs 2 moves to get KOs, which is great, because since the PP0 traps eventually become introduced and can force randomly delinking, it's really great to have 2 sets of 2 linked moves, so that if that happens, you have a backup. For Trico, it's not a big deal because you can just use agility, and then agility can be abused to gain extra attacks. You just agility, walk back, attack, agility, walk back, attack, and so on and so forth until the enemy dies. But Skitty just has to brute force fights when I am controlling her.
Yep.
There are still some post-game dungeons where I'm forced to play as her.
And agility strats are actually very complicated because the way speed is programmed in this game is incredibly convoluted. We might go into a little bit more detail about it once we start fighting those bosses and do kind of an infinite. But for now, just know that the agility strats are a lot more complicated.
Yeah, it's an entire rant trying to explain how agility works in this game, and it's still hard to understand.
Yeah, just freaking out to type like several paragraphs to even explain.
It took us a long time to realize that it would even be worthwhile to consider the use of agility in this category, although the way it came about is hilarious in its own right, and that it came from a meme New Year's race where we all took different mains. Before a time where it was like common for different runners to use different mains, like before it was just kind of like everyone had the same meta and we all tried to follow it and improve it. But we randomly did a New Year's memes race where everyone took like a random thing. We gave Trico to Shady because his favorite Pokemon is Sceptile. And,
yeah, Shady Gamer X.
He was like, oh shoot, at first because of Trico seemingly being infamously bad in any percent. But he routed it so much that it ended up actually turning out to be pretty optimal.
Yep.
You gotta drag Trico through the main story where he's a little bit weak, but he can still get by with TMs or Pound Quick Attack and Absorb if he has to, and then Agility just destroys bosses, and is also just great to have in general for avoiding encounters. Or for handling really stupid encounters better, like what happened there. You got like a ghost hiding inside a wall and a tanky Gabite coming up, and it's still going poorly, but at least this would have been worse without agility.
Unfortunately, the Gabite has Sandvale, so...
Oh yeah.
That's,
yeah, we're not safe from Sandvale. It still happens outside of Chapter 11. It's less common, but it's still a thing.
So yeah, this is Dust Forest where the first 3 floors are medium-sized and then everything else is large and tends to have a lot of rooms, so it's very common for you to run into big grids. another bad... Dust Forest isn't that long of a dungeon, it's only 8 floors. But it does have a few annoyances. You just saw Sandvale. There's... Jumpluff is actually kind of a scary enemy because it has Bullet Seed. Maybe not so much for us because we're Grass type, but still a multi-hit move, still hits a lot. There's Miss Magius, which is a ghost, and it's particularly troublesome in hallways. So ghosts can go through walls. If you're playing as them, there's a valid penalty, but enemies don't really have a penalty for this. When an enemy is inside a wall, you can't hit them. So you have to wait for them to step outside, and then you can finally attack them. It's a lot more annoying if you have a partner following you, like in our case we have Grovile. So
yeah, they'll stay camped inside the wall and just keep wailing on you and your partner non-stop, and
there
it's very annoying.
There are technically some moves that can hit inside walls, but we don't have any of them.
Yeah, well, Thunderbolt is one thing I got, and then Wide Slash can do it, I guess, but...
It can? Actually, didn't know that.
Yeah, Wide Slash is not bad for that, too, because it's typeless. It just hits effectively on everything.
Okay, I made it out. It's actually pretty satisfying to try and run away from an enemy and successfully get into the stairs before you have to fight anything.
Yeah, it's pretty much like the principle of any percent Wonder Mail is like, don't fight, just run. And it's kind of nice that in this route we get to do a little bit of that. We have Fight Gem at home, we have Agility.
Yep. And now we're gonna meet Celebi, who's gonna be your ticket to get back to the past and complete Grovile's quest.
And be another escort Pokemon, making us have a party of 4.
The next dungeon is particularly annoying because Sandstorm is very common, and having 2 Pokemon follow you, anytime you take damage from Sandstorm, you have to watch text indicating that you took damage before you're able to move again. And when you have to watch that for yourself, and then for each of your 2 team members moving on, the time loss stacks up quickly.
Yeah, so it's gonna be a good dungeon to use orbs that save time. Oh, really?
Also, for some reason, it's a shiny Celebi.
Yeah, I guess they just wanted to make it more distinct from Grovile or something.
Yeah. Also, it's implied that it has a crush on Grovile.
Yeah. There is some cute dialogue you can get if you talk to Just Celebi there before the dungeon, where she's like, I'm in love with him? Of course not!
I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that before entering.
It's a long dialogue.
Sure.
I think it was kind of long.
It's been a while since I last checked.
Yeah, it's not like we go around checking out the dialogue. There's a lot of miscellaneous dialogue that's
a lot of really funny dialogue too. I think at some point, if you leave the guild, then you go to... Let's check the dialogue anyway.
Yeah, there's like a whole arc of Dugtrio talking to the sea. You have to go to Torpedo Bluff to see it, though.
Yeah, I was thinking about the Diglett dialogue. Apparently, Dugtrio is obsessed with the sea, even though he's a ground type. And he thinks the sea is calling out to him. So...
He tries to have conversations with it.
Yeah. And then his son is really worried about him, so he tries to get him back to the guild and do work. Oh, that's natural.
And eventually Loudred comes up and is like told by Diglett to just pretend to be the voice of the sea and like tricks Dugtrio into going back to work.
Right. And I believe it all culminates into Dugtrio finally taking a dive into the sea and then getting rescued by an exploration team.
Oh yeah, you meet Team Raider. That's
Team
all
Raider,
they do.
yeah.
And then they sit on the beach for the rest of the entire post game.
I was kind of sad as a kid that you couldn't fight Team Raider. Like, I really thought it would culminate in a boss fight or something. But that's literally the only appearance.
I finalized my Skitty's moveset with learning Feint Attack, the Never Miss move. And it becomes normal type because of Normalize, so it's like a proc and won't miss, animates fast. That's gonna be really nice for my end game. I have 3 high PP consistent moves now.
You know what I forgot to do? Okay, I still have it. I need to deposit the blue gummy.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you don't want that getting Grimer trapped, especially if it's your only one.
Yeah. I'd be really sad if that got Grimy trapped and it actually mattered. Man, I would love to eat a Warp Seed in that situation, but I have team members following me who all have dedicated Traveler, and I don't trust them to not, like, run into an enemy and just have to eat 7 Reviver Seeds.
Yeah. The olden days of Wondermail runs where we had to use a fight gem in this place and have Grovyle and Celebi on their own when we had very few Reviver Seeds was awful.
Yeah.
It was a very frequent run killer.
The Wondermail category got revolutionized by having access to a ton of Reviver Seeds. So that allows you to do a whole bunch of boss strats that you otherwise wouldn't be able to do, but it also makes... anytime you have to escort any non-team members, a lot safer, because you can just leave them on their own, and even if they eat a few Reviver Seeds, that's fine.
Yeah. The worst thing that would happen sometimes was when Grovyle would try to run away from a Steelix, and then it uses Rock Polish, and then Grovyle uses his turn to walk 1 tile away from the Steelix, and then the sped up Steelix just runs back up and attacks Grovyle repeatedly for free.
Yeah, that's a classic.
Just kills him over and over and over again. So the worst thing you could see for Grovyle or Celebi being off-screen was Steelix used Rock Polish. That would usually result in multiple deaths. It was mandatory to have roll call orbs. Alright, SPD took this time loss, I'll take it too.
Nice.
I don't have any special feelings for him or anything. Alright, in the same dungeon.
Nope.
Unfortunately, Deep Dusk Forest is probably my worst dungeon with this combo. Both Skitty and Pikachu are horrendous here. So I will make use of Luminosaur's Juices.
How did Meowth get paralyzed? Does Steelix have Dragon Breath or something?
Maybe? I honestly, that's the only thing I can think of. But I forgot they had that.
Yeah.
Alright, normally my Pikachu is especially useless here because I for the sake of PP conservation, I usually put Pikachu on 2 double links. I'll put him on, like, Thundershock Quick Attack and then Thunderbolt Slam, but he didn't have Thunderbolt before I had to leave for Future, so I just had to stick him with a triple link, and that's actually a lot better here. So that kind of worked out. Makes him a lot less defenseless.
Yeah, definitely one of the more undying dungeons in the run because you have not many rooms and not many so you tend to have a lot of situations in which the rooms are few that you have to explore, but you also have really poor connectivity. So this dungeon makes you have to backtrack a lot if you end up in this situation where you have to visit every room before finally finding the stairs. And then on top of that, there's a lot of Sandstorm and a lot of annoying enemies, and you have to you're accompanied by 2 team members that you can't control.
Hold Orb, very nice. Agrons that I can't kill very fast, not so nice. I am in danger. Celebi has a Rhydon behind her. Okay, it's a very good thing she used Magical Leaf. Celebi will either attack with Magical Leaf or Ancient Power if she's cornered, and Ancient Power is ineffective against, like, everything in this dungeon, and on top of that, she might get an all-stat boost proc from it, which is extremely slow. I am almost dead, and I flinched. I had a lot of Oran Berries, and I don't anymore. This dungeon is very painful.
Meanwhile, here we're confronting Primal Dialga, which is basically... Yeah, Dialga is the Lord of Time and the Guardian of Temporal Tower, and we're finding out that he's basically lost control, and that's part of the reason why Time is out of control. And he basically just thinks we're hostile to him. Also, on top of that, we're discovering that... the news is getting out that we're human, but it also turns out that Grovyle was not alone in his quest of trying to restore the flow of time, but he was accompanied by a human. And that turned out to be us before we had amnesia.
And Grovyle was somehow unaware of our name this entire time.
Yeah, which is a really funny implication.
Quite remarkable that somehow our character's name would not ever be spoken this entire time. Okay, cool. I've had a blue gummy on hand, and I was really nervous I was going to lose it from my Grimer trap. I had to start taking Pikachu with me because I only have one elixir left and he's almost out of PP, and I am most likely going to need an elixir for the next dungeon. The next dungeon is the longest in the any percent section. 20 floors. Pretty much always need resources in there.
So yeah, in the main any percent section, Trishra Forest is the dungeon coming up that we'll have to play. That is the longest dungeon, longest continuous dungeon in the run. 20 floors. You're almost guaranteed to have to use a max elixir, have to eat something. In the post-game, there are actually 2 more dungeons that are 20 floors long, but it's still a tie for the longest continuous dungeon. So just to speak as to how incredible Trishra Forest is as
yeah. I got lucky. I just had a pretty tame Deep Dusk, which normally that's like one of the most tedious dungeons for me, but I didn't even use any Pure Seeds or Luminous Orbs, so I now have a bunch for later. It's the one thing the game's been nice to me with is Luminous Orbs. I have a lot.
I feel like we probably have a 3-minute gap, which again, in a game like this, something that can be made up within a single dungeon.
Yeah, that ain't nothing. Tree Shroud alone actually could swing that with its length. We'll both be in there for some time, I'm sure.
Yep. I mean, in my situation also, I had to use a Max Elixir in Deep Dusk. I found one along the way, but I still only have one single Max Elixir to tackle Tree Shroud Forest with. I think the way I'll play it is I'll make sure that the Max Elixir goes to myself. And then when Meowth runs out of PPs, which will almost certainly happen, I'll just bring him along with me instead of using a mech, like trying to restore his PPs, because I do have Reviver Seeds, but I'd really rather be really safe for something like this. In a PB attempt, I'll probably let him die and restore some PPs, but to guarantee that I finish, that's probably what I'll do.
One Max Elixir Claw. Woo! I'm so glad that today's the day the game picked to not give us elixirs.
Yeah.
Great timing. I'm probably going to do the exact same thing of, like... I don't know. Tree Shroud's weird, because there's some enemies that can die to one hit from Skitty, so I might be able to make it through it with Skitty without drinking an elixir, but it's tough because there's pressure enemies, too.
Yeah. It's another
Pikachu
dungeon...
has so little PP that I'm probably better off using an elixir on him.
It's another dungeon where it's very easy to de-link. Vespiquen is the enemy that has pressure, and it only spawns in the second half of the dungeon, but that's also precisely when you're going to be low on PPs. Now, yeah, luckily, at least, this is the last dungeon that you have to play before you can finally visit the Electivire shop again. So if a de-link does happen, it'll suck for Tree Shroud, but at least we'll be able to re-link very soon. And by the way, we're back to the present. Right on the beach where we washed up with Amnesia.
Yeah, I guess all the portals to the past seem to lead here for some reason.
Yeah. It's a very special beach.
Yeah, Celebi got us out, and then Celebi just kind of dealt with stuff, I guess. I'm surrounded by Primal Dialga and Sableye and Duster. I'm out. I'll figure it out.
We're also unlocking the 4th special episodes. As I mentioned earlier, the last special episode does go through what happens in the future after we do our main quest. And we will get to see Celebi again and see what she's up to.
Yeah, right now we just unlocked the Team Charm episode, which it's weird that we get it now when it really has nothing to do with anything. We haven't even seen Team Charm yet in-game. Like, yeah. We at least know Bidoof for Bidoof's Wish. We at least know Sunflora for today's Oh My Gosh. We know Gilbester Wigglytuff for Igglybuff the Prodigy, but... Team Charm?
Team Charm at this point in the story is absolutely just kind of random.
Yeah, they do show up in post-game, but it's even that's random.
And this is Torpedo Bluff. This is where our partner used to live before they embarked on the Gale journey with us. And for some reason we don't want to see our guild yet. I guess because we have Growl with us and everybody still thinks he's a criminal. So we're just gonna camp here for the night and decide on what we want to do exactly and how to recover these time gears.
Much later in the game, we do get to actually sleep here, and then that's very nice because you get to pass the Kecleon shop on the way to everything, so you can start checking the shop every day, but doesn't quite happen yet. We don't even go in town at this point because our characters are trying to stay hidden. I don't know how they do it in a completely linear town, but they do it somehow.
Yeah.
Actually, I don't even know how they got to Sharpedo Bluff. Don't think about the story too much, as has been warned.
Exactly. Hey, we'll just pretend like they find an alternate path through like shrubbery and stuff that we aren't allowed to take.
Yeah, Grovyle and Shriko can climb pretty well. They'll just scale the cliff.
Yeah.
And then Meowth, I don't know, he's a cat. He'll find things to jump on to get there. Don't ask me how Skitty and Pikachu figure it out. This is another really big plot dump spot too.
Yeah.
Getting out of the future. The big dump being like, oh, you were the human that was with Grovyle, and then you end up back in the present or past or whatever.
Yeah, and we kind of just talk about what happened. So apparently we were trying to travel to the past to recover the time gear, but for some reason something happened and we ended up having amnesia. That's actually a question that will be answered in the postgame as to exactly what happened during this time travel.
We get to discover the real villain of the game, which is definitely not spoiled by the.
It's definitely not Darkrai. Yeah. But
yeah, welcome to the longest cutscene break and then the longest dungeon in any percent.
Yeah, it's definitely...
And it's not even a break. You get all these save prompts in the middle of it. They didn't want us to take breaks during this part.
It's a bit of a awkward moment because this is one of the tougher dungeons in the entire run coming up, but it's surrounded by cutscenes both before and after.
Oh yeah, after Tree Shot there's a lot too.
It's funny because normally when you get on a good pace in a speedrun, it's very easy to like get nervous and a lot of it, there's a big element of like trying to manage your nerves and stuff. And I don't like this when you get on pace. My personal experience is that it doesn't feel so much as like getting nervous and having a lot of immediate pressure as it does feel like what it would feel like having an exam coming up, like a school exam, where you're just kind of sitting in the examination room waiting for the exam to start. To be presented with the questions.
Accurate. It's been a long time since I had a good pace run, but that is so accurate.
Yeah.
You just sit there hoping it works out well, hoping the game lets you finish the run. You can do your best, but it might just slap you.
Yeah. It shouldn't be too long from here. Our partner is just kind of talking with Grovyle about their experiences with us and discussing the power of friendship.
Yeah, I do like this cutscene in that they decide to admire the sunset, something that they appreciate a lot more after seeing the dark future where the sun never rises. Yeah. Oh, and then the partner remembers that they've had the relic fragment all game, and they decide to talk about that.
This random treasure that will turn out to be very useful.
Yeah, that's it's just been sitting there all game so far.
I will probably be taking my break after the dungeon because that is one of the longer continuous dungeon cutscenes in the run after Tree-Shroud Forest.
Yeah, I guess there are quite a few long continuous cutscenes, like kinda near the end, as the game gets extremely plot heavy.
Yep.
And then you beat the game, and it's like dungeon. The
postgame will definitely be a lot more dense, especially for the first part.
We're gonna be going insane during postgame.
Okay, Grovyle finally pulled up the map. We decided that we have to go towards Tree-Shroud Forest, which is where he found one of the town gears originally. Everybody in town just decided to place every time gear back to its original spot, so we have to basically steal them all over again.
Good job, townspeople. You're trying to freeze time again. They have no idea, but yeah. Grovyle is just at he's just at a reset of his progress. Except now he's lugging us along. By which I mean we're lugging him along.
This is actually one of my most practiced dungeons, personally. Now, practicing a game like this is kind of weird, because you can practice dungeon-specific things when it comes to parameters. There's maybe some plays that you would do more often in specific dungeons, but for the most part, a big thing that you want to practice is movement, and a place like this is actually pretty good when it comes to that, because it is a very long place, but it also has a nice variety of layouts. So the way this works is you have the first 3 floors be medium-sized, which again means that the biggest grid that a medium layout can spawn is a 3x3. And then 4 and 5F are large, meaning at most 4x6. And then it repeats, so 6, 7, 8 are medium, 9 and 10 are large. That quick attack is gonna hit rolls. Didn't quite mean for that
I
to
thought
happen.
you were going to say this is your most practiced dungeon because of the whole ordeal with the stair sensor stuff.
That's also another thing, yeah.
Although that was Wondermill movement practice, but that was a whole thing of, like, is this strategy going to be worth it in any percent? There's only one way to find out. 20 continuous iterations of this dungeon, with and without.
Yeah, so long story about that. That's a Wondermill strat. That's an IQ skill. So we mentioned that IQ is just too troublesome to grind for. Anything useful that it might get you just takes too long. Now, in Wondermill, there is a specific mission that you can do. Basically, you can generate a fixed floor. And we can use a special mission that can generate the fixed floor that would normally be at the end of Zero Isle North, 75F. That is like one of the challenge dungeons, and it's basically the reward room, and it includes 2 Wonder Gummies, which give you a lot of IQ. If you eat a lot of them, and you are the right Pokemon, it can give you the Stair Sensor IQ skill, which will spawn an arrow at the start of the floor. It's a 1.5 second animation, but it tells you the general direction where the stairs are, so it makes the average travel time for a floor a lot faster. And so we're wondering whether actually taking the time to farm that IQ skill was worth it. And as I mentioned earlier, a big problem about a run like this is that you can't really time anything super straightforwardly. Like, you can time animation speed, you can just kind of time individual things, but a lot of choices are just way too complicated to put into numbers. So, like, the idea of does Stair Sensor save time on average is one that is just kind of not really mathematically computable, except if you play the dungeon a crap ton of times, and you record every time, like all of the times that you've gotten, and you basically calculate an average. And so I did that, and it turned out that even after having played that dungeon, I think like 40 times each, with each playstyle, it was still a non-statistically significant. Well, it was a statistically significant example in that it saved time, but it wasn't statistically significant in is it worth it. Just to, you know.
It's so difficult to actually tell what's good in this game.
Yeah.
Like, we don't even know what's optimal for this category. We're just using our favorite compositions.
For the most part, yeah. Like,
yeah,
we have
the
an
world
idea on
record
what
for
the
this
better
category doesn't use any of our current teams. It's just Eevee Totodile, which is the most any percent no Wondermill brute force team of just have the fastest animations that can kill efficiently and reliably as possible while playing as a complete class cannon.
Yeah,
Doesn't get any agility, doesn't get any room ranged attacks, it just goes.
Shoutouts to Eponymous, who is probably the most versatile Pokemon Mystery Dungeon speedrunner. He just runs whatever. Like, he just wakes up a day, he does the quiz, he's like, oh, I got Mudkip, well, okay, I guess I'll run Mudkip, and he just, like, plays the entire, like, an entire Darkrai run with Mudkip.
Yeah. He has the living evidence that anything in this game is viable. He has a good time with everything. Even Pikachu. Which, well, yeah, I'm trying to do that too, but, like, he doesn't even have, like, this route for Pikachu. He'll just play it. Dude's crazy. The champion of draft races, for sure.
Yeah.
Draft races are a neat thing where, well, everyone drafts for their starter and partner. Again, a tribute to how, like, everything in this game is viable, pretty much.
Yeah, we go through picks and bans, and then we decide on our team members through that process.
Yeah,
so we end up
used to do a lot of those, but at this point we've like all figured out like a route for everything, pretty much.
yeah, at least like a rough idea. I feel it's unlikely for us to have like huge surprises in terms of like who could be viable, but we still don't know. We still haven't explored every single option fully because there's just too many.
Yeah.
I forget exactly.
There were a lot of Pokemon that surprised us, though.
Yep.
Like Torchic. We had no idea that Torchic is actually really good in this game for speedrunning.
Yeah, it actually has really solid moves, and like turns out a really good move of Torchic's is Focus Energy.
Which guarantees crits after usage, so you can link that, and then all the moves coming after it will guarantee a crit if they hit.
I'm out of Tree Shroud. I think I only had to do... I had 3 max elixirs, and I think I had to use 2. So not too bad. I thought I had much fewer.
Yeah, not bad.
Okay.
I'm happy I found one, because I only had one when I came in here. There we go, I'm getting into the pressure spam part. I've been not really thinking of it, and have just been lazily using my linked moves on everything, so I'm probably going to need an elixir now. What would have been a little more efficient would have been for me to use Feint Attack on some of the enemies that can die in one hit, like the Houndooms that have barely any health for some reason. That would have been more efficient. And then another thing is I have Grovyle with me. He can help me fight stuff if he's adjacent. So like I'm just going to run to the stairs here, but I could have Feint Attacked that Vespiquen, and then he would probably finish it off with some random move. It's not great that he just picks random moves, but it's usually better than nothing, unless he chooses Dig, which will do nothing. Yeah, I'm gonna need an elixir. I should probably drink it now before I fight a pressure Vespiquen and screw myself over. Yeah, that was literally my next encounter. That is a 2-hit KO. Alright, Pikachu will be needing an elixir soon too, probably, like now? Wait, oh, he fought off what he was fighting, but he needs an elixir now. And that is my last, I think.
Yeah, unfortunately being short on elixirs is a big problem. But yeah, we're also heading back to town soon, so we can do a few more shop checks, and in fact I'll probably make one before the next dungeon.
Yeah, there's one that you can do very conveniently on the way to the required story progression, so we get one nice convenient shop check in this game. Well, there's the one before Drowsy when we barely have any money, and then there's the one here.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I should also teach the What/TM in the next dungeon.
I'll take this.
I'm
getting hungry, it's kind of expected in Tree Shroud. I still need to deposit my blue gummy, I keep forgetting. Oh, crap.
Confusion.
Okay. Go away. I keep forgetting I do want to check the bands because it would be good for me to find another special band. I actually did find one and then I ran past it. Because I could still use that for Pikachu. It would help a lot later. It's a stamina band. That's not very helpful. That just slightly reduces belly consumption as you walk. An insignificant amount. That's like definitive better than nothing gear.
Okay, another situation in which the answer is mandatorily a non-default prompt.
Oh yeah.
Here we're finally realizing
that
this task is a little bit too much for just the two of us, so we need the entire guild's help. And so we finally realized that we should probably head back and try to explain to everybody what's going on.
Okay, we got super lucky there with Grovyle using quick attacks. I had a Warp Seed miss, and it was my last Warp Seed on Confusion. The exact troll scenario I was talking about earlier, like way earlier.
Alright. There is a save prompt coming up. I'm gonna be taking a quick break after this one, so I'll let you take it over for just a couple minutes and I'll be right back.
I'm probably gonna enter ramble about random stuff mode. Not much happens in the story here. We go back to the guild and everyone's like, "Oh, you're alive! We still don't believe you." Okay, I'm out of Tree Shroud, finally. Yeah, we get to take a time gear on purpose now. Go back to the guild after trying to debate what would be the right play. And then we try to explain to the guild that Dusknoir is evil and Grovyle is the one trying to help us all along. And once again, Chadout's like, oh, you're just crazy, yeah, whatever. And then they tell us to go to bed. And then eventually everyone believes us anyways after all of that. And eventually Grovyle meets up with the guild too and is cool with everyone. But for now, it's like barely. They like barely take our story. After watching Dusknoir pull us away into the dark future. It's a recurring how annoying it is trying to convince Chadout of what's actually going on in this game. Wow, we literally have a time gear. I guess another funny thing about this game, like going back to how like every starter is optimal, or like every starter can be optimal. Like yeah, we have Eponymous who will just run with literally anything. And I was talking a little bit earlier about how, like, the world record right now doesn't even use either of our teams. Like, we're just using teams that we really like. Trico's really nice because he has, he gets agility pretty early. That's pretty much it. But agility alone is, like, a huge deal. Pikachu, I get discharge and agility, and then the record just brute forces everything. The optimal leader for an 80% no Wonder Mail run is considered to be Eevee. Eevee is a ludicrously fragile glass cannon. You pretty much have to heal all the time, every time you get hit by literally anything. They just gave Eevee really low stats. Like, usually the starter Pokemon in this game have very good stats, but Eevee's are especially low. The only reason it does so much damage is because they gave it the Adaptability ability, which massively boosts its same type attack boost damage, so all of its normal type moves hit like trucks. And it even starts with Tackle and Flail, which is all it needs for literally the whole game. You can just Tackle Flail everything into the ground. And it has really good accuracy with those too, so its offense is very reliable. It just cannot get hit by anything. This is especially reckless in the context of a Darkrai run, where you do get hit a lot by more and more ranged moves as the game's difficulty goes up more and more in post-game and gets more and more chaotic. You really don't want to be that fragile.
I am back, by the way.
World record just made it work by having like an outstanding run overall. You can just have a run where like most of the dungeons are quick and smooth. And then, even though you're running a glass cannon with limited survivability, it just has a less of an impact when you don't have to deal with as much anyways.
Yeah. There are some advantages, like some genuine advantages to using Eevee. Like, the Eevee has, like, really fast animations. That helps during the post-game, too. The problem... honestly, the main problem for Eevee in the post-game is the boss fights. Because you just legitimately don't have very many good strats if you don't have something like agility or discharge, and you just lose several minutes there.
Yeah, so you have to make up all that time with like extremely fast dungeons, which Eevee can do. As long as it isn't getting hit too much and it's just bowling down the enemies, it can do it.
And yeah, I mean, not having agility also hurts you in dungeons because you can skip fights in situations where you would be able to. Eevee's a little bit less affected by that just because her moves are animated very fast and are also very accurate. So her fights, like, even though she does have to fight more, her fights are faster.
So it's this funny battle of like, which is better in this category? Having these mains that have their struggles with speed optimization in the early game, but then get these amazing tools for like late game and bosses, or just saying forget it and just tearing through the dungeons with the Pokemon that can fight the fastest and just hoping it works. It's like, we don't even know what the most optimal thing is in this category. It's just, it comes down to like who gets the best run with whatever they happen to do it with. Which Eppo's Eevee run is like insane, and I don't even think anyone has a run close to it right now.
Yeah.
There's some big RNG variables in the run too that are just, no matter what you're maining, are extremely random. Like the big one, which we're about like halfway to, is Aegis Cave. There is a dungeon in post-game where instead of simply going from point A to point B, you must farm for items dropped by enemies occasionally in the dungeon. You have to farm unknown stones dropped by unknowns. You have to look for the specific letters that you need that are required to progress, beat them, hope they drop it, and if they don't, you lose time. So
Yeah,
that dungeon can heavily sway a run.
We'll get into more details as to the fun of Aegis Cave when we get there, but yeah, that is definitely the most RNG heavy part of the run.
Yeah, that one, yeah, we're a long ways away, but that's like, if you want to make a world record attempt on top of everything else going smoothly, it's like mandatory that that dungeon is nice to you.
Potentially unnecessary, but I'm gonna go check shop before Waterfall
Probably
Cave.
a good idea.
So we've decided that actually we want to visit the Sage Torko, who's at the end of Waterfall Cave, which we played all the way back towards the start of the game. It's literally the same dungeon. They did not make the enemies tougher. They didn't change anything about it. It's just the same 8 floors, and they are about like level 10 or whatever. We absolutely destroy them right now.
Yeah, we don't even need linked moves here. We can just use an unlinked move if we have access to anything like that.
Which is why I'm perfectly fine with unlinking my moves. I'm gonna go ahead and learn White Slash now.
Oh, that works too.
D-Link, and then we're gonna learn it over Energy Ball. And then that's the move I'm gonna set. And here we go.
Now we get to see Trico go swoosh with his tail.
Yep.
White Slash is actually, I think, learnable by every starter. It just makes more sense for some than others.
Yeah. And again, we mentioned this earlier, but White Slash is a PMD original move. It hits in the Talon. It's a type lips move, so it's not affected by type effectiveness. And it hits in the tile in front of you as well as the 2 tiles adjacent to it.
Yeah, it's a really nice move.
Seed, right?
The only drawback is it has 10 PP, so using that in your main link set is like, alright, I fought 5 things. Elixir. Alright, I fought 5 more things. Elixir. Alright, oh, I'm out of elixirs. That's the only drawback. But it's a phenomenal move. And also, when you don't have agility strats, having Wide Slash as an option is really nice for some of the boss strats to at least have some kind of area of effect attack.
Yeah.
It's a little desperate, but for a long time, it was reliable for Skitty.
The agility tends to lose a lot of its purpose when you're in a situation where you can one-shot everything anyway.
Yeah. Vile Seed. A look-alike for the Vile Seed, which has a completely different effect. It's just a Warp Seed.
Yep.
But with the funny text, see ya when you use it.
That is correct.
I guess I haven't talked about this much yet. For a long, long time, the route for this category was just Skitty Totodile, and nothing else was even, like, considered. And back then, getting a Wide Slash GM was a big deal, because it was, like, all we had to help with the bosses. Right, we destroy everything in this dungeon except for Wooper. Wooper still destroys us.
Yeah. It's actually a very dangerous enemy earlier on. The most dangerous move that Wooper has is Mudshot, which...
slow and then just hit you again and kill you.
As soon as the enemy inflicts slow on you, it immediately gets another turn. So it can just... It can do that dangerous combo of like Mudshot, right? Not Mud Slap. Yeah, Mud Shot.
Yeah, it's just Mud Shot. I mean, Mud Slap is also awful, but for a different reason.
Yeah.
But yeah, you could just get a double Mud Shot.
The combo is Mud Shot into Water Gun or something. It can literally KO you from 4. Maybe not Trico, but another Pokemon definitely. At least earlier on. I mean, at this point, we're level 30. We have nothing to worry about. The worst that can happen is like Poliwag uses Hypnosis on you and then it wastes a whole bunch of time.
That's awful. Or you can get sleep powdered by a Tangela. I can't wait for all these things to happen now that we're talking about them.
Right.
Alright. Let's see. I think I have 0 elixirs? Yes. Okay. Well, I don't want to, but I should probably check the shop.
And I absolutely need to remember to link my moves before we head into the next dungeon, because we're gonna have to head back into town for story progression soon, so we have a really convenient moment to change our links and check shop. But it's also our only opportunity, because after this, we're finally heading into the end game for 80%, and we're gonna be going through a whole bunch of back-to-back dungeons until the end of the game. And so if I forget to link my moves now, it'll be really painful.
I wasn't looking for revives specifically, but I mean, I guess if Kecleon's just gonna give me 3 of them, sure, fine. Those are elixirs, kind of.
It's pretty much a better elixir. You just have to die.
Yeah. It's a bit of a slower elixir.
Yeah.
Alright, feint attack and thunderbolt. Alright.
And they're also more expensive. Although at this point, money isn't that big of a concern.
Yeah, as long as you can still link moves and stuff. I've been picking up a lot of money too. I just spent 2,000 and I still have 3,000. I think I went a bit overboard on that, but oh well. Better to be safe, I suppose.
Yeah.
It paid off. I bought 3 revives casually. It is awful to run out of money in a run and then want to link moves and realize you're broke and have to go like sell stuff or something. Okay, I do kind of want that ORAM, but I'm gonna have to make room for it. Oh, my slumber orb is for missions. I don't have that grimy food. Okay, I wish I was using Kangaskhan statues more for storage on my way in future. I have kind of a mess in my inventory, and I don't really have a quick way to fix it. If I want to use storage in town, I have to go through Kangaskhan's dialogue, and that's going to make it a lot slower, but I might need to do it, because a full bag before Brine Cave is kind of bad. There's some nice items that can spawn there. Whooper, go away! Everyone wants to join my team.
Every Whooper fan crying right now.
Which is a lot of people.
Yeah.
I hope the person verifying this isn't a big Whooper fan, or else we're doomed.
Grimer picked up a blue gummy.
Oh, wow.
Okay, well,
alrighty,
there
if
it
you
is.
say so. Oh, I have a fake ORAM.
I forgot to deposit my blue gummy still. Actually, I hope I still have it. I don't think I hit a Grammy trap, so I think I still have it. But damn, I need to remember. I need to remember. That's really important.
Yeah, maybe it's worth it to use the Kangaskhan storage for you, even though it's very annoying with her dialogue. Oh, I need this cherry.
Yeah.
Alright. My inventory is too good.
Still need to see another blue gummy, and this is starting to get really concerning.
That is terrible that you haven't gotten one yet, though at least Temporal Tower and Hidden Land spawn a lot of them.
Okay, I didn't know that actually. I honestly never got into a situation before, because usually by this point you already have to.
Yeah, if
I
not
just
4.
stopped thinking about it.
Okay. That's pretty slow. Oh, I guess that was slow because I had to visit the town shop. And I'm probably gonna... Actually, no, I don't really want to shop again. I just want to deposit items now. So I guess I'm just gonna be using revives as elixirs. Not ideal, but it's gonna be my life.
Yep. At least it works. And again, for the most part, we just have to endure the rest of any percent and a bit of post-game, because later on we're gonna have access to a lot more resources.
Yeah, the economy changes a lot in post-game once you get to check the shop all the time. And also, one of the early post-game dungeons has a pretty good spawn rate for apples and elixirs. And it's broken into various short sections, so you get healed constantly as you go through the dungeon and can just build up resources for later. So that's really nice.
Okay, I'm gonna move soon, so I absolutely need to remember to read my moves, and I'm gonna check shop for more max elixir revives and blue gummies if I get really lucky.
Kecleon would never disappoint us. I definitely didn't make an emote just for the occasion of Kecleon disappointing us. Oh, sorry, Kek. Oh yeah, Team Skull exists. That's right, yeah. Now they've decided to bully an old man. They somehow just always know who we're trying to interact with and bully them. Now that they know they can't bully us.
Okay, let's do our checks. Oh yeah, first link.
This is our last big chance to prepare for stuff before we go into, like, the last plot tunnel of the main story. So we're almost done with the main story.
Yes.
And we naturally encounter some of the tankiest enemies in the entire game coming up in the end game, so we're both going to want, like, triple links. Skitty can get by with the 2 sets of 2 linked moves.
We'll use storage first. I might actually have a full storage, and I need to still store the blue gummies, so... yeah, I still have it.
Yeah, you finally can do that.
I do have 1 grimy food, that's actually scary. So that means that I did step on a trap at some point.
Oh yeah, you have reminded me that I do need food. I have no elixirs, and I don't think I have food either.
I'll blow back these. Okay, and then I'll go ahead and... By the way, I'm gonna hold up left right before this sequence. There's actually numerous of these scenarios during the run where you can do very small adjustments to how you initiate cutscenes to save frames here and there. So in that situation, I held up left to make Trico face up left, and then when the partner called out to me, it triggered a rotation towards the partner. And so the fact that I was facing up left meant that the rotation was 4 frames faster. It's a lot of very negligible time saves when it comes to a run this long, but again, this is still a speedrun, and we do try to save as much time as we can, even if it is kind of ridiculously small.
Yeah, we take all we can get. Nothing will get more ridiculous than making a cutscene only hack just to determine which partners had the fastest dialogue.
That's a thing I did.
That's probably the most ambitious thing.
Oh,
turns out there's 3 different groups of partner dialogue. There's like 2 male groups and then 1 female group, and they all have like slight variations in how they say things, and some of those lose more time than others. The group Meowth is in saves like 15 seconds over like Skitty or Totodile and other starters that are in like the slower groups.
Okay, turns out I don't have enough money. I'm gonna go ahead and let's see, I do want that stuff, so I'm gonna go ahead and take some items out and see if I can sell anything of value.
Can we trade an elixir for money? I got money.
I think I would appreciate that trade, yeah. That's not gonna be enough. What is it? Oh, this is barely enough. This will leave me with literally 4 Poké. And I've already linked my moves too, so this is perfect.
Calculated.
Alright, I've linked my moves, I have my items, I deposited my blue gummy, so we're just gonna head down to the beach, trigger the rest of the story. Here we get introduced to
my favorite
Lapras.
chapter name, Larpus.
Larpus indeed.
This cutscene looks really funny if you don't have the top screen on display, because then it just looks like it looks like the game freezes.
Yeah, you should see that.
The characters just stare out in the ocean. We're finally talking more about the relic fragment. It's finally close to the point where it's going to do something. Spoilers. Okay. Oh yeah, I was going to say, shout out to SBD for making an entire document about frame savers and cutscenes.
Yeah. I try my best to document as much as I can with this game, and there is unfortunately way too much to document, so there's a lot of stuff that is still just kind of told around the campfire orally, but...
Alright, so... store these, store that. Hunger seed for later. Got 7 revives. Balance seed, I'll need 3 of these pretty soon. Oh yeah, brick break.
Oh yeah, this is the moment where the game quote unquote freezes.
The last dungeon.
If you can't see the top screen. Lapras is just taking a swim.
I meant to delink my moves at the end of Waterfall Cave 2 on Pikachu so that I could teach him Brick Break, because Brick Break is a straight upgrade over Slam. Definitely want to teach that. It's my favorite move to have him get. Then later on I'll have him do Thunder Shock Brick Break, and it covers everything really well. Love it when he gets Brick Break. Optimally, he has Special Band, Thunder Shock, Brick Break, and that will kill everything, but I lost my Special Band, so... Power Band will have to do. And now Team Skull hears about the Hidden Land, and they want to try to take another chance away from us to go check something out. It's a little above their skill level for considering they're like the first boss of the game, or at least two of them. But they try. Somehow, Skuntank gets Zubat and Coughing through half of Brine Cave somehow. Alright, so time for me to check shop for elixirs. I got a whole page of inventory. Elixirs and apples I need. Really need. Okay. And he has 0. Okay. Thanks for another blue gummy that SPD really needed, though.
Ha!
Unbelievable. Alright, so I have no food, no elixirs. Let's go. That blue gummy is probably going to be my food.
I would love to trade that blue gummy for an elixir or two.
Alright,
yeah, it's very easy to get in a situation with this game where you have most of the items that you need, but just not a few. And it's really funny when you're racing because it tends to get into a situation where like somebody in the race has the items that you need and then is missing a few that you have.
Okay, all of my money is spent.
But yeah, thanks to the guild, we kind of glossed over the story, but Torkoal just kind of told us that there is a meaning to the pattern that our partner Stone has. And it turns out that Shadow named Wigglytuff found that pattern in a place called Brine Cave. So we're going to take an expedition there because we think that that might get us to the Hidden Land, which is where Temporal Tower is located. And so we might be able to save the world. Grobal is busy collecting time gears, and he's presumably gonna reach us soon while we find the way to the Hidden Land. And yeah, that's kind of what our guild is up to. And Brine Cave is a pretty interesting place. We're definitely into late game territory now, but Brine Cave is definitely among the kind of easier part of the end game dungeons. It's a two-part dungeon, so it's made up of Brine Cave, which is 9 floors, and Lower Brine Cave, which is 5. The first 7 floors of Brine Cave tend to be medium layouts, and then the last 2 of Brine Cave plus all 5 in Lower Brine Cave are large layouts. We're gonna have Shadow following us. Well, with the idea that Chatot is the experienced explorer and helping us out, Chatot is like kind of not very helpful.
Of course he's not!
Although, I mean, Strato does have some pretty powerful moves. Like, legit, sometimes he just uses Fury Attack and one-shots an enemy, which is pretty nice.
He's one of the more useful allies, I think.
But
Wondermail...
Anytime you do have somebody who's not part of your team, it definitely tends to be more trouble than it's worth to have them with you. But he definitely, like I will admit, that he's definitely one of the more useful team members. Or non.
Just a shame he's weak to some of the things here of Aurora Beam.
Yeah. There's a lot of water types, but also some ice types.
Yeah, Brine Cave is generally easy, but there are a lot of ranged attackers because a lot of water types learn moves that were designated to be ranged moves in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, like Bubble, Bubble Beam, Water Pulse. Like, water types get a lot of ranged attacks.
And one of those moves is Water Pulse, which is the move with the 137% chance of confusion.
Yeah, it's like actually a bug if it doesn't confuse when it hits. It's crazy.
Right. We're not being serious, to be clear. It has like what, 30%, something like that, but it still feels like
I think it's supposed to be 30%, but like there's no way. There's absolutely no way that that's what it is. I refuse to believe that. Its proc rate is insane.
I kind of just left Shadow on his own. Okay, no problem.
Cornering with partners is really weird.
Yeah.
I mean, it is kind of nice to be a water type in this dungeon, because if you play a water type, you can walk over water tiles, and very often this dungeon will have like these maze layouts where you have to traverse water or like navigate around like a really awkward wall of water or something, like a river.
That can be very helpful, but it does come with its cons. If you're a water type, suddenly every time you step right next to water, the game will stop your dashes, and so it tends to be more annoying to dash through hallways if you're a water type.
Yeah, it's there's like situations where being water type is great, but it's generally very annoying for a speedrun, because even though the water types in this game are pretty strong, that interrupted movement on every single water tile is terrible. Sometimes you can actually use touchscreen inputs to work around it, because it will just mash a direction for you as fast as possible, but it's pretty awful. And then there's also just a lot of things in the game that are immune to water attacks, so that also can be a problem. So, in short, this is one of the only Pokemon games you'll see where grass types are actually really nice, just because they don't have, like, any particularly problematic disadvantage. Like, they have a lot more type weaknesses, but otherwise, like, they don't have to deal with any immunities, because there's no Sap Sipper in this game. They don't have to deal with jank movement, they just go.
Speaking of water, by the way, I used the property. So walls would completely stop you not able... If you're right next to a corner that is a wall, that will prevent you from being able to cut that corner with a diagonal step. But if it's water or a chasm, then you can. And I was able to use that property there to completely sidestep an enemy. Thanks to Shadow also having dedicated Traveler and following me instead of stopping to attack enemies.
It's really annoying how the only alley that doesn't have dedicated Traveler is Bidoof.
Yeah.
Like, if you want to run from something with Bidoof, it's not happening. But with all the other ones that are actually somewhat capable of defending themselves, they can actually run if you want to. And then way later we get a Cresselia who doesn't have dedicated Traveler, and again is awful at fighting, infamously awful.
Yeah, we will have a lot of things to say about Cresselia.
The infamous Reviver Seed consumer.
Child used Mirror Move. Mirror Move is broken. Well, it's not like broken in a speedrunning sense, but like in a combat sense. Basically, it completely rebinds whatever damage you're about to take if an enemy attacks you.
Yeah, so you not only take no damage if you're hit by a move, but then you redirect all of that. Like, you use the move on them instead. It's absolutely ridiculous. Oh, wow, I wish I could go over water right now.
Oh yeah, a very good example here. You can pick up something like a Drop Orb or a Sleep Seed. Not Sleep Seed as in S-L-E-E-P, but I'm talking about the lookalike item, which is S-L-I-P. Sleep Seed is an item that when eaten allows you, gains the ability to go over water. So yeah, in something like that, you could be using that to go to the opposite side of the room.
Protect is very annoying because in this game it will completely prevent damage for multiple turns in a row. Very dangerous.
Yeah.
But it will not prevent items from taking effect, unless they're orbs. Orbs count as moves when used, so you can't use an orb on something that is protected, but you can throw a seed at it and it will work.
Okay, I'm entering Lower Brine Cave, which is... Ooh, yeah, this is an example of one of those maze rooms. Fun fact, there is an unused generator for one of those rooms that instead of having water tiles as the maze, it has wall tiles. But yeah, this place has tends to have very complicated layouts and very large grids. Definitely can wreck your time if it wants. But it isn't a very
just like everything else in the game. I had a really quick brine. Nice.
Oh yeah.
I'm comparing against the PB where I had Bulbasaur too. That's kind of sad. That's like Bulbasaur's best dungeon, and I just beat it by 50 seconds.
GG Pikachu.
Yeah,
I have no idea
what
base I'm on because I'm actually not using splits. I just have a straight timer.
You're not on a great pace.
Yeah, I figured.
Don't worry. My any percent section in the PB that I'm comparing against was bad, and you're basically on pace with that. So, and then I'm 3 minutes behind that, so I'm doing real good over here.
Should have probably used the Warp Seed.
I have been playing extra safe though. I've been picking up like every single money pile I've seen and like hoarding items like crazy. So. I tend to be a lot slower in my marathon runs with this game, which it's fine.
Yeah, which I mean is kind of how you should play it, because if you're going for PB attempts in this game, there are definitely a ton of risks that you could be taking, which can kill the run. And we want to finish it.
Yeah, you're just generally a lot more reckless. Ooh, Petrify, nice.
Shoot, I wanted to say something and I forgot what I wanted to say. Ah,
That's been my vibe all day.
Okay, moving on. We're fighting the boss of Brine Cave, which, well, we saw Team Skull be knocked out by something, and, I mean, I guess we're just gonna leave them here. They give us a rock back.
Really good lower grind, dang. That was definitely my best dungeon so far today, holy.
Yeah, you definitely made up some time.
Made up so much time.
Alright,
we both had interesting strats for the upcoming Kabutops fight.
Yeah, we're gonna be fighting a Kabutops.
I mean, the unknown enemy coming up ahead.
Unknown threat that knocked out Team Skull. Oh yeah, by the way, original Team Skull. Right here. This was before
it's on
Gen
Moon.
7. By the way, this is the last we see of Team Skull. We just leave them here, knocked out. They literally never appear again.
Yeah, they are presumed dead.
Yeah, in my headcanon, they're just dead here.
Frankly, I'm impressed that Skuntank was able to drag Zubat and Coughing all the way here. Dude's a pro at escort missions. He doesn't even have agility.
Shadow went up ahead. And we get a glimpse as to what our threat is.
Yeah, Chadot finally realizes that Team Skull's been tricking him all along, and he calls them those stinking scoundrels and runs after them ahead of us.
Alright, so my strat for this boss fight is mainly going to make use of agility, which I'm going to set for now, although I think I'm gonna go back to having my moveset later. This is gonna be pretty simple. Just use agility to go off screen, let me outfight them, although I do want to have a turn advantage over them because they do have some dangerous moves. So I'm gonna be starting up the fight with an agility. Use it, go down right, use it again. Let me out attack, and I moved by accident, but I think we're fine. Okay, cool.
Yeah, you destroyed him.
I was supposed to use agility a turn sooner, but it ended up being fine. Okay. We have a few more boss fights coming up, and the strats for those are gonna be a lot more complicated. Hopefully I get to show them off well. I guess it's probably a good time to start talking about how agility works, at least at an introductory level.
Buckle up!
Buckle up, because this is a long talk. So the way speed works in this game is it has 4 stages. So you have normal speed. Well, actually 5, because you have like a slowdown speed. But let's ignore slowdown for now. So you have your normal speed, you have your double speed, your triple speed, and your quadruple speed. Oh yeah, Cheez, by the way, is doing a different strat. Luring enemies away from Skitty and then enabling Thunderbolt, which is an area of range, area of effect move. And then you can throw a Sleep Seed onto Kabutops to neutralize that. Well, okay, you have these 4 stages. And basically the way it works is if you have a stage corresponding to a specific round or less, then you get to move in that round. So for example, if you're moving at normal speed, you can only move in the normal speed round. If you have double speed, you can move in the double speed round and the normal speed round. And an entire turn in this game is divided into these 4 rounds. So you have the normal speed round, the double speed round, the triple speed round, and the quadruple speed round. Okay? So if you have a double speed round, you can move 2 times. If you have a triple speed round, you can move 3 times, and so on. Now, a key thing to understand is that for whatever reason, the rounds are out of order. So move order is not like intuitively like quadruple, triple, double, single, but it's single, quadruple, then double, then triple, if I recall correctly. And so it's out of order like that. And the key thing is when you use agility, what it does is it boosts your speed, right? So you go from normal speed to double speed, but also it just arbitrarily moves the cursor. And this is only if the team leader uses agility, not if a team member or an enemy uses it. It moves the cursor to the quadruple speed round. So whatever you are, even if you're at the normal speed round, which is the first round within a turn, it'll move the cursor there. So that means that if you're an enemy that is moving at single speed and then you use agility, you can move the cursor to quadruple speed. You get to move, and then you can get to the new turn. And since team members move before enemies, you can do a move before enemies again, which can be another agility. So if you use it very well, if you understand exactly how many rounds you have before the enemy is supposed to attack, you can use agility and constantly skip over enemy turns to continue to be able to attack before enemies can even do anything. There's a few more details to that, but that should hopefully serve as kind of an idea as to what we're gonna be trying to do. We're gonna pay full attention. This will be the test. We're basically gonna, like, to boil it down to its essentials, we're gonna be trying to use agility and then carefully manipulate the round that we're on to be able to make sure that our team is able to attack, but our enemies are not.
Thank you, SBD, for accidentally giving me a really good break to get away for a moment, by the way.
No problem. I might want to take another break myself, because as we mentioned earlier, 80% has a lot of cutscenes, and the start and the end of the base game also do, but there's gonna be a solid couple hours after the main story, where we're not really gonna have much of an opportunity to get up and use the bathroom or whatever.
Yeah, this is like our last hurrah for getting like free breaks during the run. Yeah. Story really heats up here, though. So the relic fragment finally got to do something while SBD was talking about agility strats. It turns out it just fit in the wall here all along. So we just stuff it in a wall, and then it fires a laser beam, and then it summons Lapras. Who apparently Wigglytuff can just talk to whenever, but we have to fire a laser to summon Lapras, and then Lapras is like, "Oh, good job! You opened the way to the hidden land." And then we just ride his back there, take his word for it. Good thing he's on our side. This could be a really devious trap. Now that I think about it, we just kind of trust this Lapras.
Yeah. But Wigglytuff knows him, so I'm sure it's fine.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah, that's a funny thought, though. Imagine if, like, in the end, Lapras is like, "Actually, I'm taking you to Dark Crater."
By the way, I want to express appreciation for this game's artwork once again, and also its music.
I love that song.
I love Through the Sea of Time. One of my favorite moments from this entire game is when we get Lapras to cross the Sea of Time, and then he takes flight, and
Lapras flies. My favorite song, too, besides, like, a couple others.
Yeah. And here's the hidden land.
It's all downhill from here.
It really is. This end game is brutal.
Hidden land can do so many things to lose time. It's ridiculous.
So yeah, Hidden Land is gonna be the first part. This is another 2-part dungeon, and also, by the way, anytime you have a 2-part dungeon, I believe every single time you do have a 2-part dungeon, you're gonna have to fight a boss fight at the end. And there's gonna be a boss fight at the end of this. Hidden Land is made up of 15 floors, plus 8 floors of Hidden Highland. And there's a lot of dangerous enemies in here. We can talk about them as we go. I believe the first part of this dungeon is mostly made up of medium layouts, followed by a ton of large layouts, which have really poor connectivity between them. On top of that, there's both Hail and Sandstorm. I'm going to save here, because this is a dangerous place.
Dies of cringe.
Yeah. And then we're gonna have Groval follow us, too. So we're not even gonna be able to use agility much freely.
Yeah, it definitely can hit. It has its situations where it's a lifesaver, but overall, you kind of just have to fight.
I guess I can skip it. As I said, the effectiveness of using agility is diminished if you have a partner Pokemon following you, because you're gonna have to watch the speed up animation from them too. But in that situation, I guess it was fine.
Yeah, if you're guaranteed getting away from a fight, it's worth it.
I need to set my link set though. I don't think I need that stun seed, but I'll pick it up. Okay, Garchomp isn't that dangerous of an enemy per se, but there's Sandstorm here, and Garchomp has Sandveil. So if you are unlucky enough to meet a Garchomp under Sandveil, good luck hitting it.
Not fun having a tanky enemy have Sandveil. Yeah.
Paragly has Fake Out, I believe, but also Hypnosis.
Yes. Let's see this fine.
Don't want to get hit by Hypnosis.
Okay.
Okay, that's a decoy orb.
Alright, still no food and still no elixirs. This is going to be very fun. Alright.
Sunny weather condition is actually not completely tame either. Now, it doesn't really do anything in terms of damage, but there are two enemies in this place that get a lot more dangerous from sun. First of all, there's Tropius, who has Chlorophyll, and Chlorophyll makes it so that when there's a sunny weather condition, every move Tropius uses basically gets used twice. So it's basically as if it had Unburden. Second enemy that gets a lot more dangerous is Magmortar. It's already dangerous enough for us because I'm Trico and Grovyle, so we get hurt a lot. Magmortar also has Lava Plume, which is an area of effect thing. If it uses at the wrong moment, it can hit the both of us. Under Sun, it is a guaranteed one-shot on all of us.
I need this Raspberry, nice. Alright, I think I'm gonna have Pikachu take a revive because I have 7 revives and 0 elixirs, so when he runs out, he's just gonna die. But he'll be fine.
I am going to fight this Dragonite simply because I really want the Max Elixir that's in this room. Okay. Dragonite is another dangerous enemy because it has agility. And it can do things on us.
I really love when I have another enemy near a Dragonite, and then the Dragonite does the infinite agility combo on me.
Bastiodon is another bad enemy because it's very tinky. In my case, I'm able to one-shot it with the link set I have, but some other link sets I might not be able to do much. And it also knows Block and Swagger. Block prevents you from moving away, although you are still able to attack. Swagger is the really dangerous move because it basically just confuses you.
Bastiodons are the most frustrating enemy. They can endure and swagger and block your movement. They can stall your progress in so many unique ways. I absolutely hate those.
Yeah. Alright, we finally got Hail. Hail, I'm kind of surprised I didn't see more along the way because Abomasnow is another enemy that spawns in this dungeon, and it has Snow Warning, which spawns Hail whenever it's around. We're almost done. This is floor 15. Find a Tropius, but luckily it's not under the sun.
Kind of rare to see a revive here, but I'll take it.
Oh, yeah. I
guess in general, revives on the ground are rather uncommon, but you're bound to see some in a run. Unless the game's really digging into you.
I'm also gonna save before Highland.
Yeah, this is a dungeon where antics can happen for sure. It's definitely not a bad idea to save.
Okay, we got more Hail.
I'm definitely not saying that because I want to catch up. No, I'm gonna save too. Alright, getting hungry. Well, hopefully the blue gummy I have will be enough food. Actually, I think I picked up an apple.
Taunting me with that one.
Yeah, I know. What a sentence to say in a Darkrai run. I hope this blue gummy will be good food. That's probably one of the most cursed things I've ever said in a Darkrai run.
I still have to find mine.
Oh, Pikachu's out of moves. Alright, well, have fun dying. I guess you can come with me for 2 floors. Tactics, let's go. This Pikachu would have attacked that Bastiodon, but he did nothing, so he must be out. Yeah, he's out. I'm also out. I'm going to have fun dying too. Alright, well I fake out, I guess.
I'm gonna let
I did get an apple. Alright, we'll eat the apple. And then hopefully fake out and Grovyle will just be enough to get me through 2 floors.
Well, I am finding
and Pikachu having T-Bolt.
I'm gonna swap to Roll Call Orb. That might be a mistake, but I think it's a bit less likely for me to need it now than earlier. Oh, Magmortar! Okay. I think I need a Rustberry as a mission item, don't I? Don't think I need that many stun seeds also. I think I have 2 boss fights coming up that need a stun seed.
I accidentally used fake out, but got a flinch. Nice. So, in PMD, fake out just has a % chance to inflict a flinch. It doesn't work like how it does in main series. Where in main series it was like a guaranteed flinch, but only on turn 1 of the fight. Here it's just a ranged attack, which may flinch. So, kind of lucky for it to do that at close range. But I guess this game calls it cringing, but it has like the same effect as flinching in main series.
I think it calls it cringing at a time where it didn't have the meaning that it has nowadays.
Yeah.
So much so that I'm
they
pretty
meant
sure...
it as in like actually like you pretty much flinching.
Yeah.
That's how they
so
did it.
I'm pretty sure when Super Mystery Dungeon came out in 2015, they started calling it flinching.
Yeah, they changed a few things in Super and Gates to more closely reflect main series Pokemon, but at the time of making this game in Blue Rescue Team, they made some really interesting changes. Oh, Quick Seed, I need those.
Oh yeah, that's another thing that I haven't found. Quick Seeds aren't imperative to find, at least for me, but they're a pretty nice time save for the final boss of the run.
Yeah.
Which is Darkrai. I mean, at this point, everybody knows.
Yeah, Quick Seeds do the same thing as Agility, but only to the person that consumes them. There is a fight where I'm going to be stuck with Skitty Leader and Pikachu Partner, so I can kind of get like pseudo-agility going on for myself there. What I'm going to want to do is there's going to be a Rhyperior that has Lightning Rod that I'm going to want to get rid of ASAP, and then after that's gone, Pikachu can use a Discharge to hit all the other enemies in the fight. So that would be like my ideal play for that situation. Jeez, even just Skitty Magmortar hits like a truck. What the heck? Just casual 84 damage.
Alright, so we're heading up to Temporal Tower, but Dusknoir has us surrounded now.
My Pikachu finally learned Agility, but it's a little, it's a little late.
Yeah, it's a little late.
Also, I can't utilize it as a partner.
You'll definitely get to use it in the post-game.
Oh, yes. I'm actually weirdly low leveled. I hope I get Discharge on time for the guild fight, or else I'm going to have a really weird guild fight. Where I'm just going to have to completely wing it.
Alright. Dusknoir is our next boss fight. This is going to be a very complicated fight. I actually need to be able to read some notes here. So the first thing we need to do is set Meow's tactic to avoid the first hit. Here, disable his moves, then go in, use Agility, up, left, left. Then we use Agility again. That prevents Harry from moving. BNA, and I need to wait until Grovyle attacks twice. Then I want to enable Meowth's moves, and then hold B plus A until there's only 2 enemies left. And I can finally use Agility again and let Meowth finish everyone out of screen.
Remember when I said SBD would be doing trigonometry for like every boss fight? Yeah, here we go.
So that's how complicated agility strats can be. I believe the most complicated agility strat is still coming up. That's going to be in the post game.
Meanwhile, my strategy is going to be Thunderbolt, go burr! Oh, and I meant to see if I could withdraw a stun seed, but I forgot. Oh well. I don't think I have a stun seed for this fight, so it's going to be extra awkward, but I'll wing it. Usually I can at least beat Dusknoir off-screen. I won't be able to off-screen the rest of the Sableye, but I can at least beat Dusknoir off-screen, but I need a stun seed to do it, so if I don't have that, I'm just going to have to wing it.
The purpose of that strat, by the way, was to make sure that most enemies were going towards Meowth, and then I was really trying to make sure that Meowth also had a turn advantage against most of the enemies it fought. Reason being, the Sableyes can be dangerous for one reason, and that's because they know Knockoff. And Knockoff is a move that makes the target drop their equipped item in front of them, and I really don't want to lose the power band that Meowth has right now. And then Dusknoir himself also has a bunch of dangerous moves. He has Confuse Ray, which I think is pretty self-explanatory. You don't want to be confused. It has Will-O-Wisp, which is an annoyance. I believe it also has Curse. Maybe not. No,
I think it does have Pursuit, which is awful.
Yeah,
if you're
that's
trying to attack it physically.
Oops.
They made Pursuit a counter-attacking move in this game, so if you hit an enemy with the Pursuit status, you will take all the damage you dealt back. Only with a physical move, though. Special moves are fine. Okay, what do I have?
Yeah, Pursuit is...
Actually, I'm missing the Sleep Seed, the opposite problem I thought I'd have. Okay, well...
Pursuit is
I guess I'm probably going to want to fight Dusknoir on screen. I also forgot to use Thunderbolt. Whoops. Alright, I did everything wrong. Go me.
At least for Cheez, Dusknoir is out of the play right now, so all he has to worry about is clearing the Sableye, and then he can focus on Dusknoir on his own. Here I'm getting a bit of a story development, where I'm finding out that actually us saving the past is going to cause us Pokemon of the future to disappear because we're not supposed to exist, something time travel. And so basically it's a sacrifice. We're gonna go and do our thing, and then just accept the fact that we're not gonna exist anymore after doing so.
Never put time travel in your story. Grovyle, where'd you go? Actually, I don't feel like fighting him. You finish him off. Okay. Yeah, I didn't get to do an off-screen kill there because I was missing the Sleep Seed. I could have gone for it, but it would have been very risky to have Dusknoir fully awake fighting Pikachu 1 versus 1. So I had to take a slow fight.
I think we will also have a bit of an emotional moment where Dusknoir gets up and almost ruins us, but Grovyle decides to take him and drag him back to the future with the same portal that Dusknoir had opened up. He's gonna leave us with the Time Gears. Meanwhile, Grovyle is just going to leave it in our hands. Oh my god, my Clothespin slided off the B button again. This is unbelievable. I've legit never had this happen, and today it's happened 5 times. There must be something in the air.
Marathon luck. Except in a way you never were ready for.
Yeah.
Good thing we're almost done with the cutscene heavy part, I guess.
Again, I'm not actually holding B for most of the attacks. I'm just letting my pin just kind of pinch the B button down while I can just let my hands rest.
Highly appreciating Chunsoft just letting us hold B to optimally progress the dialogue. This speedrun would be garbage without that. If we had to mash the whole time,
yeah, especially
want to do this.
A lot of speedruns tend to allow turbo for RPGs like this, so that you don't have to constantly mash for text boxes during the entire run. Unfortunately, this game is on the Nintendo DS. It's not very easy to use a turbo controller on this thing.
I don't even know how you'd go about it. I'd probably do runs on emulator and use turbo there, I guess. That's about it.
So yeah, big appreciation to Chunsoft for allowing us to just hold B.
Thank goodness.
Never remove this feature, please.
PMD 6. Alright, even slower text speed and no cutscene skips, and you must bash.
Gates to Infinity 2.
Electric Boogaloo.
Hey, I mean, I'd take a sequel or a remake to Gates Infinity. I do genuinely love that game. It's just, some bad things in that game.
We've been waiting for a new PMD game for some time now. We haven't had one. We haven't had a new story since Pokemon Super Mystery Dungeon, which has now been 10 years since, which is crazy to think about. It's too bad. We did get Rescue Team DX, which I didn't think would happen, but we did. So who knows? Chunsoft did recently finish their own Sheeran game, so if we're gonna get another one, we've got another wait till after that's done. Now we get Sour Please on Wolf's side.
Exactly. So this is gonna be Temporal Tower. This is the last couple of dungeons in the run. We're gonna have 13 floors of Temporal Tower and then 10 floors of Temporal Spire. I'm gonna say it before entering any dungeon here. Everything here is pretty dangerous.
It's the last
So I
couple
do have a
dungeons of
ton
an
of
any percent run anyways. We've got way more to go on our side here, but for any percent, this is where you're almost done.
The way layouts work here, it repeats a pattern every 5 floors. So you got small layouts on 1 and 2F, and then you have medium layouts on 3 and 4F, and then a single large layout on 5F, and then it repeats. I need to set Meowth to wait there.
Yeah, we're not escorting Meowth.
Then I can actually finally start using agility because we finally don't have another team member to drag us down.
Meowth has plenty of PP to fight with.
Yeah. I spent some time in that room actually before heading back because I wanted Meowth to finish fighting the enemies off screen before I headed back.
So by default, the enemies will target the player, but then if only the partner is in sight and not the player, then the enemies will go after the partner.
No, not what I meant to do. Just moves.
Oh no! I saw in prison on Meowth.
Yeah,
two runs.
I was wondering why Meowth wouldn't do anything.
I was looking at that in my head. I was like, "Oh boy,
okay, I have a play. I'm gonna feed Meowth a warp seed."
Oh, Meowth is okay. He revealed the stairs. Meowth is good, but Bronzors are really dangerous. They're the worst. They have 2 status moves they can stall you with: Confuse Rain and Prison. I triple linked Skitty specifically to be able to fight those off, because Skitty can do fine in this section of the game with just like Feint Attack Tackle. That's normally what I would run, but in Temporal Tower specifically, it's going to be really nice to have a triple link, because there's a lot of extremely tanky stuff in there that even Skitty cannot mow down with only 2 moves.
So this is our large layout, and it looks like I'm getting the full effect of it. Okay, time to explore the center.
It's really funny how Bronzors are so awful and tanky to fight that it's actually just better for Trico to do anything to agility around them than it is to try to fight
them. Bronzors have, they're tanky, that's kind of the main thing. They do also have a few dangerous moves like Imprison, like you saw earlier. They also have Hypnosis.
Oh yeah, and I think they can have Confuse Ray too. They have all the fun stuff.
Oh, yeah. Confuse Ray might be a rarer move. The way moves get selected is a Pokemon, when it spawns, just goes through its entire level up moveset. And then gradually, like, as soon as it would learn a new move, it picks at random one of the 4 moves it already knew and forgets it. So that means that, for example, if a level 40 Bronzor spawns, it's gonna be guaranteed to know the latest move it would learn. But then each move it is supposed to know prior to that level, it's gonna have a chance of having learned if it didn't decide to forget it during its move selection process.
Yeah, so moves that are normally known at a low level are pretty rare to see compared to the more recent high-level moves because of how it assigns things. This causes some enemies to just be guaranteed to always have some move. Like, whatever their last learned move was, they'll always have it.
I'm gonna use agility and get rid of these enemies. Should kill? Never mind.
I kinda need that Sleep Seed. I am full of items. What do I toss? All my items are too good! Oh, I have a Plain Seed, okay. Oh, thank goodness I triple linked so that I could always miss a move when I'm fighting enemies that require 3 moves.
That's kind of a mini monster house, pretty much, that I just encountered.
Why am I so low level? I am actually probably not getting discharge on time, which really sucks. That's also weird. I don't know how I'm so low level. It's not like I'm on a good run. I guess I had to take Pikachu with me a little bit, but this is really weird how underleveled I am. Maybe I just happen to primarily fight, like, low EXP monsters.
Ooh, paralysis. I'm gonna go ahead and heal Meowth.
Oh, you are out of moves? No, you're just getting sniped, okay.
So, by the way, discharge from Porygon, this is probably the thing that makes Temporal Tower more infamous. For us, it's actually one of the lesser concerns. Like, it's still annoying, but the thing about discharge, actually, is that it's not a room... Well, at least for the AI, it is like a room-wide effect thing, but it's not... The AI will not use it room-wide. They will think of it as a two-tile room. And so, Porygons will not try to hit you from across the room. They will only hit you if they're close to you by at least 2 tiles.
That's still all they need to troll you indefinitely, though. I really should have picked that apple.
I should have done a safety save, but okay. We're heading into Spire, which is gonna be the last dungeon for 80%.
Oh, really, man? Oh, okay. Wow, I really don't have, like, anything to deal with this, too. Okay, I just have to block.
Okay, on to 3F, which is our small... When I said that thing about the pattern, it kind of extends into Spire, so you have your 1, 2, 11, 12F of... oh, you have to use the rev. Okay, fine. 11 and 12F
I got
of small
discount
layouts.
agility.
13 and 4... Well, 13F and 1F of Spire being medium, and then 2F being large, and then it repeats from there. That's how it works.
Why am I picking up money? Okay, at this point in the run, there's no reason to pick up money anymore. We're gonna get a bunch in post-game.
Yeah, small spoiler. On top of us having access to more items, we're also gonna get a lot of money pretty quickly. We might want to drink an elixir soon now. Okay, heading into 6F. I could help myself with some pure seeds.
Oh. Someone's dead. Pikachu hanging by a thread. Oh, okay. Just made it out without using any resources.
Okay, it's a monster house. Okay, I'm gonna be required to kill an enemy here. I can't actually kill... Oh, crap. Okay.
Oh, no.
I'm gonna flip here. Okay, now, the problem about using orbs when you're confused is that it also acts on you. Because that's how using moves when confused works.
Yeah, you get friendly fire when you're confused, and friendly fire even hits yourself if it's a room-ranged attack, including orbs, which qualifies a room-ranged attack in this game's weird logic.
This is 7F. I should have probably used the pure seed here. It's alright. Sunko's fallacy. I'm gonna... Okay, cool. We made it. Sunko's fallacy is a big thing in this run, where you realize that you should have done something, and then you're like, oh well, I already started playing the floor this way, so let me continue playing this way, when it's probably still optimal to still do the play that you should have been doing from the get-go. Alright, I'll use a pure seed on 10F. Actually, no, I shouldn't. It's probably better, yeah. 10F is medium. My problem is that I'm low on PPs and I would rather not use a Max Elixir, but I think I'll be fine. Probably.
Porygon, can you don't? Can you like not Porygon? Thank you.
Okay, we're out of Spire.
So much discharge spam. It's a good thing that Pikachu does resist discharge. He can still get paralyzed by it, but at least he has like the elemental resistance. That helps a lot here.
So I'm heading into the final boss of the run. We just have to place the time beers on top of Temporal Tower, but we have one last obstacle, and it's the Dialga that is slowly getting out of control and has turned into Primal Dialga. So Primal Dialga will be our final fight. Very infamous fight. It is one of those fights that is either really easy or really hard, because Dialga is a single target that doesn't have that much health, but it hits hard and is very capable of one-shotting you. I'm hopefully going to make this fight look very easy, because I have a GPT. So I'm gonna start out by setting Meowth on the go the other way tactics, so it's gonna make Meowth approach Dialga, and then hopefully I'm just gonna be able to use Agility and go off screen, and then hopefully I can pretty much stun off Dialga with Agility. One thing Dialga has is also the Intimidator ability, or IQ skill, which is a move that randomly makes it so that anytime you attack it, it could just not work. So I'm gonna have to pay attention to that in the text log. Alright, Team Meowth go the other way, or you go the other way, yeah, okay. Agility, walk 2 tiles down, then I use another Agility, dash, that's gonna move me 3 tiles, use Agility again, move 3 tiles, use Agility again, wait for a move, and then we're gonna do this loop of using Agility with a move and then moving 2 tiles. And then
really,
Dialga should
really nice safe strat that can pretty much guarantee a kill over time. I have to do something a little riskier. I have to... There we go. GG, any percent.
Thank you.
I have to trick Dialga into picking up rocks and then hope that he just decides to throw rocks instead of using moves, and that's the only way Pikachu can really kill him.
Yeah,
off screen.
That is actually, funnily enough, a pretty recently discovered strat. I believe it was found like a couple years ago. And funnily enough, this strat has been in the official strategy guide for this game all along. This is a certified Chunsoft strat.
We just never knew.
We never knew. And this is an idea that Shady Gamer had independently from that strategy guide. And then later on, some other speedrunner picked up that strategy guide and right there was like, oh, hey, look, this strategy that it's suggesting and then Dialga, that's what we started doing in the run.
I am going to violence Pikachu. Enable all his moves, B+A so we can heal because we're low. And throw a seed at Dialga. Okay. And sometimes Dialga still throws rocks at the player, but oh, that was really quick. Nice, good fight. All right.
Nice. And we're both pretty much.
I usually have a lot more trouble there, but Pikachu got his moves off.
So we just have one single save prompt coming up, and then it's pretty much just cutscenes all the way to the credits.
Yeah, this is our biggest break in the run. The long ending cutscene, the famous ending cutscene, the most emotional part of the game.
And I believe it's going to be some kind of mid 5-4x times for us. For reference, the any percent world record is a 524. We're not using optimal any percent Pokemon. So I'd say this was still a pretty decent time. We would probably be hoping for a little bit better for PB attempts, but we did play pretty safe just to make sure that we were finishing. So nice.
Yeah, for Darkrai, no Wonder Mail, you kind of want to shoot for like sub 540 or better. So we're gonna be a few minutes above that, but not too bad.
And we saved the day. We placed the Time Gears in Temporal Tower. Dialga's back to having control over itself. And we're heading back. But remember what we were told earlier, that changing the past will basically make us Pokemon of the future disappear. Well, that might be about to happen.
Dialga has control over himself, but he still talks in all capital letters.
Which is really funny.
This is Temporal Tower!
This is a pretty emotional, well-known moment among fans of this game. I will probably just stay quiet during this. This is the first video game that ever made me cry. And so, pretty much the only one. that along with Gates, but...
Yeah, Gates has a good ending too, as much hate as that game will get. This part pretty much single-handedly made the game iconic amongst Pokemon fans.
Yeah.
I think most people that remember the story remember this part.
It's definitely like one of the first things they bring up if they ever finished it.
Yeah, if they got past Primal Dialga, it's either one of two things. Like, man, this game was awesome, but I never beat Dialga, or man, this game's ending made me cry.
Yeah.
One of two things. So many people get stuck on Dialga because of all the things it has going against you. Intimidator. It also has clutch performer, so when its HP is low, it gets a massive evasion buff. Ton of HP. Devastating moves. If you enter the fight with no revives and no quick seeds, he can literally just Roar of Time you and kill you instantly with a Roar of Time crit. There's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, it's generally very hard too because of the mechanic that removes half your items in your bag if you die to it. So if you don't beat Dialga on your first try, you're back on the midway point. So you have to replay Temporal Spire. But you also have much fewer items, and it is really hard to fight Dialga if you have nothing. Like, legitimately, the fight opens up with you not being like that with Dialga, so you have to take a step to get closer to him, and like, if you had no Reviver Seeds or anything else to help you with, he can legit just decide to use Roar of Time turn 1, and he can just kill you in one shot. It is...
Fair and balanced.
It is pretty much RNG dependent to survive that fight if you don't have any equipment.
And that's why we saved that Temporal Spire. Both of us, that's like a spot we do not want to get stuck.
I think I forgot to save that Spire, but yeah.
Oh. Well, you have Trico. I saved, that's for sure. So.
I was pretty much relying on not dying. Which, I mean, with the speedrunning strat, it tends to be fine. But...
That is optimal, not dying, so... Glad that this run was deathless on the way to 390% at least for both.
Yeah. I'm really glad we didn't die to Bristle. That was pretty much my biggest concern. Because unfortunately, that's.
I would have been terrified of that if I was running Bulbasaur. Not literally like my last grind with this category. I was running Bulbasaur Pikachu instead, and I decided to try Skinny at the last moment. I did a routing playthrough, and then I did a practice playthrough yesterday, and now I have this. Kind of was inspired by how Skitty has always been really good in the post game of this game, with being able to just fight everything off with only feint attack and tackle, which is fantastic. And then I figured that Skitty's early game, she's also very tanky, so she can get through Bristle fine, that was one of Bulbasaur's only weak points, was he was terrible in Bristle. One wing attack and you're just like done for, one confusion from Drowsy and you're done for. And then, also, there's one dungeon way later in post-game that Bulbasaur was just absolutely horrible in. He was amazing everywhere else, but he was just horrible in Mount Travail. I would literally lose a page of revives every time in there. So, I went with something a little more marathon safe that may be a bit slower with the Skitty. Now that I'm this far, I'm feeling pretty confident I should be able to finish, no problem, because Skitty Pikachu is insane in post-game.
Yeah, I mean, even I am doing pretty well. My biggest concern is I still need that second blue gummy. But I'm doing pretty good in revives.
That is ridiculous, not getting the second blue gummy this far in.
I mean, I'm gonna get a few chances to check the Kecleon shop. Hopefully he has it.
I would say also, I guess anytime you get a chance to check the job board, see if you get a blue gummy reward on there.
That might not be a
Although we don't really pass by the job board very often in post-game anymore. There's maybe a couple times where you get to look at it.
I just realized that I rely on my splits for something.
Is it the missions?
Yes.
Okay, well, I can help with that.
No, I'm gonna open my splits. I can open a second instance of my split.
That works too. It is hard to remember the post-game missions.
Yeah. They're pretty all over the place. But yeah, time for 80% would be coming up right after the fade out here, where your partner talks to Bidoof after crying due to our loss. We used to end time on an audio queue, which was kind of inconvenient, but we changed the end timing not too long ago.
Thank goodness. It only took 7 years.
Okay, that would be 80%. So for me, that would be a 544.19. Actually, a little bit less, because come to think of it, I spent a little bit of time with my timer paused. On the
you waited on
portrait.
me to actually get my quiz manip, because we learned literally at the beginning of this recording, like, oh, if I get this set of questions, it's only 50%. Because of course.
Alright, I have some food with me, actually. I am going to go ahead and eat it while these credits are going by.
Yeah, this is like one of the last huge breaks we get. We get one more break after the first post-game dungeon, and then that pretty much we're just like gameplay, go. This is the last big break you get. You don't even have to hold B during this. You can just walk away completely.
Yeah. I mean, I'll be staying in my room. I just brought it along with me. I made a couple omelet sandwiches before starting.
Well, that's a lot fancier. I just made myself stupid bologna sandwiches. I'm not too far behind. I'm about to hit any percent ending myself here. This is a surprisingly close race, actually.
Well,
Given the chaos in the category.
speaking with my mouth full, but yeah.
Very false person, dude, yes.
Definitely a very good race so far, and the postgame is gonna swing a lot more, particularly when we get to Age Escape. I think that will be a big moment.
Yeah, that one is like that. If we're close at that point, that's gonna determine who wins, pretty much, outside of like any potential disasters happening.
So I guess we can start giving a bit of a breakdown as to how the postgame is going to play out. So first, the first thing is we're gonna go through our guild graduation. So, you know, we saved the word. I guess the guild recognizes our efforts, so they're gonna put us to one final test, and it's going to lead into casually what would be one of the hardest fights in the entire game. We should hopefully have some pretty good strat with that, but
yeah, right after Dialga too.
After that, that's when the more gameplay dense sections will start. There will still be some occasional cutscenes, but they'll tend to be more on the shorter side. We'll have to intersperse basically between playing a few missions and playing a few storyline related things. The postgame is going to be a lot meaner. It's going to start spawning a lot more mean traps. The worst one of all is the 0 PP trap, which will instantly zero out the PPs of one of your moves and de-link whatever link set it was part of. So we're probably expected to play a bunch of dungeons with unlinked moves because of that.
Or I'm gonna go double link my moves and hope that I don't hit 2 of those traps.
Yeah, I won't have that luxury, unfortunately, because I'm using agility.
Yeah, you have agility as a backup. I have an entire other set as a backup.
Yeah. Now the big moment where the blue gummies are going to be required is going to be for the Manaphy quest. So there's still a decent chunk of postgame. I think it will be in around 1.5 hours from now, if I'm not mistaken. But we're basically gonna be hatching a Manaphy, and it's going to ask us for 2 blue gummies, and we won't be able to progress if we don't have those. If I still don't find my blue gummies before then, I'm going to have to check the Cactus shop, check for missions if I have a blue gummy reward, and then finally enter Craggy Coast, which is one of the dungeons with the highest spawn rate for blue gummies, and just look around and see if I can find one.
I guess now that I think about it, if you really get hard stuck that badly, we could also just Wonder Valley in a blue gummy. Stupid as it is to need to do that, there is like a marathon out for that, I guess.
You know what? I am gonna go ahead and generate one right now.
Yeah.
I did not think of that backup, but that is actually a very good idea that we should probably do in the marathon. Technically cheating for this category because we don't allow the use of Wonder Mails for this, but legitimately you could get stuck here for half an hour.
Yeah, so it's literally either that or he can't finish. So.
In the interest of time and showcasing this well, we should probably use this. Okay, I'm just gonna generate a simple beach game 1F mission. I should make it probably a prospect. We have a generator. I'm going through the I'm filling up the online form. So it's an online generator. Also, a U region, because that matters.
Oh,
There's
yeah.
different
The codes are
passwords.
region exclusive.
And then...
Oh, yeah. Minor difference. I've been playing the US version. SPD has the European version. I get to save like 30 seconds in the credits because of this. Yeah! That's like the only difference.
Because they credit the localizers in the European version.
I caught up a little bit artificially! That is going to be some really marvelous, wonderful or marathon luck if you really have to Wondermail into Blue Gummy. Or watch, now that you generate the code, you'll get a mission for it on the board.
Very possible. Alright, what's our 80% game time? 520.
Ooh.
Alright, I only got to eat one of my sandwiches, but I'll hopefully eat the other one later.
I guess just remember after Mystifying Forest. That's like your big cutscene break. I'm kind of sad. I wanted to showcase a discharge strat on the guild fight, but I think my Pikachu is going to be too low level to do it. He doesn't have discharge yet. I'm bizarrely under leveled despite not even being on a good pace.
Because yeah, spoiler, they're keeping it pretty vague as to exactly what this graduation exam is gonna be. We're basically just gonna have to clear a dungeon and retrieve a treasure, but apparently some terrible monster lives there. It's gonna be the guild. We're gonna be fighting the entire rest of the guild.
The Grand Master of all things bad. Cutscene before it's kind of funny. It's just too bad that there's nothing funny about that fight at all. That is a crazy fight.
It's brutal. I don't remember exactly how many opponents it is, but it's basically the entire rest of the guild. And most of them are really dangerous. You're literally surrounded. It's a very brutal point of the game. Like, people get stuck on this.
They all have a bunch of IQ skills, too. Oh yeah, that's another thing that contributes to the chaos of the post-game, is all the enemies start to have IQ skills. Some of them have some really busted ones. The most frustrating one to encounter being Counter Basher, where if you hit with a physical move, there's just a 30% chance that they fully counter it for all the damage you dealt abruptly. So, you know, if you hit an enemy for like 100 damage, they'll just abruptly take 100 damage for no reason, and then they hit you and kill you. It's very, very fun and interactive. And then there's also a thing called Bodyguard, which makes it so if an enemy with Bodyguard is adjacent to another enemy that's low on HP, the Bodyguarder will take the attack that was directed at the low HP foe. And the guild fight is full of Pokemon with Bodyguard, so you can abuse it to cause very efficient KOs. Like, you can kill the Bodyguard with one move in your link set, and then kill the other Pokemon that was being Bodyguarded shortly after, but most of the time it kind of works against you. We do have to head to the left.
Maybe again an excess of safety, but a save before entering Mystifying Forest. The dungeon itself is actually kind of dangerous too. Most enemies are really weak and just kind of base forms that are really low level, but you have the occasional really dangerous enemy. For example, Torterra, which I believe has Wood Hammer and hurts like a truck.
Yeah, if Pikachu encounters a Torterra, he pretty much dies for me. He can't really do much damage to that.
Oh, I know where the stairs are. Cool. Because of doing that.
I'm gonna adjust my link moves.
So we figured it's not worth it, but technically when you hover over your partner, it reveals the part of the map where you are. So if they're heading somewhere else and then you happen to hover over them, you can spot if they've wandered into the room where the stairs are. It doesn't even take that much time to check, but you usually have to check many times before getting useful information out of them, especially since you don't know very easily if they're in a room versus a hallway.
Why is there a Kangaskhan statue in front of this dungeon? You can't even use it! It's right near town! Oh, for 5, thanks. Yeah.
I believe it's if you wipe out here, you maybe restart from here, I'm not sure.
Why would they do that? For game.
Oh, Scyther has
the inner workings of Chunsoft are an enigma. Bayleaf, one of my favorite Pokemon. It made me smell good. Quick Seed.
Shout out to Sweet
these.
Scent.
Quick Seed. I need these. Sweet. Okay. Petrify. I need these.
Should be using agility a bit more.
Bat Scarf.
Well, that is an interesting item.
Okay. Well, you know what, Pikachu? Have that. There you go, bud. He's safe now. Bat Scarf is a broken item. It pretty much works like Mirror Move all the time. He just fully counters everything that comes at him now, but only close-ranged attacks. So if someone tries to snipe Pikachu, he's still doomed, but generally he's pretty much invincible now. The only thing is he's low on PP, so that can still get him down.
Oh goodness, I'll be an A too long. So, we didn't really mention this because it's a very invisible tech, but there is this thing called pause skips in this game. So, normally you have to watch pretty long pauses in between animations. I believe they're meant for you to read the text a little bit. They give you a bit more time to read text, but they're actually skippable if you press some buttons, including holding B plus A. So, as we do combat, we usually hold B plus A to let animations just kind of link between each other more quickly. Problem is, if you hold it too long, you can skip your turn by accident. A safer option is to press the D-pad, but then it tends to be a timing thing. You can mesh it, but then it's not super efficient. And then you would hope that you're able to mesh the D-pad towards the direction that doesn't make you move. A way to circumvent that is to hold R. And I need to give Meowth more PPs. Because R locks you to diagonal movement, so if you press a card in a direction on the D-pad, it won't move you. But yeah, just pause these things. Pause, skip things. It's quite the hidden mechanic behind everyday combat.
It's a very common trap for like people new to running this game too, to lose a lot of time on not knowing about pause skips.
Yeah.
The ability of new runners to read every bit of each guide they find is tested immediately with how many pause skips they know. Pure Seed I need. Alright, get rid of the Sunny Orb. I carried that Sunny Orb around all game and I never remember to use it. Just get rid of it.
Pretty bad Mystifying Forest.
Pikachu gets close enough to leveling up for me, I might actually farm a little bit at the end of this dungeon just to make sure I have a good guild fight.
Oh yeah.
There's a funny thing Skitty can get away with, and it's that all these like unevolved Pokemon that are running around, I can just A-attack them, and because Skitty has normalized, her A-attack is extra strong, so... Most starters just barely don't do enough damage with an A attack, but Skitty can do it.
Oh my god.
Heal.
I can't use any moves, so I'll have to rely on agility for everything. We're gonna beat this away. Oh my god, it used Flamethrower again? Can't use Momentum now.
Okay.
Okay, we found the stairs. Alright.
Wow, super rare item in a shop there. That's useless to me, but like something you really seek out if you're doing a No Wonder Mail recruit all Pokemon run.
What item did you find?
I found a link cable in a shop, which is an evolution item. That's super rare. Alright, Pikachu, I need to turn off exclusive move users so that he fights with A attacks.
That's a crazy category that this game has. It's called a Recruit 'em all speedrun, where your objective is to recruit one of each Pokemon. And it typically takes... what's the No Wonder on your record at this point? Like 26 hours? Something like that?
Too many hours. Quick Seed.
Multi-day run.
Yeah, I can't remember what the... Ooh, Blinker Seed, I need one of these.
Oh yeah, we didn't really talk about recruitment. Along the way, Pokemon, when we defeat them, will ask to join our team, and we could get them in and like raise them and raise their level, but we don't really care about any of that. One, because for many of the story segments, we can't really use recruited Pokemon anyway, but also it just takes too long to get a team member up to speed typically, and we don't really have we don't really have a Pokemon that we really badly want to move from or whatever.
What do I do with all these items?
The typical too many items problem.
They're too good.
The guild set up a trap. Set up us a trap. Sorry. All their bases belong to us, and now they're pretending that they're not the guild. But okay, this is actually a pretty complicated fight. The first thing I want to do is I want to leave Meowth wait there, but I want to disable his moves.
Alright, how close is Pikachu?
D plus safe first to let everybody come close. Then I want to use agility. Go
okay, that's not gonna happen. Alright, Thunderbolt away! This is gonna be a weird fight for me.
Agility dash down. Then I want to enable Meowth's moves. Go down. Move. Now I want to use agility. And hopefully we can do the infinite here. Oh, never mind. Oh wait, no, it's shielding, So I'm seeing an animation. Okay, we should be able to do the infinite here. If I do this right, no guild member is ever going to be able to move. And so none of their dangerous moves should come into play, hopefully. Wigglytuff in particular is the really dangerous one, because it has a ton of health, and it hurts like a truck, and it also has Sing. Okay, we're done.
Nice. So I didn't get discharge in time for the fight, so this is gonna be jank on my part.
Yeah.
I just have to make something up. I at least have Thunderbolt, which is like discount discharge, but it's... I also picked a very bad time to learn something, in that I turned off exclusive move user on Pikachu at one point during the dungeon, because he was just out of PP for his linked moves, and he was out of PP for Thunderbolt. So I just wanted him to A-attack stuff and use his Pass Scarf to kill, but he delinked his moves with 1 PP left after I turned that off, so... I learned that if you turn off exclusive move user, you also disable the AI's ability to not use a move that's at 1 PP when it's going to delink.
I didn't know that. Wow.
I didn't know that until now either, so I just don't have linked moves on Pikachu, so hopefully Thunderbolt works. That kind of sucks not to have linked moves, because I'm going to have to brute force the fight against Wigglytuff, and I now don't have a very good move to do it with.
Meanwhile, I'm gonna eat my second sandwich.
Alright, enjoy this show. Alright, so my first turn is still going to be Violent Seed, and I'm going to make sure Pikachu's exclusive move user is on. Alright, Violent Seed. Normally right here he would literally attack everybody, but he just won't right now, so... Okay. I should probably attack Diglett. Although it's also terrifying being near Wigglytuff. Oh, shoot. That's why Diglett's really bad. Oh, there goes the Violent Seed. Alright, Yawn's really bad. Alright, I'm gonna try and get a double kill. Oh, it didn't work out. Okay. That didn't work out at all. Oh, boy. Alright, well, Chimecho killed itself. Okay. Man. Oh no! I want to kill this Diglett, but it just barely survived my attack, and now it's getting bodyguarded by Wigglytuff.
Dicey.
Man. Fake Out I hope works. Oh, I was really hoping Fake Out would just hit through. Man.
I guess the priority number 1 right now is to get rid of Wigglytuff.
Well, I'm infatuated. Go Pikachu. And I'm getting double slapped into oblivion. Okay. Die. Man, I'm really sad that that had to happen. I have no idea why I am so low level that I didn't get discharge on time for that fight, but that lost me like probably 2 minutes or something. That makes me really sad. No idea why that fell apart so bad.
That's one of the main selling points of Pikachu, being able to use discharge for boss fights.
Yeah, I got really scammed there. The whole entire point of using discharge, or the whole point of using Pikachu is to have discharge, and somehow I'm not even, I wasn't even close to learning it. I'm especially baffled because I've had other runs where I've learned discharge way too early. Like the Sableye fight, you want to use Thunderbolt, but I've had runs where I got discharge there instead. So I'm baffled what caused that much variance. That's really frustrating. But at least, like, there's zero shot that I don't get discharge in time for the Muck fight, where it's even more important.
Yeah. That's going to be our next boss fight, although it will be in a while. That's, for the longest time, the Muck fight was one of the most chaotic fights in this entire run, and we didn't really have a strat, because it was too easy for the fight to just get completely off script and you having to improv. This was until we started experimenting with agility and discharge.
Yeah, Pikachu saves the most time in that fight. In addition to just being a viable agility user for post-game, he completely destroys the Muck fight with discharge. And then we started to use Violent Seeds, which are a massive attack boost. So that in tandem with discharge is fantastic for wiping out all the enemies. So if I had discharge, that would have been what I did for the guild fight. I would have just Violent Seeded Pikachu. He would have one-shot all the guild members. Some would dodge it because it has bad accuracy, but
that's the final special episode, by the way, that follows Grovyle and Celebi as they go back to the future. Just kind of explains what happened as we were defeating Primal Dialga. Really good special episode.
Very, very worth a play. Like Sky is, for PMD fans, Sky is worth getting just for checking that episode out.
To kind of explain what happened after the guild fight during the cutscenes, we got introduced to the concept of evolution, but it turned out that for whatever reason we can't evolve quite yet. And then we graduated from the guild, so we got congratulated. They were pretending like we didn't just fight the entire guild, and we also got given 10,000 Poké, which is a big budget for us to be able to buy quite a lot of things. And I'm gonna continue checking the Kecleon shop, so I'm looking for quite a few things. I'm looking for Reviver Seeds, Max Elixirs, a few other seeds that I might want, like Pure Seeds, just to speed things up. I'm also looking for Blue Gummies in my case, because I still need one. And I'm also looking for Warp Scarf, which is an equipable item. If you're holding it, it will randomly teleport you to a random room elsewhere in the floor. And that's gonna be particularly useful for some of the dungeons at the very end of this post-game where fights start to be really slow and layouts tend to be very difficult to traverse. First, we're gonna get told by Chamiko that now we can change leader. I don't ever intend on changing leader, but she's gonna be making use of that big time. Because by switching to Pikachu, he can finally start using the fact that he has agility. And aside from that, I'm gonna check the mission board to see if I see any mission with a Blue Gummy reward, which unfortunately there's none of. So we're just gonna go ahead and play our first filler day. So all I need to do is just enter a dungeon and then escape out. After this filler day, I'm gonna have to play one mission to advance the plot. And then we will tackle an important storyline point. Also, our house, basically, since we graduated from the guild and we're no longer part of the guild, we went back to the place where our partner was living, which is Sharpedo Bluff, which is a lot more convenient because the shop and the Electivire service is right on the way, so it makes for very convenient checks here. Oh, we have a Blue Gummy. I am so happy. I am so happy. I'm gonna deposit that immediately. Okay. I need one mission item also, so it's good that I'm here. I'm gonna keep the Rustberry. I should also take this moment to deposit a whole bunch of stuff. I'm gonna deposit everything except one escape orb. I'm gonna keep one sperm.
So I took my last chance to get a break to walk away from the game during the post-mystifying cutscene. But I'm pretty much going to be looking for all the same things: pure seeds, reviver seeds, some more food, some more elixirs, the warp scarf.
So now I'm gonna enable a mission. I think I have find
I
Roswary Waterfall Cave. So the reason why we wanted a lot of find item missions, we don't have much of a chance to do that earlier, but now, since we have a large stockpile of items, escape orbs, and missions, we can have find item missions, and the way find item missions work is so long as you exit the dungeon with the target item on hand, the mission will be marked as completed. So one thing that we can do to clear these missions really quickly is just enable it, have the item on hand from prior, picking it up during the run, and then we immediately use an escape orb to finish the dungeon immediately, and then the game will see that we have the item on hand and will just complete the mission for us. So
we pretty much are doing missions as fast as we would in like a Wondermail run at this point. But early in the game, it wasn't really feasible because of the lack of resources available. And I still might be a bit stuck because I only have 2 escape orbs, which is ridiculously low at this point. So hopefully more spawn as I go so that I can quickly clear the mission days. I have just enough to get by with what I need for now, and then I need a lot more later.
Gonna check Kecleon again. We're basically gonna check Kecleon every single day from now on.
Yeah, the Reviver Seed economy inflates, and we need a lot more Reviver Seeds as we go.
Yeah, on top of all those useful items that I mentioned earlier, like Warp Scarf or Pure Seeds or Max Elixirs.
Yeah, we saw me lose like 3 revives in the guild fight. That's pretty much the norm now, just like losing tons of revives at once to stupid stuff going on. But that wasn't the last time we're gonna see that happen.
Alright, so this is actually something unique to Explorers of Sky, so if you've played the predecessor, Time and Darkness, this will be new to you. So this is gonna be the Sky Peak storyline, so it's kind of something entirely separate that doesn't have anything to do with our ultimate goal of beating Darkrai, but the Spinda Cafe here is happy to announce that they've we're gonna be embarking on an expedition to Sky Peak, which is this really tall mountain where Shaymin live at its base, and we're gonna go there and have fun.
Oh, very much fun, yes. I love escorting a weak hedgehog through a dungeon.
Yeah, because as soon as we get there too, we're immediately gonna recruit a Shaymin, and it's gonna be another allied Pokemon that's not part of our team, so unfortunately we won't be able to put her on the Wait There tactic or change her moves like we'd want. It's also gonna make me, unfortunately, not able to use Agility nearly as much as I would want to, but we'll get through it. It's a pretty peculiar composition. This dungeon is made up of 10 parts, so it's gonna be made up of, they call it station passes, and they're gonna be, I believe the first 4 are made up of 3 floors, the second 4 are made up of 4, and then the last 2 station passes are gonna be made up of 5. Large layouts, I believe, for every single floor here. It's gonna be quite the mountain right here, heading to Shaymin Village.
Kecleon not giving me a whole lot, but at least my revives got stocked again, and luckily for Sky Peak, since it's so many short dungeons back-to-back, PP isn't really too much of a problem. Good thing.
And before entering this place, I also took the time to deposit a lot of the items that I otherwise would be carrying on hand. Reason is, this place is full of useful key pickups. We are gonna have a high likelihood of finding Monster House orbs, escape orbs, I believe even Max Elixir revives, so we just deposit a lot of that stuff, and we're expecting to have to use the storage a lot from now on anyway. Item management is something that we're gonna have to think about a lot during the post-game, because we simply don't have enough of an inventory to carry all the items that we'd want for the entire rest of the run on hand. And so we're just gonna take the opportunity to pick stuff up here, and then use them as we go, and then pick more of the items up as a backup that we stored earlier. We just told Shaymin that would go with her throughout Sky Peak, and here we go.
We don't get a choice.
Unfortunately, no.
One
One
thing
really
I'm gonna
bad
do-
thing about Shaming too is that she has the acute sniffer Q skill, which is at the start of each floor, it tells you exactly how many items there are on the given floor. We do not like this Q skill in this run because it wastes a lot of time at the start of every floor. Unfortunately, we cannot move during the stack spots.
Yeah, you just have to wait for it. Similar to what happens if you have the stair sensor IQ skill, except this information is completely useless.
Yeah, and
even
it
detects
also
items
takes more
inside
time.
walls. She even detects items inside walls, which we can't really get unless we have a mobile scarf or something. And then usually the items inside the walls are just money or something. Yeah, that's a weird post-game thing. They start putting items in walls, which you can only find if you like have a mobile scarf or a ghost Pokemon, or use like a one-room orb, which destroys all the walls. All right, now I get to go to Sky Peak.
The one funny thing about items and walls too is that it stops your dash when you're going through a hallway if an item inside a wall is right next to you. Ooh, I found a blinker seed. That's actually an item I really want for the Mug fight, which is at the end of Sky Peak.
Yep, I need one of those too. One of the alternatives we have to off-screen battles is just using a blinker seed, which makes your main character blind, and then all of the animations are skipped as if they were off-screen.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the way the fight works out, the enemies are too spread out and the arena is just too small, and we don't have a very easy way to go off screen and avoid watching mini fights. So instead, we're gonna do some setups and then eat a blinker seed and avoid watching animations that way. It isn't as powerful because you still have to wait some amount of time that is equivalent to an animation's duration, but it is still a time save. Meowth, I'm concerned about you. Razor Leaf is a scary move.
Oh yeah, ranged attacks are no good. Alright, I don't need all these apples. I have all these plain seeds I don't need now. Quick seeds I need for way later. Don't need all those Lunosaurs. Don't need that many Petrify Orbs, I hope. Okay, I got plenty of space now. All those plain seeds from a disastrous guild fight. Alright.
Also, I love Sky Peak Prairie music. Unfortunately,
Yeah,
that was the last we'll hear of it, but...
I do love the music here, yeah. We get like a plethora of really nice music in this place.
And also music from Rescue Team, like right now. This is straight out of Buried Relic. From that game.
Oh, we're gonna get to see what the Pass Scarf does. There we go. Pikachu made the Torterra just destroy itself. I am in need of EXP really badly, so I'm actually gonna let Pikachu just not use the Pass Scarf, because if an enemy defeats itself with its own move with your Pass Scarf, you don't get EXP, so... I currently need to make sure Pikachu is at least level 37 before I get to the Muck fight, or else I'm gonna have... Otherwise I'm throwing my DS out a window. Okay, I'm gonna do, as long as I have an Oran Berry on hand, I'm gonna do a desperate thing. There is a Heracross at the first station checkpoint that you can trade an Oran Berry for an Escape Orb with. It's very slow, but I have 0 Escape Orbs, so I'll take what I can get.
I think that's literally the first Foothold Orb I see during this game. So what it does is it basically a buffed Petrify Orb. So instead of petrifying every single enemy in the room, it petrifies every single enemy in the floor. And that can actually be... It's a very good orb to handle monster houses, but it can actually be really good just to use at the start of a floor, because it will basically put every single enemy out of service. For a while. Now, as you go through the floor, more enemies spawn once you take enough steps. But it does still ultimately reduce the amount of fights that you have to encounter.
Yeah, really good at the starter floors. It's also like the best orb to use if you spawn in a monster house at the beginning of a floor, because then you just can turn it into an encounterless floor. You won't even get any more enemies spawning in as you go in that situation. If they're the floor of the monster house, the game will only spawn up to 4 other enemies total, so... Whereas normally the cap for how many enemies can be spawned on a floor is like 16, which is a ton, but with a monster house it's strictly limited so that you can only get so surrounded.
Also, you know what? I think I've called I used the wrong song name earlier. I think this in Sky Peak's 4th pass is Sky Peak Prairie. I think what was playing earlier in the first 2 station passes was Sky Peak Forest. Anyway.
Honestly, I don't remember. You got Buried Relic right, though.
Yeah. But yeah, the story here is just kind of a Saturday morning cartoon. We were climbing the mountain, and then it turns out another explorer is in trouble. Just making our way through it.
Yeah, they made like a filler separate plot for this segment of the game. Oh, I'll actually take Skuntank, I guess. Alright, so I'm at a point in my run where I actually start recruiting a couple Pokemon that are like at least somewhat capable of defending themselves. And I'll be using them a lot later in Aegis Cave, where we have to farm for items. There's a lot of Pokemon I wish I could recruit, but they have too low of a recruit rate, like Bayleaf. There's some Pokemon that by default have a negative recruit rate, and so you can only recruit them if you have items equipped or skills that boost your rate of recruiting Pokemon. But there's some that are fairly strong that I can actually reasonably get. And then sometimes they blow up in my face.
Ooh, okay, I got lucky with that one. I stepped on a 0 PP trap. Instead of losing my links, instead I lost all my GDQs, which is the better outcome here. Especially like in a situation like this where I have shielding with me, I want to generally fight enemies instead of using agility to sidestep them. Having to do stuff with a link moves will be way slower.
Oh yeah, you can't even really infinite agility the enemies when Shaman's behind you. So yeah. Alright, I'm gonna do something slow and fun. I'm gonna talk to this Pachirisu and see what item it gives me.
Oh yeah, I forgot to do that.
Gives you one of several random buffs. Usually just like a protein, iron, zinc, calcium. You can actually get a Joy Seed from it too, which is a free level up.
Alright, we got a really complicated boss fight coming up. I'm gonna have to do some really complicated agility strats. This is 5 Carnivines.
I'm actually, so mad about that fight.
You know what? I don't want to fight this.
I'll never stop being salty about how, like, right when I thought I had the best Darkrai run of the community, then we found out that you could just skip that fight.
Yeah. It's funny because there's no indication of this being a fight that you can continue from even if you die.
Yeah, it just works.
Yeah.
That was another thing where it was just a random casual player that walked in and told us that you could skip that fight too. We had no idea for years. And then there's a very similar fight later in the mountain that you do have to win. The game is not consistent about it.
Yeah, that's the mock fight that we've been referencing. That is unironically a difficult and complicated fight. I'm not kidding this time.
Well, it's not complicated for me, but it's complicated for SPD.
Yeah.
For me, it's like the easiest boss ever, because I just, I have Pikachu. And I better have Discharge by then. I'm still so baffled how my level is so low this run. I think I've just been getting all the battles on screen, and Pikachu hasn't been fighting much off screen.
Oh, that was fast. I think that was 4 State Floors in a row.
Okay. I like the irony of finding a trap bust orb right in front of a trap. A little late.
Unfortunately, all of those...
oh, there it is. Discharge.
Anything that can deal with traps is just not worth using, because... like, you are likely to run into traps at some point, but the fact that it would only have effect for 1 floor, and, like, you don't really know for sure if... like, which floors are more smart to use a trap bust orb on...
Oh, it doesn't even do the whole floor in this game. It only does the room you're in. It's pretty stupid.
I didn't know that. Yeah, okay. That makes it even
Yeah, they buffed it later entries, but in this game it's trash. Although, there is one use case of a trap bust orb, and it's that if you, in one of the water dungeons where you have like those maze rooms, traps can spawn in those rooms, and you could get like a warp trap in front of the stairs and just be completely stuck if you don't have a trap bust orb. Or you have to like wait for it to warp you in the room again.
I had that happen yesterday in my practice run. So yeah, it's one of those maze water rooms, and the the part of the maze that leads to the stairs is typically 1 tile in length, and so if you can get a warp trap right in front of it, and it will just block you because you're forced to step on that warp trap to get to the stairs. I believe the way I ended up working that one out was I equipped War Scarf, which I had, luckily. And I just warped over and over until I warped to a room that was behind the other side of that maze, and then I got to access the stairs from the other room.
I've had that happen to me once in a run before, and now, like, every day I think about that. Like, maybe I should have picked up that scrapbook store.
So I have one thing happen. I got hit by
shoot, I forgot to refill my waters during the cutscenes. Alright, oh, I might, after I beat the muck fight, I'm probably gonna go try and get water.
That would be good, Bunny. Getting in test here. Just twice. Okay, so only have 1 PP left. I would rather not use this move or I'll unlink. Okay, we found the stairs. Without running for it.
There are so many Pokemon I love in this dungeon that I have to beat up, like Flygon and Bayleaf. 2 of my favorites. It's an interesting thing. This game generally tried to refrain from using, like, starter Pokemon and evolved forms of starter Pokemon as enemies. Oh crap, wow, Shaman is so frail she died to sticks. Nice.
That's funny.
But, once you get to post-game, the kitty gloves come off and they'll just throw, like, starters at you that you have to fight. Which, the evolved forms are, like, very strong. But it also just feels weird fighting, like, the Pokemon you could be playing as. I wish they were, like, easier to recruit, but they don't have very good recruit rates. Because they would be pretty good.
I didn't see the stairs there. Okay, good. You know, sometimes you could go several rooms through a floor before realizing that the stairs are actually all the way back in a room and you just miss them.
My favorite is when an enemy is sleeping on the stairs, so when you're in the room, you only see a red dot on the map and you ignore it, and then you leave it and later realize the stairs were there, and you think like, how did I miss that? And then you go back in. Oh, I got that twice last practice run.
Oh, wow.
Unlucky.
Yeah, that is insanely unlucky. Okay.
At least chat won't make fun of you when that happens, though. But they will make fun of you if you just didn't see the stairs. That is an inevitable part of speedrunning this game. At some point, you'll look at chat and everyone will be screaming stairs, and you'll know you made that mistake.
Yeah. I'm familiar.
I just had a mobile scarf moment. Too bad I don't have the mobile orb.
I deposited it, actually. Maybe I should have kept it with me.
You fool. You know you're gonna need it when you don't have it.
Probably. That's probably right.
I love the music of the Ice Mountain, the 7th station.
Yeah, same.
This is also the last chance you get to use the Drifblim Gondola, which takes
what?
you back to town. So if you got your moves delinked, you can ride that back. It's very slow, but it's better than not having linked moves. But once you're at this point, it stops showing up.
I had to use agility a bit there to get around some enemies, and this is a dead end.
That's a bad orb, but I'll take it.
Yeah, it is really
Ghost Seal Orb is a pretty weak orb for dealing with enemies because it only stuns them for a couple turns and yields a lot of text in the text log.
This is really
like a really
how bad it can be when you have a large layout with a lot of rooms or really poor connectivity. I'm gonna use agility again. I know exactly where the stairs are because it's the only place where they logically could be. Get away from here. That's my last warp seed. But I'm out of PPs and I don't want to use a max elixir. Okay. Made it to AF. The story is playing out as Sneasel was knocked out, so now we've gone farther ahead and looked for Ampharos, who is kind of a medic, I guess.
It's also interesting that they chose to use Ampharos in more than one Pokemon Mystery Dungeon game because he's
yeah, Ampharos
he would be the guild master of Super Mystery Dungeon later.
Ampharos takes a much more important role in Super Mystery Dungeon. Along with mobile, yeah, Mawile being the researcher of that that game's
Chunsoft must have
expedition
really
team.
Chunsoft must have really liked those two Pokemon.
I mean, I
to
do
give them
too.
a roll
I'll welcome it.
Ampharos is pretty well liked. It is funny that Ampharos appears as an enemy in the main story of this game in Ant Plains, and then you just have an NPC Ampharos here, like nothing happened. Oh, I should get those rocks. I used all my rocks on the yellow guy. I gave him
Good
all
reminder,
of them,
actually. There are Shedinjas coming around. I have White Slash, actually. No, that wouldn't work, no.
White Slash actually does hit them for some reason, even though it's not super effective.
Okay.
It doesn't make any sense. It's supposed to block non-super effective moves, but Wide Slash just works.
So I guess my brain was working right there for a sec.
Yeah.
Okay, so I guess I don't necessarily have to pick up rocks. I do have one move that can hit Shedinja. Shedinja is a very annoying enemy. Ghost type, so it can go inside walls and unable to be hit, but also due to its Wonder Guard ability, you can only hit it with moves that have a super effectiveness on it. You can also hit it with basic attacks, but it only deals 1 damage for some reason.
They also allow you to throw rocks at it, though, which will one-shot them.
Rocks would be the main way to kill Shedinja if you have nothing for it.
6-4 too, unless you're Skitty, because sticks thrown by Skitty get affected by Normalize, so I specifically must use Gravel Rocks to defeat Shedinjas that I encounter.
I had no idea.
Yeah. Yeah, Skitty gets stabbed with sticks too.
Insane. Okay, I'm gonna use Agility because I know the stairs are down here. Only place.
I wouldn't know all these random things, but Skitty was a main in Darkrai for a long time, so it kind of takes me back to be running it again.
True. It's circling back.
Yeah, just this time I have a yellow rat as a partner. And I'm gonna be maining that soon, very soon. I actually could have switched leaders to Pikachu here, but I chose not to because Pikachu's kind of bad in this dungeon. Like, it really struggles to fight everything on screen, and having agility doesn't even help you that much when you have a Shaman behind you anyways, like, as we've seen on SPD's side. So I opted to just keep playing as Skitty here. Plus, having Pikachu as my partner for the muck fight is actually ideal, because then I can just eat a Blinker Seed while Pikachu discharges everything. And then right after this, I switch to Pikachu main, and I get to run agility in dungeons where you can run solo, and it's super
Oh, the stairs are over here! I almost had a stairs moment.
I don't want more than one of those.
Yeah. Alright, I'm on to the final pass.
Alright, well, I'm not doing too bad. I'm going to, I think, 9th pass next.
Yeah, so again, we probably kept a few minutes of difference. It's insane how
something
consistent
odd
this race
about my
been.
run, though, and it's that usually by this point you're like swimming in max elixirs. I still have 0.
Oh, I just e-linked.
Oh, it's you, okay.
Things 0 PP trap. I'm gonna be mining agility then right now. Luckily, we are all.
I also don't have any escape
gonna cry.
boards, except for the one I traded for. Where are all my escape boards, man? This is not good.
I can't believe what just happened. So for Cheese, who might not have seen, I
got Sense of the Moon.
I stepped on a 0 PP trap, so that de-linked my move, so I was like, okay, sure, we'll just start using agility more. And then I stepped on a 0 PP trap again, and that removed my agility PPs.
Oh, jeez.
I immediately used a max elixir. Unfortunately, I don't have many of them, but that was definitely worth it right there.
Yeah, not having agility and not having links,
Yeah,
you
White Slash.
better have...
Oh yeah, that just hits Shedinja. Incredible.
Yeah, weird. I don't know why they let that work, but they did. I had a Furret use Follow Me. That move is actually way deadlier than it seems, because if a Furret uses Follow Me in a room that you're in, all other enemies in the room become completely invulnerable until you defeat the Furret. That's how Follow Me works in this game. This can really wreck you. If it gets you, like, if it sticks you near other enemies that have, like, agility up or something that you can't run from, and then the Furret used Follow Me at a distance, you just get wailed on uncontrollably. You have to, like, eat a Warp Seed to get away or something. I had a nightmare situation like that once with Mount Travail. I am gonna save.
So I got my Nooks up. This fight is gonna be look very weird on my end. So we're gonna be doing a bit of agility stress. Now we won't be able to go off screen, but I want to go off screen enough to be able to at least get part of this fight off screen. There's gonna be several Max and Grimers. So I wanna go down, and then after a while, I'm gonna eat my Blinker Seed, and then I'm gonna mash for like a minute.
Oh, crap. So I walked into a monster house where the stairs were one tile away. And I was like, alright, I'll just walk onto the stairs. And now I'm going to get agility. Okay. Oh. I thought I was about to get agility infinite for a second there, but they didn't do anything, luckily. Oh, there goes one instead of my Link's moves. Good thing I have another one. Ow. Then I get slapped in the face and killed instantly because Skitty's weak to fighting. And there's a lot of fighting types here.
Okay, one last.
And then I lose Shaman, and I hope I find the stairs soon. Because Shaman is too fragile to fight anything here.
So that just gave my team members a whole bunch of boosts, and now I'm gonna eat my Blinker Seed. And now it's actually faster to pass well, it's not faster, but it gives my partners more time if I use an attack instead of holding B+A to skip turns. So I'm gonna do that, and then to do pause skip, since I still want to worry about that, otherwise the attacks would remain stuck for a while. Since I'm not holding B+A, the only other option is to press the D-pad. So I'm literally just meshing D-pad down and A right now. And this is gonna last about a minute. Kind of a ridiculous strat. But hopefully this results in a good fight. There we go. The fight finished before the Blinker Seeds effect even subsided, which is ideal.
I hope I get the same, as I will also be using a Blinker Seed. Except I do a lot less setup, I literally just let Pikachu go brewer.
Alright, and that's the end of the Sky Peak arc. So soon enough, you know, Power of Friendship, the Grimers leave, then Shaman is gonna clear the mud here. Shaman turns into Sky form, we get a ride down, then we party at the Spinda Cafe, and that's it. Sorry for spoiling that story.
Oh no, not the story of Sky Peak, the highlight of Explorers of Sky. Alright, my turn for Muck Fight. Yeah, I get to do a hilariously simple strat compared to what Wolf just did.
Yeah, Chico is the more crafty option for sure.
You mean Pikachu? Well, Chikorita sure is an option, but...
I said Chico.
Darkrai. Oh, Trico.
I think I said Chico at least. Sorry if I said Chico.
It sounded like Chico as in Chikorita. My favorite Darkrai run is my Chikorita run, though.
Yeah, she's actually had a PB with Chikorita at one point. It was the New Year's meme actually, right? When Shady Gamer experimented with Trico first.
Yep.
That was fun. This was before I seriously learned the category, and I participated with a Charmander. And I believe my time was 11 hours after getting stuck before Mantra Veil because I ran out of Reviver Seeds. And at that point in the game doesn't give you a good way to farm Reviver Seeds. So I booted up the Bidoof special episodes. A special episode, and after about 3 minutes of cutscenes, you finally gain control and you can go into town and pick up a free Reviver Seed that you can transfer onto your main game. That's how I continued.
And that is how I beat the Muck Fight. I ate a Blinker Seed and I held B and A.
Yeah.
GG, Pikachu. There's one turn where I have to watch a discharge animation, and then after that, I just B+A. I win. Yeah, that Charmander run was something. Oh, I better refill my waters now.
It was something else. Charmander isn't even that bad, but I kind of had both a combination of skill issues and bad luck. And it turned out kind of a disaster, but at least I finished. And that was like one of the only Darkrai races that was that big where everybody actually finished. Our partner is gonna ask us if exploring is fun, and we say yes. And then we move on with our lives. Okay, after Sky Peak, we have one single filler. I don't need to withdraw anything from storage, nor do I need to deposit anything, I don't think. So we're just gonna check the Kecleon. Do I have an escape orb actually? I do not, so I do need to withdraw that. I should have probably kept one. I have one more in storage. Okay, check Green Cacleon, see if it has any useful items. One Revival Seed, one Max Elixir, I will gladly take that.
Okay.
And I do need to relink moves on Trico also, since I stepped on that 0 PP trap.
Man, I'm having such horrible luck with escape orbs today. I don't even know if I want to use my escape orb on the escape orb day, because like if I'm gonna have to make the choice of using that and here and using it on a mission day,
that's a good point.
It saves a lot more time on the mission days, because if you don't if you don't have an escape orb for the missions that we've saved up, where you just like optimally have the item that's requested and then leave instantly, you'd have to walk all the way to the specific floor of the specific dungeon, which could be like 8F of Waterfall Cave or like 9F of Apple Woods or something. So
yeah,
I think I'm actually just gonna run through Beach Cave even though I have an escape orb, just because the game is being so scarce with them right now. Getting very unlucky with that.
I also should start probably checking Purple Calacrian, because I only have one more escape orb in storage myself, which isn't much.
Yeah, I hate checking Purple Cacleon in the post-game story, because most of his inventory is TMs. But
yeah, exactly.
That might actually be a good call. There was one run where he saved me by giving me like 3 escape orbs. So.
Alright, so the
not likely to happen.
The progression here is we're gonna go to the crossroads, and there's gonna be Mr. Mime here, who's gonna tell us about the legendary explorer Scizor, who got lost while trying to explore Blizzard Island, so we're gonna go there, of course, logically. And Blizzard Island is a 20-floor dungeon, so tied for the longest in the run. We have something special with Blizzard Island. We call it the Music Loop Challenge.
It has one of the longest songs in the game too,
yeah,
so
also,
you can try and see if you can beat the dungeon before the music loops.
Yeah, that is the Music Loop Challenge. So the music in this dungeon is a medley of 4 tracks from the Rescue Team games. And the objective is to see if you can beat this dungeon before the music loops, and it's really hard actually.
Yeah, it's very hard to do it. Like, agility is mandatory. Alright, I am going to completely change around my Pikachu's moveset to prepare him for being the leader. Because you can remember moves at Electivire, thankfully.
Are you also gonna go solo Pikachu?
Absolutely, yep.
Yeah, that's a cool thing that you can do. You can completely avoid having your partner with you, which will save time in situations in which you spawn in a room that has enemies inside it. The downside for me, it's not very viable for me because I can't exactly fight bosses efficiently on my own, and I really do want to have Meowth around for that. But Pikachu can absolutely do that.
Pikachu can barely do it efficiently enough. I guess Gyarados is a good one. Frostlats is pretty slow. Alright, I didn't get any escape orbs from Purple Cack, so I'm just gonna run through this dungeon. Because this is gonna be better than, like, having to manually do my missions. So, a little earlier than expected, I get to do agility strats, I guess. Or just run from... Okay, or discharge. And then everything in Beach Cave died at the end.
Oh, really?
Wow, you're really making me fight for this game. All I want is progression! Yeah, okay. Goodness. Beach Cave wasn't very nice. Words I shouldn't have to say in post-game.
Oh yeah, randomly some floors here in Blizzard Island have snow. What it does is it doubles the movement speed of every Ice-type Pokemon. Actually pretty annoying to deal with. It's kind of a permanent speed buff. Even agility, unfortunately, is only temporary.
Yeah, so if you get near an Ice-type Pokemon in snow, you basically have to fight it. It's kind of funny that this game had a snow condition before main series Pokemon did, but it has a very different effect, in that it just super buffs Ice-types. Another Warp Scarf, nice. I see how it is, Kecleon. It's either 5 billion Warp Scarves or 0. I see how it is.
That's also my experiences. I just didn't. Think 0 PP trap. Unfortunately, we have a few dungeons before I can relink again.
Alright, Mr. Mime, show me the way.
At least this is also where I can use agility a lot more. Okay. Unfortunately,
yeah, now you basically use it. Alright. Incredibly arbitrary version difference between Time, Darkness, and Sky. They moved Mr. Mime from the shop to the crossroads in Explorers of Sky. I have no idea why. But he hangs out near the shop in Time, Darkness for some reason.
Yeah, I wonder if it was a choice to make it easier to spot him.
Maybe. Yeah, if you're lost and have no idea where to go in post-game, usually there's someone at the crossroads hinting at what to do next. Because the post-game, it's a little less clear what you're supposed to do to progress the story. It can take a while to figure out. What am I supposed to do? Oh, we're in the dungeons where the background blends in, or the stairs icon on the map blends in with the background. That's very
yeah. We're often relying on the minimap to be able to see where the stairs are. It's kind of troublesome if the background is blue, because that's the color of the stair icon. Okay, I'm definitely not completing the music loop challenge here. Probably gonna lose it around 12 or 13 F.
I'm not off to a bad start. I'm not off to a good start either, though. This Marrow won't stop spamming stuff.
Okay, 12 F it is. That's how long my music loop challenge lasted.
Oh, Blizzard TM, that's funny.
In Blizzard Island.
That used to be an amazing find in this category. Now it's completely irrelevant. That's funny though. I'd be flipping out if I was doing like a Skitty Totodile run right now. That would be my equivalent of Discharge.
Yeah, Blizzard in this game is an area of it's a room range move.
Yep, just like Discharge. Except it can freeze stuff instead of paralyze, so it's a little worse, and its accuracy's a little worse, but it works. It is, I guess, good in the Darkrai fight because it's not impacted by Lightning Rod. Like, I do have to deal with a Rhyperior before I can get Discharge off there, but deal with it we shall. Wow, I just had a Stun Seed thrown at me. Yeah, the enemies get smart enough to do that now.
Dude, this Palos one was amazing. It hit me with Icy Wind from across a corner twice, and I survived with 1 HP.
Wow, this one is a nightmare. It's a nightmare for me, too. It's ground typing makes it hard for me to kill. One of the reasons I really like to have Brick Break. Absolutely love having Brick Break Pikachu. I'm gonna take this Trap Bust Orb after what we were talking about earlier.
Fair enough.
Azumarill, you don't have enough HP to survive.
Oh, whoops. I'm seriously that low on PPs. I'll only have pound PPs left. I have 2 floors left. I don't know if I can avoid using max elixirs. I'm gonna need good stair left, probably.
I'm pleasantly surprised I was hit with Rollout and it actually missed.
Okay, if I'm gonna die, I'm just gonna use a Reviver Seeds, and that's how I'm gonna refuel my PPs. I think that's how I'll roll.
Reviver Seeds are close enough.
Fine. So now at least I have, now at least I have Agility PPs.
Do I need that Stun Seed? I might.
Okay, I'm out of Blizzard Island.
Nice. Only 5 floors behind. I'm not doing too bad.
On the second iteration of the Mount Thunder.
Oh. Awkward time to run out of agility. Alright.
Okay, so as I said, unfortunately we do have to play a few dungeons back to back, so I won't be able to relink again. This is Crevice Cave. It's a 2-part dungeon made up of 10 floors of Crevice Cave and then 4 floors of Lower Crevice Cave, and we're gonna have a boss fight at the end of this.
I failed my music loop challenge at 17F.
Oh, that's a lot farther than I made it. Not bad.
Yeah, not a bad Blizzard Island.
You might catch up to me considering my moves are unlinked and you're soloing.
Yeah, although I am gonna lose time on Frostlass. Frostlass is a meme as Pikachu.
Oh, yeah.
Oh man, I'm only recruiting Pokemon that have no HP. Can't really use them in Aegis Cave.
Also, one interesting
geez,
thing
this
about
floor.
Kravis Cave is that this is the introduction to the Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explorers of Sky playlist,
Oh, give me this.
where every floor has a randomly selected song. Some
Right, I think I'm
dungeons
gonna
are
get
like
an entire music
this.
loop on this one floor.
Oh wow.
17F has taken like 20 years. Okay, you're out. I killed like everything on the floor.
Oh, I got taunted, so I can't use agility. That's annoying. Taunt prevents you from using non-attacking moves. But yeah, this is one dungeon with randomly selected songs on every floor. I believe this is the only dungeon we play in the post-game story that has this property, but there's a few optional dungeons that also do this.
Yeah, it's a really weird choice on their part. I guess it's better than one music track playing for way too long, but it's still like, what the heck? Okay, it was just 17F that was really bad, and then this was otherwise a pretty good Blizzard Island.
It's funny when you get a stair floor and then, like, the song lasts 3 seconds.
Yeah. Alright, at this point, I'm gonna withdraw my blue gummies, because optimally I have them on hand for when they are needed. And then if they get Grimer trapped now, I have a couple of backups in storage.
Yeah, so unfortunately,
Yeah,
I'm gonna
so-
play it safe in that regard. Well, I guess I could save before. Okay, I'll explain what the situation is. So, the moment we're gonna have to go through the Manaphy quest, we want to have 2 blue gummies on hand because we're gonna need it inside the guild. And we're gonna be thrown inside the guild, and then we're gonna need to have them there. If you don't have them on hand, you need to go back out into town, withdraw them from the Kangaskhan storage, and then you have to make your way back, so that takes about a minute. So you want to have them on hand. The problem is, if you have them on hand for the dungeon that you played prior, you could step on a grimy trap and lose your blue gummies. What I think I'll do is I'll withdraw them. I'll take that risk, but I'll save beforehand.
Pikachu, I need you to hit this discharge, man. Oh.
Are you in lower Kravis right now?
No, I'm in the beginning of
Okay.
it. I lost a lot of time, like, right as we were remarking that I was catching up in Blizzard.
Yeah, I see.
And then I just had an incredibly slow fight where I missed 3 discharges on 2 enemies that were surrounding me. Food item went bad, probably lost one of my blue gummies with that. And this is why we wanted them in storage for a long time. Crevice Cave is kind of obnoxious for Pikachu. There's a lot of enemies that are a problem to deal with, and a lot of problematic weather. Like, he does really well in Blizzard, but he has a bit of a struggle here, and then he dies. Okay. Good thing I've got revives.
That was a very long one, F. So after 4 floors, the Frostless boss fight is what we'll have to deal with. Generally a pretty simple fight. I'm gonna be doing a pretty simple agility off-screen strat. Cheez is gonna be doing a more complicated agility strat, I believe.
Yeah, one of the rare moments where I have a more complicated strategy of just agility infiniting by myself. It's gonna be a lot slower because I have to do it on screen, but it'll work.
Yeah, it's actually probably a pretty unique fight, actually. I don't think any other fight is really fought on screen with an agility infinite.
Yeah, because I don't have a partner. I guess I could use discharge to some degree, but there are probably reasons we didn't really route that. I think it's because Frostless has too many ranged attacks of her own, so she can just get you. Though thinking about it, I wonder maybe we could do something similar to Frostless that we do to Gyarados and save more time with Pikachu.
I think I tried, but discharge just doesn't deal much damage, was the problem.
Oh yeah, because Frostless just... It doesn't have Concentrator, so it has, like, normal evasion, and Discharge's accuracy isn't very good. Some of the enemies in post-game have an IQ skill called Concentrator, which lowers their evasion, but boosts their accuracy. So the things that have Concentrator are easy to hit with Discharge, and I think some of the Mucks in the Muck fight have it.
Actually, forget what I said about using an agility strat. Since I have a stun seed, that's exactly what I'll do. this is actually faster. And then Frostless is actually immune to sleep, so I'm free to just throw a Plain Seed to unpatch Fire. And then that's the fire. I had to use a Reviver Seed, actually. That's pretty rare. Unfortunately.
Got out a normal crevice. And then we rescue Caesar, and we unlock the entire post-game if we're playing with Wondermail.
Yeah. So the cool thing about unlocking Caesar right now is that you are now able to start accepting challenge missions, which are these special missions. You have to play a long floor, and then you can fight a boss fight at the end that can give you
Whoa.
No, sorry, I'm getting it mixed up with the 7 treasures, which I believe is another thing that you unlock with this. But basically, it's a boss fight that can challenge you to a fight. Which also unlocks the ability to start accepting a Wondermail that has those properties. And it turns out that there's an exploit with a Wondermail that corresponds to a challenge challenge mission. Part of the Wondermail encoding includes what dungeon you'll have to go to. And it will just unlock that dungeon once you accept a challenge mission. You can just generate a Wondermail mission that unlocks Darkrai. And you literally just do that, and then you get to the end of the run, because Darkrai is the last dungeon in the post-game.
I just got so bailed out by my Warp Scarf. Oh man, I was surrounded by Piloswines, which are the worst thing to fight as Pikachu. Wow. And it warped me to the stairs.
Okay, we have to play one mission here. Now, I don't remember what mission item I would want. I'm also gonna get my blue gummies out. That's kind of a gamble, but I think I'm gonna take it.
Just make sure you save before surrounded, I guess.
Yes, I will.
Oh, this thing is gonna have Snowcloak because it's hailing.
I think that's all I want.
Sandvale Part 7! Okay, it's dead.
Stunning Mix Elixir, I'll take it.
Piloswine.
Also gonna check Purple Kecleon for an Escape Orb if it has it. Unfortunately, it does not. I'm hoping I can find them before the next set of missions. I'm gonna relink Trico's moves, because of course we delinked again.
Well, at least you're immune to damage while you're frozen.
Oh,
okay, that was a messy floor.
Oh, wait a sec.
Alright, now I get to do a very silly Frostless strat. This is just silly.
I actually have to go back.
This is a demonstration of how, as a main character, you can gain infinite turns with agility.
What do I want to play? I think find Warp Seed, which I have on the hand actually, right? I have a Warp Seed. Why, yes I do. Okay. So there's a day later on where we'll have to play 2 missions at the same time, and I really want to have those so I can play a quick day and not have to go 2 days, have to play 2 separate dungeons. So instead of the Patch a Berry mission that I was planning on playing, I accepted another one that wanted a Warp Seed.
Yeah, we haven't had to do multiple missions in one day since like the very beginning of the run, but you have to do it here at some point in post-game. Okay.
Alright, so we're finally starting on the Manaphy quest. The first thing we have to do is we have to play Surrounded Sea. We have to head into the guild and talk to Sunflora, who's gonna tell us about the existence of that dungeon. Gonna check Kecleon real quick. Max Elixir, I'll take it. Also check Purple Kecleon, see if it has any Escape Orbs. Whoops. And then at the end of Surrounded Sea, we are gonna find a Manaphy egg, and it's gonna hatch, and then it's gonna ask us for the blue gummies.
Gummy?
Yeah, sorry, blue gummies. That's how Manaphy is going to call them.
Gummy.
But yeah, in Surrounded Sea, we are gonna have a chance to find Rummy Traps, and if we step on one and I lose my blue gummies, it's game over, because I don't have any backup blue gummies. So I'm gonna save before heading there, and then if the worst happens, I'll just turn off my DS and leave. I mean, replay Surrounded Sea.
Alright, Grimy Trap, we'll try again next year. It's like, it's either that or you lose the time of running all the way to storage, which is almost as much as having to do, like, half the dungeon again, so...
Yeah.
As long as this isn't an infinite of Grimer traps.
You know, I just hope it doesn't happen in the first place.
Yeah. Blast. I'm going to do... I think I have a Slumber Orb on me, do I? Actually, no, I should save this mission. That's like a good mission to do later.
There's also
what do I have?
a lot of dangerous enemies here in Surrounded
okay.
Sea, but particularly later in some of the other water dungeons that we'll be playing, because there's a lot of enemies with ranged moves like Hydro Pump or Bubble Beam. And there's also Kingdra, who has agility, which is really annoying. I believe Octillery in particular is an enemy that has pretty much all ranged attacks.
Yeah. The heavy artillery, nothing but ranged attacks.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I hope I didn't accept both of these missions. That would have been stupid on my part.
Is that a green gummy? That's grass.
Please tell me I only activated one of those missions. Gotta find out. That was the Rossberry. Oh, Team P is an inspiration to me! Can I join your team? No! I did activate both missions. Well, that was really stupid. It's the second time I did more than one mission that I didn't need to do. At least he gave me a Violent Seed, which is actually pretty good, but that was a waste. It was a waste of one of my mission items and a waste of a mission I could have done later. Alright. It's not the end of the world, though. I thankfully had more than enough. I guess that cleaned up my inventory slightly. Copium.
Made it to 7F without finding a single grimy trap. Hopefully it keeps up. This dungeon is 20 floors long, but the last floor is a reward floor. Okay, we found a monster house, but the stairs are in the same room as where we spawned, so actually I can just agility infinite out of here. And we're out. Without needing to use any orbs, which is fantastic.
Another nice thing about agility. Just being able to ignore monster houses sometimes.
Yeah.
There are situations where a Petrify Orb is still superior, or at least it's the wise decision, but sometimes you can just run away. Good thing all those enemies just mysteriously do not follow down the stairs. They're bound to their floor, they do not leave, unless recruited. Alright, now I get to enter Surrounded. Pikachu is very good here, given it's a bunch of water types. You can... If I have a special band, Pikachu just one-shots a bunch of stuff with his Thunder Shock, but I don't have that. So I'm gonna probably need Brick Break damage to help too. Or ideally, I just still don't fight stuff, if I don't have to.
Okay, 15F.
Man, you've had quite a fast dungeon. Or I guess I just had lost that much time in credits.
It'll be a really slow dungeon if I find a grimy trap right now.
Oh, like I did?
Really slow dungeon, I said. I don't know what I said, but oh, yeah, then.
Okay, well, I lost one of my blue gummies on hand.
Are you gonna have to go back to storage then?
Yeah, at least once. Hopefully I don't lose the other one, because then that's just a minute time loss. Actually, I had 3 on... Oh, wow. I can't do anything about this. Alright. Wish I had the mobile scarf or a mobile orb now.
Okay, 2 more floors.
Yeah, I had 3 blue gummies on hand, and 2 of them have been Grimer trapped. I'm getting scammed.
Octillery being... Octillery.
Oh, okay.
Okay, cool.
Oh, skateboard, thank you. These exist!
Oh, I just found one too.
Oh man, this is a really bad dungeon to have my bag full. Man.
Is that the escape one?
This is a dungeon where you can pick up revives guaranteed. Should have made more room in my inventory. I also am gonna have to make room for the Wonder Egg at the end.
I'm almost at the end of the dungeon. I'm gonna try to eat a plain seed instead of an apple.
I found another Grimer trap, but it didn't activate that time at least. The game had some heart.
Okay, can I make it out? Oh, I don't have a warp. I do have a warp seed. I'm gonna eat the warp seed. That's not very useful. Again.
Maybe I should have used the warp scarf in that dead end, but oh well.
This floor being long is making me anxious. Okay, Monster House. Hopefully I don't step into a trap here. I'm gonna have
if you petrify them, I would attack the ground tiles to see if there's a trap in front of it. Very rare that we need to do that, but you can reveal traps with A attacks. And they are... Are you kidding me? Come on!
It's fine.
Well, there goes my other blue gummy. I had 3 of them on hand. Come on!
Okay, I made it out.
What?
Whatever, I'm gonna starve on the reward floor here. It's fine.
I had a Grimer trap in one of those maze rooms.
Oh, no!
My destiny was sealed. There was no way I was getting blue gummies through this. There was just no way.
That's insane. Well, I guess that's a pretty good demonstration of how chaotic this category can be.
Yeah, wow. I had way more blue gummies and I'm the one that got screwed over. I'm gonna have to run back to storage and withdraw them, which is over like a minute time loss.
Yeah, at least you have backups done without needing to reload a save.
Yeah, if I was in your situation now, I would have had to reset.
So we have Manaphy. I should have the blue gummies on hand unless I somehow stepped on a Grammy trap without realizing. On the reward room, in the reward room also, on top of the Manaphy egg, there were 3 deluxe boxes, which are guaranteed to contain reviver seeds. Boxes... We found a few along the way, but they were never worth picking up. If you ran into Xadu in town for, I believe, 100 Poke, it can appraise them for you, and so it will basically open them and reveal the contents. Normally boxes have random rewards, but those boxes are hard-coded to contain reviver seeds, and we'll definitely do that.
Oh man, the Surrounded Sea is so trolly right now. Oh, I'm starving. If only I had food! Too bad.
Okay.
3 blue gummies and 2 apples went grimy.
Dang.
That is the worst luck I've ever seen with that, I think.
Okay, so just fed the first one. Manaphy is gonna follow along. It's basically a literal baby. I guess we're gonna take it up and become temporary parents.
Really bad parents, too.
Yeah.
Okay.
Shadow does warn us that Manaphy is not made to grow on land, and it will probably be bad, but we'll do it anyway. I'm sure it will be fine.
Alright, well, I don't have food anymore, but I picked up all the revive chests. Guess that solved my problem of my bag being full.
Okay, and now we get to feed the second one that it will ask for. And I do have it. Awesome. Okay. I'm glad I made it out of there. I literally only found 2 blue gummies during this entire run.
Meanwhile, over here, 5 wasn't enough. So disgusting.
For real.
The Grimer trap in the middle of the maze room was just a nail on a coffin, just in case I somehow got any further.
Alright, so now we get to take this Manaphy for a walk. We're gonna go around town, also take the opportunity to check Kecleon, and also open the boxes that we found at the end of Surrounded Sea. So first things
hey,
first...
Chad, can I feed him grimy food? Surely he loves grimy food. There's a lot of it where he grows up.
How to be an even worse parent.
I'm going to teach him what status elements are like and build his immune system.
That sounds like a great idea.
Better than candy. Alright, off to storage.
Oh, appraising a box is actually 150. My bad. Okay, third reviver seed.
I probably would have corrected that if I wasn't too busy yelling about Grimer traps. Alright.
Okay, my moves are still linked, so I don't need to visit Electivire for the first time. But yeah, we're gonna take Manaphy for a walk on the beach.
Maybe I don't need these revives, but like, I don't really trust this game very much right now, so I'm just gonna open these.
I'm in a similar situation. I think I do have a ton of reviver seeds, but better safe than sorry for sure.
Yeah. This is a category where you can easily lose a page of revives in one dungeon, even with agility. Okay. Yeah, it's way too many Fear orbs. Too many Petrify orbs. Yeah, too many revives, actually. Silver lining, this gave me a chance to clean my inventory up just a bit.
That is a good silver lining. There is
I guess one more shop check so that I can get 0 pure seeds out of it. Probably should have bought that apple.
It was selling a blue gummy. And now Manaphy's gone.
Meanwhile, my Manaphy's been crying in the guild with Chadot for like a minute now. Oh, fuller.
Okay. This actually counts as a new day, so I'm going to check the Cactuan shop again, because it re-rolled its items. Nothing important, actually. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, ideally we get pure seeds out of it, but I haven't really seen many on the ground throughout the game, and I haven't gotten any from Cactuan yet either, which is pretty lame. So I might be relying heavily on Warp Scarf later, which is not ideal.
Yeah, the big item I'm hoping for at this point is Warp Scarf, which I still don't have. It's not mandatory to finish the run, but it does generally help a ton for the last few dungeons. Okay, then we head down to the beach again, because that's actually where our Manaphy is.
House? House!
It's a cute baby.
I don't know if Torpedo Bluff's a very good house. It literally is just missing half the walls.
Yeah, you know what? Sleeping here doesn't sound great. Not very.
One windy night and good luck.
That doesn't seem like a very weather insolent place. Also, bugs sound like a huge problem here.
Oh yeah. No wonder, man, if he gets sick like immediately. Eating and sleeping all the time doesn't seem very healthy. You don't say, Pikachu. Alright. Cacleon, you better give me a pure seed or something, man.
But yeah, Manaphy fell sick, and then Shadow recommended us to go to Miracle Sea, where the Fions are, and then we're gonna give us a cure.
Miracle Sea, home of my favorite Pokemon, Lantern, also known as Service Fish.
There's a bit of a story behind that one. Wanna say it now?
Yeah, boy, oh boy. Whoops, I'm going the wrong way. Yeah, so the very first time I ran this category, I got to this point in Miracle Sea, and I was completely losing my mind with frustration and how poorly the run was going. It was pretty much just a complete chaotic disaster all the way up to that point. So, despite us not really normally recruiting Pokemon as a strategy, at one point I fought a Chinchou and decided to recruit it for no reason, other than I just liked Lantern at the time. So, I got this Chinchou. It actually ended up, thankfully, being about as strong as my main, so it was, like, able to survive and help a little bit. And then I evolved it into Lantern. And then I took it with me into the next dungeon, which was Aegis Cave. We're almost there. And, it was at that point that because I had taken the Lantern with me just to feel better and for no other reason, someone called it like a service dog, and then I named it Service Fish. So I now forever have the Pokemon Lantern as Service Fish in the community.
Yeah, it's pretty much ubiquitous now. Which is great.
It is the emotional support fish.
That was insane!
It also ended up actually being handy, despite me taking it for no reason. It came in handy because there's a big boss fight at the end of Aegis Cave, where I had the Lantern use Discharge, and Discharge is really good in that fight.
So I forget the name of that Pokemon, but a Water-type Pokemon... Oh my god, I just didn't. Just used Baton Pass while it was on water, and it worked me there. That was the state room, by the way. And it worked me on the opposite side of the floor.
Nice. That is such an advanced way to troll. Warping you onto a tile you can't, or moving you to a tile you can't stand on to warp you away from the stairs.
Yeah, I guess that's kind of the game's failsafe when you're on a tile that you're not supposed to be on. It'll just trigger a warp and get you somewhere else random on the floor. Unfortunately, I already dealing, so I'm gonna have to rely a lot more on agility.
Yeah, Miracle Sea is a remarkably chaotic dungeon. It's a good thing they give you like 3 revives before that dungeon, because like everything in there has Rain Dance or Agility or Swift Swim or ranged attacks. There's so many
Water
things that just want to murder
balls.
you.
Worst one.
It's a really dangerous dungeon. And then I as Pikachu do pretty well fighting the enemies if I have to, but then there's the obligatory Pikachu counter, and that is actually Lantern. It has Volt Absorb, so I just can't fight it with my current moveset. So it's kind of tragic. I was the one that made Service Fish a thing from this category, but now I cannot actually use it with this route because I cannot possibly fight it.
Yeah.
It's a low recruit rate anyways, but now it's just not possible. Unless I D-Link, and then I use Brick Break repeatedly, I guess. Shop doesn't refresh here, so we're just gonna go.
Speaking of which, are you gonna recruit a whole bunch of stuff?
Well, I got a Skuntank, and hopefully I get something else.
Okay.
Why am I saving here?
I'm not gonna be doing that strat, but that's something Cheez came up with and quite likes. It's just recruiting a whole bunch of random stuff, which is gonna help a lot of in AG's cave. I'm just gonna opt to,
yeah, basically, the idea is I have like a whole posse try to fight off screen for me.
Yeah. I'm just gonna opt to go through AG's cave with a... Oh, here's Service Fish. Let's see if it wants to join our team. Although, actually, Meowth's gonna kill it. Yeah, okay, never mind.
Aww. Oh, skateboard, I need this.
Pokemon will only be recruitable if you, the leader, are the one to deal the finishing blow. Gotta slow down, it's fine, just temporary.
If the stairs weren't in that room, I would have warp scarfed it. Skateboard, they exist!
Oh yeah, and by the way, this dungeon, Miracle Sea, is also the third and final dungeon that's tied for being the longest. This one is 20 floors long. Or, no, that's a lie. This is 18. Yeah, no,
this part is like
Surrounded
18,
Sea. Surrounded Sea was the...
part after that. It is a long one, though. Long and chaotic.
Yeah. Oh, goodness me. Swift Swim. Yeah, Swift Swim is kind of like Chlorophyll under a rain condition.
Service Fish!
It'll make Pokemon attack twice in a turn.
There's a lot of them on this floor. They also they're not nice. They don't like this yellow rat being in their sea.
Gonna agility past this King.
Okay, I have to fight this Mantine. I might recruit this Mantine. While this audience of Service Fish observes carefully. Nope. Okay.
Getting dizzy, so I'll probably have to.
That would have been a really good recruit. Hey, Blue Gummy.
Yeah, now that we don't need them anymore.
Yeah, really though. That was a big dead end, so that was a good warp.
I'm out of warp seeds. I would love to use one, but I can't. Can I die off an enemy? I will gladly do that. Oh, stairs are here. Alright, I'm just
agility
gonna...
lost its PP. I am going to veto that and drink an elixir, Mr. Video Game.
Okay,
I refuse to not have agility in this place at all under any circumstance. Sharpedo used agility, that's my job. Why does Rough Skin counter Thunder Shock? This game makes no sense.
Oh, really?
Yes.
I wouldn't have guessed.
So I guess Rough Skin is coded to just counter literally any damage by 50% of the damage that was dealt, even if it makes literally no sense at all.
Yeah, it might be... I forget how that ability works. I think there's some ability that will activate whenever you're using any move and you're right next to the enemy that has Rough Skin, or whatever ability.
Yeah, there's also like Poison Point that does that too. It's like, come on, man.
Yeah.
Like, alright, I'm gonna electrocute this shark. Oh, its sharp skin hurt. Oh, did 50 damage.
I found a Reviver Seed, but I was trying to step out of, out of it and then back on it, and then the step I took outside of it had a warp trap, so now I'm on the opposite side of the floor, and I don't know if I'm gonna visit that room again. I mean, I have a lot of revives right now, I'm not too worried.
Holy mazes. Get me off this floor. Ah, everything has Swift Swim here. Get me out of here.
Yeah, okay, this is the moment in the run where we're just losing our minds.
Yes. Miracle Seed does this.
Okay.
And then we have Vegas Cave after this. Woo!
Okay, I'm advancing to the next floor with 1 HP thanks to poison. I can do this. I don't think I need to eat the Noran berry. We're just gonna do it.
Well, my Brick Break has been sealed, but luckily I don't really need it.
I do want the Petrify Orb. Oh my
god!
god!
The stairs are in here. Whoops.
Okay, fine, you killed me. Fair. I got killed by Silver Spikes finally.
Oh, the 100% confused rate of... Oh, do I have a full Fear Orb? Oh, thank goodness, okay. I got hit by 1 Water Pulse and it was all over. Okay. Alright, Mantine, please join me. I need, like, a good Pokemon. I said join me, not kill me. Okay, oh. That was another PP0 trap. Glad that didn't do anything. You know what? I'm gonna warp here. That was a very good warp. Okay.
So now move on to the second part of the dungeon, which is Deep Miracle Sea. At the end of this, we'll have to fight a boss fight, which is Gyarados. We've mentioned about it earlier briefly. Cheez is basically just gonna aim to use Agility, get off screen, and then kill it with Discharge. Ooh, I can use White Slash while confused. It's actually gotten a higher chance of hitting... Okay, yeah, because it hits 3 times. I'm gonna have to do something slightly more complicated. I'm gonna use Agility to get off screen, hope to bait Gyarados towards Meowth, and then I really have to make sure... Stuff is happening on Cheez's end. But I'm really gonna have to make sure I get a turn advantage versus Gyarados, because it is really dangerous and it can pretty one-shot my partner if it wants, I'm pretty sure.
Gyarados? Dangerous? Huh? That's funny.
Yeah, it doesn't have much health, but it does hurt if it does get a turn off.
And then there's the Pikachu strat where he's a complete joke.
I'm getting screwed over by Mantines.
This floor of Miracle Sea... What is it with the 17 Fs today? This is another floor that I was just catching up, and then I've been stuck here for like over a minute. Okay. Ugh.
I'm just gonna let Meowth use a Reviver Seed, I think, is the play. I don't have anything else, really.
Okay, get me out of there. Goodness.
What the hell? I'm just gonna let Meowth use another Rev. That's unlucky. Got confused twice.
Oh, good old Water Pulse, or Confuse Ray, or Signal Beam, or Sight, or whatever. There's so many ways to get confused in this dungeon. I used to use a Person Band in this place.
Yeah, I can see the benefit. Okay, I'm out. Wow, that was difficult.
Alright, well, I'm just a couple floors behind.
Yeah.
There's the key room. If you're doing an all-icon speedrun, that room might be important. Try to fish for, like, a legendary Pokemon item in there. Whoa! Weird. He used Baton Pass and he missed himself, so he just backed up, but still switched my position. This game is being really weird.
Alright, so my Gyarados strat is going to be to use Agility.
Good Mud Sport. I can't believe this late in the game Mud Sport is still the bane of my existence.
Okay, stall. Now use Agility.
Get me out of here. Okay, off the Gyarados.
Whoops. Okay, cool. I didn't exactly do that right, but at least I did get some kind of turn advantage versus Gyarados, so it only got to use Rain Dance, which is harmless.
So, my split name for Gyarados is LOL. Because this fight is a joke with Pikachu.
Yeah.
Alright.
Okay.
You get an off-screen kill. Agility. Down right, agility. Down. Agility. And... death. That was a very boss.
Electrocuted to death.
Oh, you haven't seen the last of me! Sorry,
Last time it shows up.
And then he never fought a Pikachu ever again.
Alright, so we're gonna leave the Manaphy to live with Voltrain because we're finally realizing that Manaphy's live in the sea, and that is actually not the last we'll see of Manaphy. Although it will be during this run. You get the chance to recruit Manaphy again after you beat Darkrai. After a few days, it will come back again. It'll ask if it wants to join our team after it has grown up.
Yeah, kind of weird. There's a couple things that have to wait until after Darkrai's beaten. One of those is evolution, and the other one is getting Manaphy.
Yeah.
And he also unlocks a dungeon where you can get a lot of gummies.
Alright, so before we head into the next dungeon, we have one filler day and then the famous day where we have to play 2 missions at once, which I think I have prepared for. The next place is the infamous Aegis Cave, which is very non-standard. Let me check the Cactulan shop first, see if it has anything.
Oh, I never recruited anything good for that. I guess I'm not really going to get to do my funny strat of having a bunch of random recruited Pokemon run around in there. I did get a Skuntank, but he's like not that tanky, and I was only going to use him if I got one other Pokemon to take with him, so I'm just going to have to do it normally-ish.
I'm also going to have to remake my moves.
At least to do Aegis Cave like a normal person, I have a lot less prep work to do, so that's a bright side.
Yeah. Right, so the way Aegis Cave is gonna work, first of all, filler day and then missions. We'll have to go... Aegis Cave is the place of the Regis, so we're gonna be fighting Regis, Regirock, Registeel, and Regigigas. It's gonna be made up of 3 chambers. These chambers have a maze next to them. So we're gonna have the Ice Chamber and the Ice Maze, the Rock Chamber and the Rock Maze, and then the Steel Chamber and the Steel Maze. The mazes are going to have unknowns, and we're gonna need to be fighting unknowns until they drop a rock corresponding to their letter, and our objective is going to get enough letters to be able to spell out the words Ice, Rock, and Steel, and that will gain us access to each of the respective chambers. And we need to do that until we're out of the dungeon. What jobs can I do today? I think I want to do Pecha and Warp Seed. Do I have Warp Seed, actually? Well, that might be an issue. Oh, that is an issue.
Big Apple and Revive. Alright. I'm gonna sacrifice a Revive and some food.
I'm not gonna be able to do the missions I want to do. Instead, do I have a green gummy?
Now?
Oh, I might have to do 2 days here.
Alright, I'll need one skateboard for now.
Yep.
I don't really need any of these.
Alright, in that case...
Scarf.
In that case...
Rockside, I'll keep on hand for now. I'll deposit the rocks. No, I won't. I'm gonna forget about those.
I have a Pecha? Yes, I do. Okay. Unfortunately, I forgot that I should have kept a Warp Seed for missions, so I am going to go ahead and play this on 2 different days. Unfortunately, this is gonna lose me about a minute. We're gonna have to enter Foggy Forest in my case, escape our bout, complete the mission, and then enter Craggy Coast and complete our 2nd mission on the next day.
Cactulan, I don't need your Warp Scarfs, I need a Pure Seed!
Could I have one? That would be amazing.
He's had a Warp Scarf like every day. Alright, I'm gonna add Skitty back to my team so that I have at least one ally for Aegis Cave. I believe her moveset is good. Double check. Oh, I need to fix her Feint Attack and Tackle link. Good thing I checked. Alright. And this mission is Drench Bluff. Okay.
Do you have a Warp Scarf today? Nope, but you do have... you do actually! I'm blind. Okay, nice. Okay, I have a Warp Scarf. I'll take it. I'll take it. I will absolutely appreciate a Warp Scarf.
It's too bad you got it after Miracle Sea, where it's like super good. At least you got it.
At least it's still gonna help with some dungeons later on. Not so much in this game, but...
It is very, very good in like the last few dungeons. That's for sure.
Where again, the reason is combat tends to be a lot slower there and layouts tend to be much bigger. So being able to warp around rooms without having to go through hallways where you're forced to fight enemies tends to be pretty advantageous. Had to sacrifice a Reviver Seed for this mission, which is unfortunate, but it's alright.
I did too.
I do have to play one more mission. I believe I want to keep one escape orb, because I have a find escape orb, and I think that's the only mission that I can complete. Now, I should be able to find more escape orbs in Aegis Cave, so it'll be alright.
I have specifically loaded my inventory like full of food so that I'm ready for Aegis, because this is a dungeon where you often starve.
I'm also going
I have
to
like
go
8 apples in my
ahead
bag.
and deposit a lot of stuff before Aegis. I think this will be good.
Yeah, you want to have a lot of inventory space in this dungeon because you do a lot of item management as well during
a lot of elixirs. Monstrous orbs too, I don't really need now. Okay, I'm gonna check the Kaikon shop one last time. And it has a reviver seed and a max elixir, I guess I'll take those. Okay, hopefully this is enough space to go. So to trigger the Aegis Cave quest, I'm going to have to go... Oh, you actually came up to me here. Yeah, that...
I got ahead somehow.
Yeah, that one time that I had to play the mission days separately. I guess that was it.
Yeah, it's shocking how much time that loses, just having to do one more day, plus checking the shop all that time. Though at least you finally got your warp scarf.
Yeah. So yeah, it's inside the guild.
Basement.
We finally meet Team Charm, which we mentioned in the special episode that's centered around them. They're a famous exploration team and that seems to know Wigglytuff, and they tell us about the existence of Aegis Cave, and we want to have fun. Because Aegis Cave is a very fun place.
What? Very, very fun dungeon. Literally everyone hates this dungeon. I remember the first time I played Aegis Cave casually, it made me, like, not want to play PMD at all anymore, because I was just like, this is a horrible use of my time, and I need to be, like, doing college homework and stuff. And I was just like, I'm spending it grinding items. Thankfully, in the speedrun, we can get through it somewhat quick, as long as we don't get absolutely destroyed, but it is really funny that we're going into it neck and neck.
Yeah, because this is also a place of high variance. Like, legitimately...
We're going neck and neck to a very high variance spot.
You can make, like, 10 minutes of variance or more. Easily.
Yeah.
Although we do have some decent strats to be able to farm more quickly.
So my favorite sound effect in the game is Wigglytuff raiding his room.
Prompt.
Oh, shoot, whoops.
Yep.
Forgot that it was there.
Yeah, so I believe we're probably going to be doing similar strats since you don't have any recruits with you. We're going to be sending our partner to the go the other way tactic. And we are going to just hide in a corner somewhere and then let our partner just kill as many unknowns as possible off screen. And then hopefully collect these stones that we need. Again, the objective is going to be, we're going to have dungeons that we can replay infinitely, which is going to be the Rajai mazes. And we need to defeat enough unknowns. Unknowns have a raised chance to drop stones, and we need to pick up the stones that allows us to spell the word ice, which allows us to move on to the rock chamber, then spell the word rock, which allows us to move on to steel chamber, and then spell the word steel, which allows us to move on to the Regigigas chamber.
Which thankfully in the Regigigas chamber we don't have to spell anything, we just move on. Thank goodness. Imagine if we had to spell, like, the entire word of Regigigas or whatever. Ugh. Disgusting.
We do actually have an interesting tech tool here that is called spawn rate abuse. So soon enough we'll be pulling out, it's an option in the pause menu that is the recruitment search. It will tell you whatever Pokemon is able to spawn in any given floor. Now there are too many unknowns that can possibly spawn in a floor, so you won't get every single letter. And the way it works is every unknown has different spawn chances. It's usually around like, what, 2.6%? But the unknowns for each chamber that correspond to the letters that you have to spell out have a much higher spawn rate chance. So I believe it's like 20-something% chance. What's cool about it is that if a Pokemon goes missing, it will take its spawn rate and it will transfer it to the next Pokemon in the spawn search list. So what's cool is you have stuff where, for example, if the C letter here goes missing, which has like a 20% chance to spawn. Okay, we have C and I, so I guess I'll stay here. It will transfer that spawn rate to the D, so even though the D is supposed to have like a 2% chance, suddenly it will have like 20-something. But that can also happen twice. So, for example, if also the D goes missing, it will transfer whatever spawn rate chance it had to the E. And now both the C and the E here have a very high spawn rate chance. So if you get that transfer to happen twice, you can get an E that has a very high spawn rate.
Okay, got my first letter, C.
I got an I,
Not a floor
and I'm now
C, I as
looking
well.
for this C.
Because we have to spell rock, ice, steel, we only need one sea stone to get through the ice chamber for now, but another sea stone later could be good for getting through the rock chamber. So it's kind of nice that I got C first.
I forgot to change Meowth's tactic, but I think
now I have a shot at getting both the sea stones. So instead of holding B plus A to wait in place in this dungeon, I actually tend to dash left and right so that if my partner walks by, they'll just zip on by really quick. Whereas if I B plus A, I'll have to watch them like walk across the room really slowly. This was a particularly vital tactic when I was running with 4 Pokemon running around collecting stones for me, but right now I just have Skitty, because I wasn't too confident that that Skuntank was going to be able to survive fighting too many of the enemies. So I'm just kind of doing this a little bit more normally.
Here, so just one.
Okay, I got my second C stone. I haven't seen any I's though.
I got one I and one C, so I am only missing the E. Which does spawn here actually, and that's a really good example. The C can't spawn here, and neither can the D. So now I know that the E is very likely to spawn here. And I'm actually going to take the decision to wait here twice, because since I have to... Okay, we have one. I'm gonna stay here. I
got lucky. I got my eye stone right at the end of that floor pretty much, or like right as I was about to give up on that floor. You can only linger on a floor for so long, and then eventually there will be an earthquake warning you that you need to move on. If you stay too long, you will be insta-killed, even through your revives. I need to drop items I don't need.
So the situation is, I have all the letters I need to move on, but since I also need to spell steel later, which is 3 E's, okay, I actually have 3 E's, I can move on now. I needed 2 more E's later anyway, so I decided to farm here since I had an exceptionally high E spawn rate, and I wouldn't have had this opportunity again. And I'm glad I found them, so now I'm in a pretty good spot. I have the I, the C, and 3 E's. Now I do want one more C, because I do need one to be able to spell rock. But hopefully we'll find it in the rock chamber, or rock maze.
Man, I'm getting trolled. I keep seeing random unknowns that I'm not expecting to see it, like K and L, but they're not dropping their stones. Alright, this floor has E's on it, not at a very good spawn rate, but it's all I need to progress, so I might just wait for that.
Okay, so now I'm gonna be fighting Regice. I am going to be doing an off-screen strat here too. So the first thing I'm gonna do is set Meowth to get away from here, so that's gonna make him run away.
Oh yeah, I guess I could have done off-screen strats if I had thought about it.
But
you do need a lot of
plus A. Of course, they want to use Explosion. Agility.
I'm having very bad luck here.
Agility again, go up, now we're here. Now once it set Meowth's tactic to go the other way, go up and hopefully kills. Now I did use Explosion, so yeah, unfortunately Meowth did die. It used the revive.
I'm just gonna fight on screen.
Probably should have fought it safer, but okay. Yeah, honestly, all of these boss threats don't even save that much, given they don't have much health.
I guess I'm done with that floor. I hit a pitfall trap. Alright, whatever. Wasn't getting anything anyways. Oh, this is a way better E spawn, right? There we go. That worked out. I might be able to get all 3 of the ones.
That's a new trap that can only spawn in the post game. Once you step on it, it will just make you drop down by floor. And
it is terrifying in that if your partner steps on it, they permanently die.
Yeah.
Like, or they get removed from the team.
And you really don't want to lose your partner here in Aegis Cave. Because I'm pretty sure if you exit out of this place, you have to find all of the stones again.
Yes. Unless you leave from the ice chamber, that wouldn't really hurt. But otherwise, yeah, if you leave this place, you have to start all over again. So you don't want to leave this place. Oh, S stone. Oh, nice. Okay, that's a weird drop, but that's an early instance of a stone I'll need later, so I'll take it.
I'm picking up a whole bunch of items that I don't technically need, but I want to avoid unknowns picking them up. We have the O, the C, and the K in here. No R, but I'll think this is gonna be pretty good. What unknown is the... Oh, I guess I'm fighting it. Okay. Okay, I got my second C already. That's a good start.
Okay,
so now I'm basically looking for the O, which is right here. Will you drop it? Wow!
I have a choice of do I want to hang out here and wait for one more E, or do I just move on? But since the E spawn right here is pretty good, I should probably...
I'm gonna move on. I got the O already, so I would have just been able to pick up the K there. Okay, I have it here, no R, however. So I'm gonna keep moving on until I find a floor where I can pick up both the R and D.
That's a T-stone? What the heck? Okay, I have no idea how these things are spawning, but I will take this blessing. It's another stone I need way later. I just want E, man, but sure, I'll take this.
Okay, that's fine. But yeah, as I was saying, I'm picking up a whole bunch of items I don't need, because if an unknown picks them up, as soon as Meowth defeats them, they're gonna be unable to drop an unknown stone. I have an S, randomly.
Nice.
For Steel, that's gonna be really good.
Oh, okay, I got my 3 E's. Sweet, okay. Don't need that I. Everything else here is good. Okay. Well, that wasn't looking like a great start for me, but I had a really productive floor there by complete accident, so...
Actually, I didn't check.
So I have... 5 of the 9 remaining stones that I'll need, so I'm at 8 out of 12.
There's
okay.
nothing here.
So I need R, O, K, and L. That's it. I need R, O, K, and L. Not bad.
Oh, do you actually have S and T as well?
Somehow, yeah, I got extremely lucky with those just randomly dropping on, like, very low spawn rate unknowns.
That's amazing.
I needed it, because I was having horrible luck with everything dropping stones, but that helped a lot for morale.
Ooh, not the trip trap.
Ooh,
so the problem with activating a trap is that Meowth is going to be able to step on it as he goes around the floor, which is not ideal.
Yeah, if you make like a PP0 trap visible, that could be devastating, because then Meowth can step on it and activate it. I actually brought the trap bust orb here too for that reason, so that if I get like a very badly placed
okay, I
trap,
got the Archstone. Literally all I need is the K for this chamber, and then I need the T and L. So actually, one thing I can do, since K spawns here and it has a large spawn chance, if I end up in a floor that has no K, it could transfer to the L. Unfortunately, this floor is utterly useless now.
There's L. There's O. Alright, 2 things I need here. Good enough.
I have a pretty big chance again in the T, and I kind of...
Nice. L.
Nah,
okay,
it's not worth it.
O.
One thing I could have done there, I had a T that had a boosted chance from a missing R and a missing S, but I'm actually gonna get a much better chance later in Steel Chamber, because if I get a missing S into a T, that is a 50% spawn. Okay, we got a K. And I got my Keystone right away. Okay, nice. So I can just move on now. I'll just have to beat the Rock Chamber, which is 3 floors.
Unfortunate that I got poisoned in the beginning of this floor that I kind of want to grind on for a bit. Getting poisoned in Aegis Cave is very annoying, since you'll be lingering on a floor for a long time and not healing the poison. Well, having a really big room like this is really nice. Oh, there's an O.
So all I need is T and L.
Nice. Okay, I'm out of here.
I'm not gonna...
Get me out of here. That's...
did you get, like, every ladder?
I need R and I need K, and then I'm good. I have all the steel letters, weirdly.
Oh, wow.
R is here. Okay. We'll hang out for it, because at this point, there's not a lot left.
I'm trying to get out of Rock Chamber.
Question mark stone, that's one of the rarest.
I'm missing T and L, and I believe both of those are much better to farm for in Steel.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
I guess you could get a floor where letter T is common during the Rock Chamber, but it's not likely to happen.
Yeah, I had one, but it was the only thing on that floor, and it didn't feel worth it, since you can get a 50% unknown much more easily in Steel.
I am now on the floor where I just meet really rare unknowns for no reason, and they all drop their stones.
Oh yeah, it's
the ones
very fun.
in the alphabet before C are like bizarrely uncommon because you never need an A or a B. I got a B stone and a question mark stone. Question mark's all the way at the end. Oh, is that R?
Get away from here.
That's an R.
Down, right. B,
K.
Agility. Agility again.
K is not here. Okay.
Go the other way.
K is here. Alright, last letter.
Okay, hopefully he can kill. Cool. Okay. So yeah, I am technically farther ahead in Cheese, but I actually need more ladders, I think.
Yeah, I'm down to 1 left, which is very surprising.
Yep.
Oh, there's an escape orb in here. Cool. Oh yeah, the only orbs that spawn here are escape orbs, so that's kind of nice.
That's a T. I'm gonna kill it.
Let's see it on in.
Oh, I already got the T-stone. Okay, so all I need is the L.
Alright, so we're both down to 1 left. Not bad. And strangely still close, but sometimes the last letter ruins it all. Like, I haven't even seen a K yet on this floor, which is kind of lame.
Okay, no L can spawn here. I literally just need to find a floor that has an L. I won't be able to spawn Great Abuse much for the... Oh, this does have a L. Okay. We're gonna stay here. Hopefully find a good place to hide. Unless this one drops it right now. I just dropped it. It just dropped it. That is actually a very good Age Escape overall.
Dang.
I think.
I'd say probably, yeah. I feel like I got pretty lucky with mine. Oh, there's my K! Oh my goodness,
wow.
We're still neck and neck somehow!
That's insane.
You just need to get out of Steel, and I just need to beat both the bosses. That's actually crazy.
That is a crazy good series of Age Escape. It does not go like this, usually.
That's crazy. We both had a really good one.
Okay, just before
That's crazy.
I need to see exactly how long this was. I think the fastest Age Escape I've seen was from Eponymous, and it was like 13 minutes. If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he had a really stupid one once.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess including the missions before this, my segment timer is at like 21 minutes right now.
Wow.
So, not bad.
Alright, I'm entering Steel Chamber. Yeah, Cheese, you're not really far away from me at all. You just have to beat Regirock and then you can immediately go into Steel Chamber.
Yeah.
Okay, for Registeel...
Well, the problem is I don't have off-screen strats, so I'm gonna bleed a little bit of time, but oh well.
Yeah, I mean, these Registrats are only a few seconds. Again, very important in a run this long, but... okay, now I have to wait there.
Let's have Brick Break. Brick Break is pretty good for saving time on these guys. Alright, now I get a totally free Registeel strat. Or a totally free Registeel split. Assuming I got all the stones that I needed, which I'm pretty sure I did.
Alright. Now, Regigigas fight.
Oh, I should save time here.
Yeah, I'm gonna rely a lot more on agility. The problem with the Regigigas fight is that it's actually the Lopunny fight.
It is.
So, you're gonna be joined by Team Charm as an allied non-team member. The big problem is that Lopunny knows Button Pass, so if you're gonna try to use agility to go off screen, it doesn't necessarily know Button Pass, but sometimes it does know it, and Button Pass just shuffles your position. It just makes it so that you randomly swap places with some of your allies, and so it'll just drag you back on screen, basically.
Yeah, this can get me... This can ruin my fight too, but at least I have Discharge as a backup.
Yeah, meanwhile, I really need to rely on not getting trolled too heavily. Okay, we have one...
That was definitely a good Aegis. 42 seconds behind my PB now. Wow.
That's insane.
So we're on like a sub 9 hour run.
Really?
On BS, which is very good, actually.
Actually, I had a Warp Scarf. I could have done that. Wait, the stairs were there? I think I just had a stairs moment. Alright. But yeah, I'm on my last place of floor of Age Escape Death. It's just a short dungeon right before the boss. And we're up. Alright, hopefully Lopunny doesn't know Baton Pass. Now, the strat I have to do is actually pretty complicated in and of itself. I should set Meowth to go the other way first and foremost, and then I'm gonna do my agility stuff, and then if I get hit by the Baton Pass, I'm gonna cry and lose a minute.
As per the notes, you are to cry if you get Baton Pass.
Exactly.
It also says that in the Pikachu notes, but you cry a bit less.
Okay, go the other way.
I'd also appreciate not getting surrounded by all these unknowns. this. Alright, I'm definitely good on a skateboard for the run too, which is very nice. I'm used to being solo Pikachu, and I just used agility because Skitty was near me. Whoops. That's an unknown Z. That's a rare one. The one's close
I don't
to the
think
end
my
of the
Lopunny
start.
knows Baton Pass. I think I might be good here. Probably would have used it by now. Okay, we're done. Alright.
Nice.
Phew!
Okay. Just one more floor of my Aegis Pit, and then I can do my Pikachu strat and hope that my Lopunny doesn't have a Baton Pass. There we go. Okay. So my strat is I agility away from everybody and then just spam discharge. And then let everything die.
Yep. Alright, after Aegis Cave, we have our last set of filler and mission days coming up. And then we are unlocking the final story arc that's going to start giving us a little bit more insight, a little bit extra insight about what happened during our time travel.
Okay.
We actually do unlock an extra dungeon from beating the Aegis Cave, which is Concealed Ruin.
Which uses the same music as if you haven't heard it enough and being trapped in this nightmare dungeon.
I think it's actually not quite the same music. It's a very similar music, but like at a different pitch.
So my my Lopunny had Healing Wish, so it probably died. Oh, I'm out of discharges. All right, go everyone, go. Okay.
Nice. Okay. You know, I'm glad it didn't.
No disaster.
It would have been funny to show off how just a disastrous that fight could be, but I'm glad we're both just kind of still close to each other.
Yeah, that's a weirdly close race for Darkrai.
Yeah. Man, if you're on sub 9 pace, I might actually be on PB pace. Then I'll have to check. If this run continues to go well, of course. Alright, so the first thing I have to do is one mission. So I'm gonna activate, I'll find Escape Orb. I do believe I have... Oh, no Escape Orbs on hand. Oh, okay, I'm gonna visit storage and I'm gonna do a bit of item management anyway. I think that's fine. Okay, do I have 2 Escape Orbs here? I do not. Do I not have any?
3 more Escape Orbs and then we're done with filler days.
Gummy Warp Seed. Do I have a Warp Seed on hand? I do not. I regret using that Warp Seed. Okay, Kecleon, coming clutch. Do you have... You do not have a Warp Seed.
Vanish Seed.
No.
I can make you disappear.
Purple Kecleon, do you have an Escape Orb?
That's incredibly
No.
unlucky to need Escape
Alright.
Orbs at this point, goodness.
I am unfortunately gonna need to play through one of these find item missions, which isn't too bad. I think I'm gonna have to go to Drench Bluff something, I don't remember. But Drench Bluff isn't a very long dungeon.
That's extremely unfortunate. Aegis Cave literally only spawns Escape Orbs.
Yeah,
for
and I think I
orbs.
found 0.
That's incredibly unfortunate. I often rely on finding some in there too. Alright, so I can do either of these different places.
Wait there.
I don't have the Slumber
Actually want
or the
that
Pecha,
apple
so
too,
let's
honestly.
get our items straightened out for Travail, shall we? Alright, I don't really care about the Trap Bust anymore. I need 1 more Escape Orb. Don't need that much food, that's overkill. Oop, I hit B by accident. Alright, so 1 more escape. Take the slumber. Alright, food's good. Take a heal seed. 1 pure seed's a good idea to have. Take some revs.
6F is where we have to go.
Gonna want a sleep seed. Gonna want a violent seed. Gonna want an excise seed. A warp seed's a good idea. Orbs. My door. There was something in my inventory there that I was hoping to see that I didn't see, so I'm missing something I need, but I'll surely live anyways. Got my special band back, a little late, but I'll take it.
No, the bad news about me being low on escape orbs too is I won't be able to skip over both of the filler days unless I check Purple Kekloom, which doesn't feel worth it. So I'm just gonna run through Beach Cave on one of these days and take the 20-second timeless.
Also, tragically, at this point, the story's gonna force me to have Skitty main again, and not let me use Pikachu partner anymore. So I have to destroy Pikachu's moveset to make him a partner moveset again. Have him use 3, like, kind of normal attacking moves. Skitty's fine though. Okay, so I bought the special band, not realizing I was gonna make Pikachu not do special attacks anymore. Oops. Oh well.
But this is where we get some, we start to get a bit of extra story. We're thinking about some of the, back about some of the things that happen, and here we get a bit of a monologue from Darkrai.
Yeah, finally Darkrai shows up after 7 hours.
Our titular Pokemon of the category.
Yeah, we've kind of just been doing a bunch of random miscellaneous like side quests in post-game to progress the story, but it's finally here that the story comes back.
And this is Cresselia. I hate you.
Professional Reviver Seed consumer. Many people hate Cresselia just because of this game.
Yeah.
So yeah, it turns out having you deal with a Dark-type boss by having a Psychic-type ally is not the nicest game design. Here you go, she'll help. No, she doesn't.
Cresselia should have been a Fairy type. Except it didn't exist at the time.
Yeah, it didn't exist yet, but that would have made her a little better. She wouldn't be weak to Feint Attack. Cresselia literally can get one shot in the Darkrai fight by Darkrai.
Alright, as I said, I'm gonna have to play one of these beach caves. If I get a stair floor, I'm gonna play it now. I did not, so we're just gonna escape orb. And then we have one more filler day.
I think I meant to withdraw my quick seeds, but whatever, I can get those later. As long as I remember to. Usually when I withdraw items before our next big dungeon, I get all my Monster House orbs out that I deposited before Aegis Cave, and then I also make sure to get my boss items ready for later. Okay, so I'll have to remember to get the quick seeds later. I also don't have a lot of inventory space right now. I took a lot of stuff out. Alright, and you have nothing. Okay. Alright, 2 escape orb days, and we are a go. During those filler days, we get a lot more story progression. Things just kind of happen overnight in the story at this point.
Yep.
I used to think that you had to do missions during these days, and I was very frustrated, but also relieved when I found out that they're just escape orb days. Accidentally discovered during someone's Recruit 'em All run, I think.
Okay.
A big part of the progression of this category over time was literally just figuring out, like, okay, what do we have to do on this day? What do we have to do on this day? What are the mission requirements? Took me forever to find out that you can even do 2 missions at once after Miracle Sea.
Yeah, because some of this stuff wasn't immediately data mined. Nowadays, there is a very extensive community revolving around reverse engineering and fan games, which is incredible, honestly. I would recommend anybody who is interested in Explorers of Sky to give some of the ROM hacks that this game saw a shot, because there's quite a lot of impressive ones that have come out over time.
Oh yeah, Sky Temple led to a lot of like very impressive hacks with very creative ideas and mechanics.
Okay, I'm about to finish my Beach Cave Walk of Shame, because I don't have an escape orb.
You should be so ashamed for having such bad RNG that the game didn't give you one more escape orb.
This is legit anybody's race, that's incredible.
Alright, so I think Kecleon sold me 1 pure seed for the entire post game, so that's going to be painful later.
I think it sold me 2 or something.
I also didn't find many in dungeons, so I'm not looking forward to this endgame. It's going to be a bad endgame.
I should actually do some menuing now too before Montravale, because from Montravale, we're gonna be back to be able to find monster houses. We had a bit of a break there with Aegis Cave, but now they're back in full force, and they are very likely in Travail.
Oh yeah. Mount Travail is a nightmare dungeon. There's a lot of things that can go wrong in there. It's also one of the main reasons I switched to Skitty over Bulbasaur in my route, because Bulbasaur needs 3 linked moves to be able to fight in Mount Travail, but Mount Travail has an extremely high trap spawn rate, so it's almost impossible to get through it without hitting a PP0 trap. And if you have a triple link of moves, as we've seen many times on SBD's side, it's extremely likely that your moves delink from it. So now with Skitty, instead, I can safely do a 2 set of 2 linked moves, and if I have one delink, I can just use the other one, and it's still fine. As long as they don't both come apart, then that would just be a nightmare.
It's also particularly bad because the dungeon that you have to play right after Mount Travail, it allows you to go back in town and relink, but it takes a while. Because you're placed inside the guild and have to go back out.
Yeah, it's just another big giant, like, kind of forced time loss, because trying to proceed through Nightmare without linked moves, at least in my case, would be a lot slower. Every single fight would take 2 turns, so it'd be worth it for me to go back and link, but it would be like a minute time lost to have to walk through all those loading screens.
I just realized going to storage now is kind of inconvenient, but I really don't want to risk it, not have Monster House Orb, so I think I'm gonna take the time loss after this. The story right now is Christina is appearing in our dreams and she's telling us things, and now it turns out that Azuriel seems to be tormented by a nightmare. And soon enough here will be suggested to hunt down somebody who can maybe look a bit into this and figure out what's going on. And the Pokemon that comes to our mind is Drowsy, that we fought all the way back at the start of this run in Mount Crystal, who was a criminal and tried to abduct Azuriel for his own benefit, but is now being released on good behavior and is meditating on top of a mountain. So we're gonna go climb Mount Travail and ask him to help us.
Man, he got a lot stronger if he was able to survive Mount Travail after getting beat by us.
Oh yeah,
I think
this is a
they must have roughed him up in that prison. Goodness, it is brutal in that mountain. Or I guess Drowsy just really has a thing for brutal mountains, since Mount Bristle's also a very hard spot in the game.
Man, I really don't want to take the storage visit, but if I found a monster house in a normal situation right now, I'm completely screwed. I don't have anything else, so I'm gonna have to.
Yeah, the monster house spawn rate's pretty high here. Honestly, maybe I should have taken more than 2 Petrify Orbs, although I also want to make sure I have some for Spatial Rift and Dark Crater, so... Especially because without a lot of Pure Seeds to cheese those dungeons, I'm just going to have to play them out a lot more normally. We had talked about how earlier in the game there's every floor is coded to have like a percentage chance to have a monster house on it, and we're soon coming up on a dungeon that actually has 50% spawn rates on monster houses. Yep. So they are extremely common in post game. You're very much expected to be able to handle them well by now.
Alright, let's run to storage. This is gonna cost me about 30 seconds. I think I have plenty of inventory stage. Literally all I'll do is just withdraw the orbs that I forgot.
Slightly flexing here, but I always make sure to do my inventory management on like the very first escape orb day or the second one or something, because you get sucked into the plot line otherwise.
Yeah, that's what I should have done.
I am gonna save though, because even though I have like 20 billion revives, if there's any dungeon in the game that likes to make you use them all, it's this
I'm not gonna save because I think this basically makes it so that we're almost synced. Oh, actually, you're getting extra dialogue because...
Yes, I have to switch my characters back so I get dialogue there, so you're ahead still.
Wow, it's insane how close this is. I don't think I need to save, I have plenty of grabs. Although this is a scary place, nevertheless.
Alright.
Also, we have a warp scarf. It starts to be pretty
okay, good thing I checked.
Here.
Team tactics, wait there. He's on that, okay. I do no longer have agility, so that's going to be a drawback. I just have to fight stuff, but I can do it. Would have been a good idea to grab that warp seed. I don't have many of those. Alright, now Pikachu has no electric moves, so he doesn't have to deal with the drawbacks of, like, lightning rod and stuff, but he doesn't have stab either. Wait, does he have a power band? He does, okay. Oh yeah, we get cloudy weather here, which is a unique weather condition to this game that debuffs all moves except for normal type moves, which is another really nice thing for Skitty. Ouch. And I guess also Pikachu using primarily normal type moves, and Trico and Meowth also primarily using normal type moves. Doesn't really affect us much. That weather condition can be very annoying, though.
Going through kind of a rough floor here. Okay.
Oh boy, heal bell. Kitty has decided that it wants to use a bell. Why am I picking up money? What am I doing?
Okay, at least we're out of this 3F, this disaster of a 3F. Oh, okay, big rooms.
Oh! Okay, well there goes one of my movesets, delinking. It was to a movement error, which makes me really sad, but I still have the backup. This backup has a lot less PP though, so I'm gonna have to start guzzling elixirs now.
Okay. Should be able to just hold B plus A, confusion just expired. The warp scarf, it's up here.
You stole my power band! How dare you, Mankey?
You know, one thing I haven't checked, do I have food? It's kind of a problem if I don't.
Oh yeah, the dungeon after this is very long and doesn't spawn food. It's actually rumored that you get hungry faster in the dungeon after this because of how, like, easy it is to starve in there. That's not actually that's not a thing, but people think it is. Oh, I just...
Yeah, it's just that...
pick that up, please.
It makes you feel like you're... Like, it makes you walk a lot more, so it feels like...
Shout out to Kecleon for selling a gold ribbon. A thing that its sole purpose is selling to Kecleon.
A true shopkeeper.
Just trying to scam us. Alright, the game's giving me a lot of warp seeds. I should probably take this message and pick them up.
Okay. That's actually a one-way...
Ow! 154 damage! Okay, say so.
Stairs were there, actually. Alright.
Sometimes being weak to fighting type moves sucks. Oh, and Pikachu's getting rocks thrown at him, and I hear pew 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 on my screen, but they didn't have a lot of rocks, thankfully.
I'm gonna have to watch a move anyway here. Oh, never mind.
Oh yeah, I should probably not use my linked moves on the things that only need one attack to die, since I now have unlinked moves that I can use instead. I guess having a low PP moveset's not a big deal in Mount Travail since things kill you a lot.
Despite having a warp scarf, I still like to pick up warp seeds in situations where I urgently need to warp out.
Yeah, because the warp scarf will only randomly choose like what turn you warp on, but... Ow! Yeah, if you have a warp seed, you can just do it on command.
Yeah. Wow, another reviver seed coming out of Meowth. Okay. I do have a lot. I'm not too concerned. I'm getting hungry. Oh, shoot.
I'm looking at the floor counts during this dungeon, and we've been, like, exchanging the lead constantly.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, looks like it.
Feint attack was sealed, not a big deal. Work me out of here.
Yeah, I don't need that many.
Let's go down first. Okay, just right.
You know, I just sparked Meowth in a really bad spot, because if an enemy with a corner cutting move now decides to approach that dead end, it can just attack me out without him being able to fight back. Looks like that did not happen.
Natural Gift of Seal, that's one of the moves I'm using, that's really bad. So I just don't have linked moves on this floor then. That's tragic. I'm probably gonna take a death here then, which, you know what, fine. Oh, but actually dying doesn't unseal the move. Alright, so this floor is just miserable. Got it. Alright, make up your mind! Okay, go away.
I'm gonna eat a pure seed, even though this isn't that big of a room. I'm low on belly, and I kinda wanna end this dungeon soon. Okay, I'm out of Montreville.
So close. I'm on 18F. Headed a bit slower. Probably helps to have agility.
I think I wanted to say something, but I forgot. Anyway, we found Drowsy. And
he's not evil anymore, thankfully.
Yeah, he even has
Swap
a
diamonds! Whoa, 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 Mr. Mime, give me that back.
Oh yeah, the way Warp Scarf works, by the way, we didn't really talk about it, but it's basically a % chance every step you take that it will activate. But I believe it's like keeps growing for every step you take, so the first step has some % chance, and then the second step is more likely.
Yeah, it's very rare that it instantly warps you twice in a row.
Yeah.
Oh, you're dead. Okay, well, you needed PP restored, so there you go.
It is very rare, but it can happen that it instantly warps you there. So in a situation where, for example, you warp right next to the stairs, it is generally going to work out for you to just take the step towards the stairs without unequipping the warp scarf and then re-equipping it on the next floor. But it is a risk. If it does happen and you will get warped somewhere else on the floor, it could be pretty bad to try and get back there. Alright, so Drowsy told us that we can actually use his powers to enter Azurido's Nightmare. That's tormenting it. And that's what we're gonna do. It turns out that that's actually a dungeon. So welcome to 17F, the Nightmare.
Literally in a nightmare.
No.
This is a very long grind of a dungeon where you just have like a ton of rooms on big floors and you just have to wander around and lose your agility immediately.
At least it wasn't my linked moves. I'm actually happy that was agility.
Yeah, that would be awful to delink there. That's actually pretty fortunate that you didn't have your moves delink in Travail. Yeah. I hate having a triple set there. I'm gonna have to use a 12 PP link set to get through Nightmare, so I'm probably gonna need a couple elixirs to get through it, but it's not the end of the world. I am just glad I don't have to run back to town to relink. That would have been my worst case scenario. Although if I get a PP0 trap in here and it takes away my last double link, I'm gonna be very, very sad and bleed a ton of time. Because I don't have agility as backup, so if I get my last set delinked, it's just over.
I got hit by Sing.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of things that put you to sleep and confuse you here. I don't need that special band.
These are kind of annoying here. They tend to be pretty large with a lot of hallways.
Okay. Got anti-stared on the first floor. We're off to a good start. At least I have a ton of food. You do want a ton of food here.
Yeah, and I think I only have one apple, which is fine. But I would like to have a bit more than this, just because...
Yeah, you'll probably need to use a revive at some point for that purpose.
Yeah, I think that's basically gonna be the play. Using revives again to refuel your PPs and belly isn't too bad, especially if you have a ton, like I do.
It's very fair that Azrael has nightmares about monster houses.
But definitely is something you would have nightmares about.
The funny thing about so many enemies being on the floor from the monster house is like you can see my character moving around slower because the game lags more trying to process the turn of all those enemies even when they're off screen.
It's a lot less apparent.
So it like slows down my movement.
It's a lot less apparent if you're playing on Wii or Virtual Console, but on original DS it struggles.
I don't need escape orbs anymore.
But yeah, a lot of the enemies you fight here in general are also pretty weird. We're seeing a lot of starters like Skitty or Meowth.
Mozzarella has nightmares about me. He knows that Skitty is the destroyer of all worlds.
The most funny enemy that you encounter here to me is Wigglytuff.
Oh yeah.
That's definitely one Pokemon you'd have a nightmare about.
Okay, well, Pikachu got sniped there. Not much I can do about that. Still a lot of revs, right? 6. I might have a little more in storage.
Oh yeah, Spoink use Splash. Splash is a funny move.
Oh yeah, they made it kind of do something in this game. It's weird. It just moves you to a random tile, and if you collide with a wall or a Pokemon, then 5 damage is taken by both sources. Well, walls don't take damage, but the Pokemon could.
Yeah.
Oh my linked moves keep getting sealed.
You can also the most niche, my favorite most niche use of Splash is I'm pretty sure it can move you to a chasm or water tile if you're right next to it, and then you can use it to warp somewhere.
Oh yeah, you can land on invalid tiles with it, yes.
Ooh.
Very, very, very niche play, but it is a thing.
I only have Grimy Food left, actually.
Better than no food, I guess. Barely. Just have to remember to eat it at the end of a floor.
Which I didn't do there, because I actually urgently needed to eat something, and I got immobilized because of it, but that's fine.
Getting a lot of monster houses. Kinda wish I had agility here, I would just run right through this room. I kinda need to use a Petrify Orb on this to get out cleanly. As much as I don't really want to. Oh, okay, I got a full hold orb out of it. You know what? Fine. That works. No costs. Just lost some time. Full hold orb is just a better Petrify Orb, so I'll take it.
Okay, I only have a few floors to go here. Might need to eat my second Grimy Food, but if I do, it's completely fine. We are gonna get one more chance to check shop after this dungeon, and then we're kind of heading into the endgame after that. I'm gonna do that to check for food, of all things. Oh, I'm out of agility. I'm gonna drink a Max Elixir. I have a ton. Oh, I did not mean to feed it to Meowth. Okay. It's fine, I'll just get the packets.
I guess I would like to see, like, maybe 1 or 2 more revives in my last shop check, hopefully. I'm a little bit low on them, but not desperately so.
Destiny.
I'd like to have about 8 reviver seeds for the very end of the run. And I'm down to 6.
Ooh,
I don't remember if I had more in storage.
Go ahead and eat a warp seed. Okay, just equip the warp scarf actually now. Okay, cool. 2 more floors. Can I make it?
Oh, Pikachu's out of moves. He's probably dead. Yeah, he's dead. Okay.
Oh, I did. Oh, that's kind of sucks.
5 revives left. I haven't been doing a very good job making sure Pikachu doesn't run out of PP in this post game. Should probably pay more attention.
Warping around while asleep is pretty funny. Okay. Let me equip the power band. We'll just walk from here. Okay. I'm gonna use the warp star to check those rooms on the right if I need to.
Oh, I wanted to use none. Was there? I got cursor memoried, as we call it, of the cursor memory in this game being really jank and hard to remember where the cursor is going to be.
Yeah, so the game has cursor memory, so it will try to remember what your last cursor position was, and the next time you open your menu, it's going to be there. But it really mostly results in you using the wrong menu option, and so we call it cursor memory.
Yeah. Yeah, the cursor in this game is like the worst. Like it. You'd think cursor memory would be a beneficial thing to have, but it can work in such unexpected ways.
Yeah,
especially so much as like learn a move, and it just gets all messed up.
Especially because not every cursor has it, or every menu has it. So it's kind of confusing to try and remember which menus have memory and which ones don't.
Can I crawl to the end? Okay, I'm dead. All right, well, 4 revives left. Can you guys stop sniping me with the sludge bomb? Oh no! Oh, I need a heal seed. Goodness.
Alright, so we're finally meeting Cresselia at the end of the nightmare. Turns out that that's what was inside Azuriel. Cresselia.
The end of that dungeon wanted to kill me so badly.
And we're actually being told that there's a distortion in the fabric of time and space, and the problem is us, and we need to disappear to fix it.
Yeah, they literally tell our main characters to end ourselves. It's pretty messed up.
Yep.
Yeah, first Cresselia does that, and then she eats all her Reviver Seeds. What a character. We do find out here that the hero and the partner are having, like, the same nightmares as each other. Not counting being in this nightmare dungeon. Crawling out tooth and nail, barely alive.
That's definitely a nightmare of its own. But yeah, after this, we're gonna get a chance to go into town, so we're gonna be making the last shop check, basically. Technically, we have another opportunity later, but ideally we only get this one.
Oh yeah, yeah. You can shop before Dark Crater. It's just a little bit slow, but not too bad because you just walk from Sharpedo Bluff. So, if Spatial Rift is a disaster for either of us, we'll probably want to take that shot.
Yeah. But yeah, we're just gonna, you know, reflect upon what's being set upon us, do our last check, and then we're gonna head into the next dungeon. Basically 4 dungeons left till the end. The next one is going to be a pretty, I mean, both are gonna be pretty long, but it's actually gonna be a lot of small floors. I don't remember exactly which floors are small and which ones are not. But that's gonna make them very dense, and so we're gonna have to fight a lot of enemies, which also happen to hurt a lot. So here it starts to be really important to have a lot of Reviver Seeds, which I believe we both have, luckily.
Like 4 left, so I'm not doing the best, but this is enough. Just hopefully I get some more. I kind of had a lot of revives used in Travail and Nightmare. I wasn't being super careful about Pikachu running out of PP, so he took some deaths to that, and then I was just getting wrecked. There was nothing I could do about the deaths I was taking. The game was just bullying me.
I personally have a decent amount, and I will be using storage before the start of the next dungeon, and I do have more there. And that's hopefully going to be the last inventory management I'll do before the end.
I have to completely redress my entire inventory before I go into Spatial Rift, because I want to try to include all the remaining boss fight items I'm going to need, and I also want to include all my Luminous Orbs, Pure Seeds, Monster House Orbs. So I'm going to have to make a lot of space. I would tend not to use too many elixirs and apples in the very end game, because we just kind of want to rush to the end. So that'll help me conserve a little bit of space. The inventory gets a little tight here, because there's just so many things I want. Like, I want my Quick Seeds for my Darkrai fight, I want an Excise Seed, an Otater Seed as a backup, I want a Hunger Seed for the Palkia fight, and then something else to throw at him, like a Sleep Seed. I want I want lots of Warp Seeds and Roll Call Orbs, because I'm going to be using Warp Scarf, and I'm going to have Cresselia along, who can't really fight competently in Dark Crater, so I'll have to... if she is ever in trouble while I'm warping around, I need to use a Warp Seed on her to keep her safe, or a Roll Call Orb to warp her to me. And then there's just the fact that you need a bunch of revives too for all the chaos. There's a lot of items that you want in endgame.
Yeah, we're basically this is basically the last stretch, and we're gonna need to get all of our boss items out, plus anything that can help us in dungeons, while also having to deal with limited inventory space.
Yeah, 48 items is a lot of items, but it's still not enough for a Darkrai speedrunner.
Just seeing the top options to all of these.
Oh yeah, I don't know which option is faster in these cutscenes, but I just have always assumed it's top option.
I believe it's top. I know at least for the 80% portion we've gone through them all, and we've confirmed that it is fastest to say top option. Not sure about this particular dialogue sequence.
Yeah, no one ever remembers throughout this one.
Yeah.
You know what? We'll do it here. I'll do all bottom options. What a time to do testing.
What if we randomly find out it's like a 50-second time loss?
Well, surely I make up for it somehow. Okay. Okay, well, having always just mashed through the dialogue here, I literally have no idea if that made any difference doing it.
Yeah, it's probably similar to the dialogue sequence in Future before you meet up with Grovyle, where there's technically a difference, but ultimately it's very similar dialogue.
Yeah, I have, it's not like I know all the dialogue in this game by heart, but, like, I'm pretty sure that was, like, identical to what normally happens.
Mm-hmm.
And then we get another sunrise cutscene where the partner decides to appreciate life again. This gives them their final burst of motivation that they want to defy what the Cresselia told us, and see if we can find out what's actually going on. Then we realize we need to learn about space distortion, and we have no idea how to do that, and we talk to Lapras, because apparently Lapras could fly, so why not know about space distortion?
The logic checks out.
Then we talk to Lapras, and he's like, I don't know, Palkia? Good luck. And then the Palkia just randomly shows up some night.
Oh yeah. Alright, as mentioned, pretty much last opportunity to check stuff in town. I didn't delink my moves, so I'm not gonna have to.
That's very fortunate.
Yeah, it really is. Go through Travail and Nightmare without delinking. Yeah, no, I don't need to do storage now. We're gonna have an opportunity later. I didn't mean to check Purple Cactuum, but sure, now that I'm talking to you, what do you have? Skateboard.
No. Orb. Oh, okay, now you get an escape orb. Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect. Thanks, Purple
I mean, okay. Didn't find the food that I wanted. I mean, maybe I have some stuff in storage, actually, so maybe it's fine. Okay, we have to go down to the beach, because that's where Lapras is. We're gonna ask him about the space distortion.
Yeah, Lapras knows about all sorts of crazy stuff. Let's just go talk to him. I guess, in fairness, he knew about Hidden Land, somehow. Okay. Jack, what you got? Garbage, thanks, okay.
And we get about Palkia too.
Moving on with 4 revives. I gotta relink Skitty's first set of moves. Pikachu is fine. Guess I'll be safety saving for the rest of the dungeons. Hey Lapras, do you know about distortions in the fabric of space? Can you help us? I have no idea. I guess you could talk to Palkia.
Little did we know that Palkia was gonna talk to us. We're gonna go to sleep here. And then don't you hate it how suddenly the being that embodies space itself shows up at your house?
Hey, what's the Wi-Fi password? What, Palkia? I said, what's the Wi-Fi password? And then he just takes us away.
You're not gonna tell me what the Wi-Fi password is? Fine. Come with me. I don't know. But here's spatial.
This is a Wi-Fi router! Goodness! This is 2025! I'll be rid of you!
He intended on fighting us right away, but we end up jumping down here, and so Spatial Rift is the next dungeon we play, I guess.
You mean we could have just skipped this dungeon if our characters just did the fight right there? Man,
I guess so.
That would have been a lot nicer.
This all back up.
I like the Darkrai category, but I hate this dungeon.
Yeah,
though I am glad to say that the Warp Scarf is really good here because a lot of the floors here do not have a lot of rooms, so the Warp Scarf becomes highly probable to take you right where you need to go.
Yeah, and since they are tend to be very dense on enemies, it tends to avoid us a bunch of
really dangerous, really tanky
This is
enemies.
why I didn't menu earlier. So I'm gonna go ahead and basically withdraw everything I need now. I only have some grimy food, some gummies. Gonna get all the quick seeds out, all the pure seeds out, revs. Let's actually...
I hope I had revives in storage, I don't remember.
Okay. I don't want to keep that. No way I'll want to use a Mobile Lord, right? Right? Get the Luminous.
Hey, that can come in clutch in Dark Raider. I have a clip of a really good mobile orb usage. Okay.
I could have used it on the crossroad layouts in Dark Raider.
Oh
well, too late. All right. I should have started out by using War Scarf. I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, a Charizard. That's an example of an enemy that pretty much one-shots me.
All right, 14 item slots. Hunger Seed is mandatory.
Okay, cool.
Quick Seeds are mandatory. Pure Seeds are mandatory. Violent Seed is mandatory. Do I have the XI Seed? I do. Okay, I'll take an XI Seed as a backup. Alright, Luminous Orbs are mandatory. Petrify Orb. Okay, here we go. And I'm gonna save the game. Alright, bag is full. Away we go. With 4 revives.
I should have picked that apple up. What am I doing?
I guess if I see seeds, I will check them. Okay, so Scarf. Maybe I'll put Pass Scarf on Pikachu here. So that we get hit by Flamethrower anyways and it doesn't matter. Yeah, working one more time. Okay. It is nice that also, like, you get a few stair floors here. Charizard is too tanky. Oh, jeez, Pikachu, don't pass moves off to me! I guess that's one thing about Pass Scarf. If I'm standing next to him, he wrecks me. Oh, this floor is bigger than I thought it would be. Alright, let's go down.
And pick that up.
This is not the way to
Okay,
go.
this is a mid layout.
Come on, take me further left. Thank you.
Okay, let's work away from here. No stairs here. I can't force this room.
She's already out of moves. No. Oh, he's just getting tail. He's getting ominous winded. Okay, that's just unfortunate.
Let me check it up.
Zatu, you know you can approach someday, right? Zatu! Thank you.
I shouldn't have. I figured, what does a Honchkrow know that could hurt me? Swagger, it turns out.
Oh, yeah. Pikachu's getting wrecked. Okay, maybe removing the power band from Pikachu is actually a worse play. Because he is not doing damage without that. It's a terrible floor. Okay.
Okay, we found the stairs here. I'm gonna want to use agility though, because there's an enemy incoming.
This is not looking like a friendly layout. Okay, that was good. Quick stair find. Just fight you. My power band!
Had a rough start, but I think I'm picking up.
Pikachu, don't deal with that, honestly.
Could have walked to the stair down there, but I didn't want to take the gamble.
What the? Oh, forgot I had a Warp Scarf on. Things I'm not expecting to see after I use a roll call orb. Seeing myself warp for no reason.
Okay. Huh. Guess I'm gonna do that, and maybe I'm gonna die. Okay, I got pretty lucky here. I stepped on a summon trap with 0 agility piece. Just had to use a Max Elixir in front of them and hope I didn't get killed. Okay, heading into Deep Spatial Rift, which is 9 more floors.
Couple floors behind. Oh. Okay.
Gonna pick that up.
I wish I had agility right now. I don't want to use these quick seeds. I need to heal, I guess. No! That was the exact thing I didn't want you to do. I have heal seeds. I have 1. Okay. No! No!
Post-game noses.
Just let me take the stairs! Okay. Oh my gosh. I just, all that was between me was 2 Honchkrows and a staircase, but I got swaggered, and then I warped the guy that swaggered me away, and then I run to the stairs and I get confused trapped, and then I throw a warp seed at the other guy and it misses. So many things went wrong there.
Stair floor, very nice, I'll take it. This looks like a large floor. Okay, we found the stairs pretty decently quickly. Okay, I'm gonna use agility and use this Hypnom. Should be almost out. One more floor. Okay, another stair floor.
Like the spatial rift.
Okay, this was a pretty good spatial rift for me overall. Alright, and now we get the chance to fight the Palkia.
Well,
which is a very simple fight.
Yeah, he's very weak to hunger seeds, so we just throw one of those at him and he explodes pretty much.
I'm actually gonna be doing something different. I'm just gonna do a bread and butter stun sleep combo.
Oh no! So if you warp into a
after using agility,
if you warp into a monster house while B+Aing, the monsters get the first turn instead of you, which is really devastating. So I just couldn't avoid dying as soon as I teleported there because I was B+Aing to warp instead of moving. That's why I usually move. The game got me when I wasn't doing it. So yeah, if you're gonna use Warp Scarf, you're better off moving around instead of just waiting around, so that at least if you get a monster house, the game won't like give the enemies the first turn.
Yeah, you can get comboed pretty hard.
Yeah, the drawback of moving more is that you might hit more traps, but it's not as bad as getting comboed to death in a monster house. Usually. Oh, quick seed. Okay,
but yeah, we did mention, for some reason, Palkia is highly vulnerable to Hunger Seed, which is an item that, when thrown, basically makes whoever gets targeted by it starve. And enemies aren't supposed to lose belly, but when they get hit by Hunger Seed, they still end up in that state. And what it does, this doesn't normally happen if you're the leader and are starving, but it makes enemies deal 1 HP of damage with whichever move they use. And so Palkia just becomes completely harmless.
Yeah. Please don't be another monster house. Okay.
Unbelievably,
nice fake revive. Thanks. Just what I needed.
Unbelievably, I think I'm on PB pace. I don't have my splits up, but like I'm kind of rusty at this game, and it's been a while since I did my last run, and it wasn't that good. But I guess I'm gonna PB here. maybe if this run finishes well.
Looks like you're gonna beat my PB potentially, unless you have like a pretty rough end game. Let's see. A 10-minute Darkrai and a 3-minute Deep Dark. I am a minute behind PB, which I really oughtn't to complain about.
Interesting.
Okay. Palkia. He didn't spatial red me. I'm gonna Hunger Seed him. Where's my Hunger Seed? Okay. Alright, now, Bolt Discharge, if you can choose Link, go the
I mean, the Aegis-Cave did a lot when it comes to this space. I'm pretty sure an average Aegis-Cave probably... Okay, I guess I'd need to see the exact pace, but like an average Aegis-Cave would have made this a lot closer. Oh yeah, by the way, it turns out that the Cresselia that was appearing in our dreams and that appeared in our nightmare was actually just Darkrai in disguise, and it was trying to trick us into disappearing. The real Cresselia wouldn't tell us to disappear. And now we're gonna try.
Yeah, instead she'll try to end our run.
Yeah. Which is much worse, really.
Having had a pretty bad spatial rift and being down to 3 revives, I'm definitely taking one more shop check, because I would like to have like 8 revives, and I have 3. So that's not great, but it's a finishable run, even with that.
But now we're gonna have to chase Darkrai into Dark Trader, which is gonna be the last dungeon. Until we get to show off against the basically true final boss of this game.
Yeah, Beat Darkrai could alternatively be titled like True Ending or something,
Yeah.
but Beat Darkrai sounded funnier. Maybe if we'd come up with Blue Rescue Team True Ending first, then we would have named this one True Ending as well for more naming consistency, but yeah, whatever.
It's fine.
There was a long time ago, pretty much every leaderboard for Pokemon Mystery Dungeon only had an any % category, and then this was the only game that had one other category called Beat Darkrai, done just by Fretzy. There was no Wonder Mail split, so it was just a Darkrai no Wonder Mail run. It was 15 hours. At some point, he took a death, hadn't saved in a while, reset, and then went back to like Ant Plains and lost an hour and still continued to run.
Wait, was that actually the very first Darkrai run?
Probably the first one to finish, anyways. I know Helcree attempted one, but got walled on Darkrai.
That's insane.
At the very end. Yeah, the Darkrai fight was like a huge obstacle for people finishing runs for a long time, because that Darkrai fight is just such a nightmare.
Yeah, this is that final boss that lives up to its hype, if you will. So Darkrai itself is a very dangerous enemy with a lot of dangerous moves, and you're also surrounded by a bunch of his minions.
Yeah, it's a really evil final fight. You need a lot of items to survive it, or like a room ranged attack to wipe out the enemies, but even Darkrai by himself, it's like every move he can use is deadly. The worst is Ominous Wind. He can use Ominous Wind, get a speed boost, repeat Ominous Wind, and just destroy your entire body without you being able to do anything. He can also use Hypnosis to sleep stun you. He can use Double Team for evasion stalling. He can stunlock you with Disable. He has Stab Feint Attack for massive damage. The weakest move he has is Quick Attack, and even that still hurts because his stats are very high. He's just brutal. Oh yeah, and he's two moves that can put you to sleep. He's got Hypnosis and he's got Nightmare. And if he puts you to sleep with Nightmare, you take extra damage when you wake up, on top of him wailing on you.
Yeah.
So you really optimally don't want Darkrai getting to do anything at all.
Yeah, hopefully the strat that we're gonna attempt is basically just gonna be to try and get Darkrai out of the fight early on, ideally by using an X-Eye Seed, and then hopefully we take care of all of its minions before our partner can start focusing in on Darkrai. I'm gonna have some help from Agility, so hopefully it's gonna be an infinite of sorts. And then Cheez is going to have Discharge to help. However, one of the Pokemon in the fight is going to be an enemy with Lightning Rod. So Cheez's objective is going to be to kill that enemy first.
Yeah, I use Quick Seeds just so I can stun Darkrai with an X-Eye Seed, and then within like the same turn, go and kill the Rhyperior that has Lightning Rod. So then Pikachu can use Discharge to finish everything else off. If you try to use Discharge while Rhyperior is there, he draws in every single hit of Discharge, and it takes forever and does no damage.
And we're finally into Dark Trader. Cresselia, what are we doing? That's
Cresselia doing Cresselia things right away.
Very much so.
Yeah, Cresselia, she has one stab move in Confusion, and then the rest of her moves are pretty bad. She has Aurora Beam, which is ineffective against like literally everything in the entire dungeon and has awful accuracy. And she also uses it a lot because it's a line of sight move and she doesn't have dedicated travelers, so she'll try to aggro like every enemy ever with it. She has Slash, which does underwhelming damage against all the rock types and ghost types. And then she has Double Team, which at least lets her be an evasion tank, kind of.
Okay, we're gonna use a Warp Scarf for this floor because it has a crossroads layout, and Warp Scarf is particularly effective against these rooms that otherwise take forever to try and access.
Yeah, this is a situation where you can just avoid enemy interaction entirely with trying to warp, although after you uncover enough rooms it eventually becomes less worth it.
Yeah, because you can still, you can warp back to some of the rooms you've already visited. Soon enough,
yeah,
I'll stop using
the drawback of the Warp Scarf. Eventually you have to give up on it, because otherwise it can infinite you.
Okay. But yeah, so Cresselia is a really bad partner that unfortunately we're gonna have to carry with us. And that also comes in one of the most dangerous dungeons in the entire run. It is pretty long, sitting at... It's a 2-part dungeon with a 15F Dark Trader and a 14F Deep Dark Trader.
Yeah, if you total the two parts together, it's the longest one in the game, and it also has a lot of bad layouts with bad weather, so it's very slow.
Yeah, a lot of weather, a lot of enemies that hurt a lot.
This is why we save our Luminous Orbs and Pure Seeds for this dungeon. It's just so we optimally don't really have to interact with it much. And then I save up a bunch of Roll Call Orbs and Warp Seeds usually so that I can get Cresselia out of danger if she's trying to fight an enemy that she's not really double team buffed up enough to be dealing with.
I'm gonna
take one more shop check and a safety save because things aren't looking the best for me.
Warp Scarf is particularly good in this dungeon because it allows you to get rid of Cresselia. Now, her wandering around means that she's gonna encounter enemies and eat a few Reviver Seed, but if you have a lot, it's still worth it because having Cresselia follow you is very slow. Hopefully
I took a safety save because I'm a scaredy cat. Alright, off to Dark Crater.
It's actually kind of unbelievable that there was a room there after all. Okay, Flame Wheel. A lot of Pokemon are Fire type in this place too, which is really bad for me as a Chico.
Oh yeah. Okay. Sandstorm right away on a floor that doesn't look great for warping. That's kind of unfortunate. Oh yeah, Pikachu, you need to... Oh, you just have to go the other way. Tactics, wait there. Okay, that looked like a floor that was going to have a lot of rooms, but I guess it wasn't really. And then this floor technically does have a lot of rooms, but it's structured in a way that warping is just better.
Yeah, it's the Rostros layout. 7F is kind of like the Applewood 7F, which is where it's going to have 8 rooms in the middle. Unfortunately not connected very well in this case. Wants me to go outside a lot. Yeah, okay, I'm going to have to actually step outside here and enter the last room where the stairs definitely are from here.
Very nice Warp Scarf layout here. I mean, I guess this is still going to be 8 rooms, but it's like 8 really big rooms. Well, it should have been a nice Warp Scarf floor, or it won't be. Alright, you do your game.
Explore some of this manually now. There's a bunch of Warp Seeds, I'll take him. Okay, Sandstorm floor. Definitely want to lose Cresselia here because I don't want to have to read constant weather. And I got really lucky and found the stairs in it. That's actually really nice. That floor was looking pretty bad.
Those are the floors that can be very slow without a Warp Scarf. Saving a ton of time.
I believe this is another... Yeah.
Nice.
So Stan F is the other floor with rooms all in the middle.
Oops.
And we... Okay, I'm gonna have to use a Max Elixir, but hopefully we're gonna be out of the base Dark Raider pretty soon. The Dark Raider is basically more of Dark Raiders, but the enemies are even worse. Okay.
Yeah.
Quick stairs.
Some of the layouts can be even worse too. But it's mostly just really strong enemies.
Yeah, although I don't believe the Dark Raider has any of these special layouts, like Crossroads or middle rooms that base Dark Raider has.
Yeah, it's just like very... I think it's very random what you get in like Deep Dark Raider.
I should have just been using a Warp Scarf.
Warp Seed I'll take. Actually, I'm just going to use this on you now.
Okay, cool. We found them.
Get away from that Rapidash.
My Cresselia is actually being pretty good so far. I don't think she's eaten a single Reviver Seed so far, which is insane.
Not bad.
Okay.
I probably should have manually explored this floor. Oh well.
This is big rooms.
I'm gonna warp in my sleep.
Manually. Also, I love
everyone's here.
Also, I love the theme to Dark Raider.
I can't love this theme because it just reminds me of pain and suffering.
That's fair.
Oh, mirror move. Oh, get
right.
away from that. Get away from that. Get away from that.
Now we're definitely gonna save before the Dark Raider, both because of the dungeon itself and the boss fight.
I'm sad that I'm out of Warp Seeds and Roll Call Orbs. I guess I should have been picking up more of them, and she died anyways. Okay. Good job, Cresselia. Alright. It's gonna be a nightmare getting out of Deep Dark for me with this set.
Oh, nice. I even took a gamble that time. Shouldn't take that gamble, but it worked out.
I can't heal Cresselia anymore, and she's in danger again. Man, my survivability is not looking okay. Got 3 revives, and Cresselia is like, we're not even in the hard part yet, and Cresselia keeps getting in danger.
Okay, Cresselia might actually die here. It didn't happen yet. Okay, finally.
I guess.
I think Meowth is dying actually. What's going on with you? Oh, mirror move.
Oh yeah,
shoot.
Combustion using mirror move is devastating.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and use a Warp Seed on Meowth. That's another thing. That
I forgot that Cresselia is like this.
Okay.
She's bad.
It's fine. I think I think and hope I still have a bunch of revives left. Okay, I'm gonna pick this up. Use a Warp Scarf. That's
okay. Well, I have 2 revives left for this part of Darkrai because of that being sticky, but that will be usable again once I'm out of here. We haven't really had to talk about sticky items, but it's basically like the equivalent of an item becoming cursed. Just is not usable while sticky, but becomes cleansed as soon as you leave the dungeon.
Yeah.
Oh, shoot. No. Alright, my Pikachu died to Earth Power. That's unlucky.
Oh, 0 PP trap and a D-linked. Okay, well, I can manage this. I can definitely manage this. It's gonna make combat a lot more annoying, but we don't have to go through a lot of it.
Alright, I got 3 more floors of this part. I hope I make it out.
I'm gonna... Ooh.
Yeah, we'll need food. No,
okay.
not the Earth Power! At least Cresselia's immune to that, and Pikachu's the weakest to that, and he's not here right now.
Also have a few Pure Seed and Luminous Orbs. I will definitely want to use those later. Whenever a floor looks bad. Typically a floor that looks bad is one where you spawn in a small room. Bonus points if there's an enemy spawning in your same room and there's Sandstorm. Because that's all just extra time loss that you know you're gonna have.
I don't like using a Luminous Orb in the main part of, or the first part of Dark Crater, but that floor was very warranted, because that was a really big floor with a lot of rooms and a lot of ways to go, and I would have been there forever without that.
It's gonna be a 4x2.
Okay, made it to Deep Dark. I just need to save. Well, I don't need to save, but I definitely should. I have 2 revives, so that's really bad. 2 revives is very bad here.
Okay, we're gonna Pure Seed out of here. Small room. I should have checked that band actually. Dark Crater is the first and only part of the post game where you can actually find mobile scarves. I mean, they could help a lot.
Oh, yeah, true. We could find those. Alright, Pure Seed.
Oof. I guess I'm gonna fight these.
Just your floor, thank you. Stair floor, thank you.
Ooh, I'm dead.
Pure Seed. 2 left. Or 1 left after this. Stair floor, that was a really good stair floor.
Wind Origami, alright, good thing I know exactly where the stairs are. Yeah. Enemies are also smart enough to throw items at you now.
Yeah, as I've seen with like stun seeds and stuff. Can we? Okay, here we go. Oh man, hitting a trap in the stairs room always scares me so much. I would hate to have a warp trap get me in Deep Dark Crater.
Okay.
Okay.
I only have 4 floors left. I'm gonna use a Luminous Orb for this one. Okay. Luminous Orb also tells us where the enemies are. In this case, we didn't have it to do any particular maneuvers to dodge them. I'm gonna use my second one. I have to go right now.
Rude Charmander, or Charizard, rude. Okay. Can't believe SPD Wolf's profile pic showed up in my game and assaulted me.
I'm sorry.
I guess the same thing happens with me in Lantern and Miracle Seed, though.
I'm gonna go ahead and use a Full for this. I should have used a Pure Seed instead. That would have been smarter. wow.
I should probably Pure Seed this floor, actually.
Good. And I have 1 Pure Seed left for 14.
Ooh, Pikachu's almost dead. I don't think I can heal him, though. No, I can't.
Got a Stair Floor.
Oh, that was such a bad time for a flinch. Okay, it's a good thing he randomly changed targets. Oh, he's still... Oh my god, we're all at low health. I'm 4 or 5, but everyone's at low health.
Okay.
Oh god.
And I've made it to
This doesn't
Darkrai.
look like it's going to be a good ending. I guess I'll use a Luminosauр because I'm almost at the end. Good thing I have enough Luminosaurs for, like, the rest of this.
Right, so here we finally
lost the counter basher. Alright, well.
Oh yeah, Counter Basher.
I have a Deathless Darkrai if I get there.
Counter Basher is another fun AQ skill that enemies start to have here. You basically just get damage rebounded anytime you attack enemies. Nothing you can do about them, really. Except attack them from a distance, I guess.
Actually warp here, just try to get a little closer.
But yeah, here Darkrai is going to basically plot dump his entire master plan. So it turns out that he was behind the disturbance and the time travel. So he's the one that turned us into a Pokemon when we time traveled and also removed our memories.
Okay.
And he's also the one responsible behind the initial stoppage of the time balance thing. Whatever, he's evil, he's behind everything, so we need to defeat him.
Okay. Goes full-blown Saturday morning cartoon mode and just reveals the entire plot before trying to beat us.
It's funny
I need
because
a perfect fight since I have 0 revives.
It's funny because there's an interesting contrast between the story as told during the 80% portion, where you have an unfortunate out-of-control Time Lord and like his henchman Dustnor that ends up having a character evolution during the special episode, Smaller. And then a story about a personal sacrifice for the greater good turned into you play the post game. Darkrai was behind it all. He's evil. That's it.
Yeah. The entire main story was meaningless. I didn't even like think of it that way. And this is why we say you shouldn't think about the story too much.
Darkrai's actually playing one more trick of us. It looks like our partner just decided that it's actually a good idea to join forces with Meowth. And he's gonna ask us whether he wants to rule the board with him.
Meowth has decided that maybe it would be faster if we just didn't do this fight.
Now, I would love to rule the world with Darkrai. The problem is that it's actually faster to say I refuse. So I'm gonna take
if you go ... your character takes over and realizes what's going on, but they take longer to realize it if you select the ellipses.
So yeah, it was actually an illusion by Darkrai trying to trick us into joining him. And soon enough, he's gonna set up the trap and fight us. So the Darkrai fight, I'm gonna be rolling... This is what we picked up the Violent Seed for, because we want to feed that to Meowth so that he can start dishing out a lot of damage quickly to all of these enemies. We want to take Darkrai out of the way immediately. That's gonna be step number 1. I'm gonna be throwing the X-Eye Seed, and hopefully it hits and hopefully gets him out of the way. Then we're gonna eat a few Quick Seed to get out. Okay, X-Eye Seed, please hit. Good. Alright, we're gonna set Meowth to go the other way. Eat the Quick Seed ourselves. It's faster than using Agility in this case, because we don't have to watch our team members getting it. Violent Seed to Meowth. Now we eat our second Quick Seed, and we can go down, left. Eat our third one, and then we go down right until the wall. And then we can start doing our Agility Infinite. And then hopefully this is good enough. Oh, the enemy. I messed something up.
On to us. I'm starting the fight. Alright. I need no revives lost at all. The one revive I have in my inventory.
Okay, we just have Darkrai left. I'm gonna play very safe and make sure he kills him, because Darkrai, if he gets attacks off, he's very, very dangerous. As we said earlier, lots of terrible moves that he could hit me off with and immediately have it go really badly, but we did beat him. And time is not
Nice run.
yet, but there's gonna be a few ending cutscenes and then a save prompt. And as soon as we make our input to clear the save prompt, that's gonna be official time for the Darkrai. But that's otherwise the entire run. We saved the day in only 9 hours. Actually, I don't know if this is gonna be a sub 9. I don't think so. I think I barely missed it.
Alright, go.
Or no.
Oh, he's gonna go soon anyways. Keep attacking Darkrai.
I think this is a sub 9 actually, because I paused on the quiz earlier. We'll have to see. But yeah, here on Cheez's screen you get to see the Pikachu strat. Just clear the Rapinion early to get rid of Lightning Rod, and then Discharge can do a lot.
Yeah, Darkrai is stunned by the X-Eye Seed, which is the most effective move for dealing with him. Pikachu is trying his best to hit this freaking Vegas, but he can't do it. It's kind of working out, because he keeps... Okay, Darkrai's down. Alright, Pikachu, you have one job left. It was a bad idea to make you do this with normal type moves. Okay, the final boss from Smegius is defeated. Got it. Okay.
Actually tougher than Darkrai.
That's really funny that Smegius dodged that many discharges while Darkrai did. Oh, I'm relieved I got through that. That was nerve-wracking.
Yeah, it's very easy for this fight to go south in an instant. Again, all Darkrai needs is just 1 or 2 turns to get like an ominous wind off, and then it gets stat boosts, and then it uses Nightmare, and you're immediately immobilized for several turns.
Yeah, then you have a Nightmare in real life as your run falls apart at the very end.
Yeah, there's a few clips of this fight just immediately going south because Darkrai just starts getting defense boost, and now you can't hurt him at all.
Shout out to Yimbo's clip of him losing like 12 revives or something.
Yeah. You can be as well equipped as you want, but if this fight goes south, it's over.
Anthem also has a clip where Darkrai pulled nothing but status moves for his moveset, so he just stalled in a miserable, tedious fight for like 5
that's
minutes.
Funny.
Just kept putting everyone to sleep and putting up double teams so nobody could hit him.
Oh, actually, this is definitely sub 9 because the save front is now, and that's time for me.
Nice. Yep, that's time for you, and even including like the extra couple minutes of waiting for me, you're in under 9 hours. So nice run.
Thank you. Your time is coming up soon too, actually.
Yeah, that came astonishingly close for what this category is.
Yeah.
I almost died at the end, but finished really close, just a couple minutes apart.
Meanwhile, I'll check
which route's better. I have no idea. Probably not mine, honestly, but it's hard to say.
Looks like I had 4 Reviver Seeds left, along with a few other resources, and a Pure Seed left over that I really should have used somewhere, but okay. Yeah, honestly, like, at least this is a pretty good showcase that there's a lot of... At least these 2 routes are both viable, because we ended up pretty close.
Yeah. There was a little bit of back and forth.
Yeah. Yeah.
Very fun category, very chaotic category. Would recommend if you don't value your sanity. Okay, time comes up for me. I'm like barely gonna get a sub 9, I think.
Nice.
Based on my own personal timer.
Yeah, again, the timer that I have on screen doesn't include it includes the time that she spent.
59:13. That's pretty good.
Whoops.
Can't put 9 hours as the estimate, but this might make it look like it'd be a good one. Alright, yeah, Plain Seed, Reviser Seed. So if I would have died, we would have gotten the funny Reviser Seed.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's the Reviver Seed lookalike. It plays the animation of you reviving, but then it also plays the animation of you realizing that what you actually ate was a fake Reviver Seed, and then you actually die.
Yeah. I had full hold orbs I should have used. It a luminous orb that I was gonna use, but I stair floored the last floor, so...
I'm also gonna take a quick moment just to check what my in-game time was.
Oh, yeah.
And then I suppose we're gonna wrap it up for this submission. We like to use in-game time just kind of as a reference because, especially since this game came out on multiple platforms, the in-game time is a good kind of metric because it ignores lag and loading frames. So.
What the heck? Yours is longer than mine.
Oh, it's because I waited on the quiz, probably.
Oh, that's right. Okay, that's right. You did wait for me.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. So we would have to remove however many minutes that was.
That is such a close race for Darkrai. That's astounding.
Yeah. Oh, and I also had to play more mission days, so I have more adventures.
Oh yeah. It's 56 versus 54. What the heck?
Yeah, two more mission days. It was the first day and then one in post game.
Oh, yeah. You didn't get 3 BHKs in the beginning. That's right.
Yep.
Okay. Well, this has been a showcase of Darkrai No Wonder Mail. Frankly, I couldn't ask it to go any better than this, I dare
Yeah,
say.
I do agree. I think this was a pretty good showcase. We'd both be really happy if it went like this on the marathon day. And I hope the GDQ Commission considers this run, because I think it would be a fantastic showcase.
Yeah, this is a really well-beloved category of a well-beloved Pokemon game. People love to see Darkrai runs, at least on my own channel. It's like by far my most popular thing. It's just so chaotic and gets to cover the whole story of like one of the Pokemon games with the best stories that series
Yeah,
has to
people
offer.
tend to love watching runs of this category. It's obviously very long, and not many people are crazy enough to do it. But those of us who are, happily appreciate
It's a
it.
good show. You never know what's going to happen in one of these runs. It's a good show.
All right, I suppose we'll wrap it up here. So thank you all for watching, and have a good one.
Have a good day.